This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Night and Day by Virginia Woolf. Chapter 26. Although the old coaches, with their gay panels and the guard's horn, and the humours of the box and the vicissitudes of the road, have long mouldered into dust so far as they were matter, and are preserved in the printed pages of our novelists so far as they partook of the spirit, a journey to London by express train can still be a very pleasant and romantic adventure. Cassandra Otway, at the age of 22, could imagine few things more pleasant. Satiated with months of green fields as she was, the first row of artisans' villas on the outskirts of London seemed to have something serious about it, which positively increased the importance of every person in the railway carriage, and even, to her impressionable mind, quickened the speed of the train and gave a note of stern authority to the shriek of the engine whistle. They were bound for London. They must have precedence of all traffic not similarly destined. A different demeanour was necessary directly one stepped out upon Liverpool Street platform, and became one of those preoccupied and hasty citizens for whose needs innumerable taxicabs, motor omnibuses, and underground railways were in waiting. She did her best to look dignified and preoccupied too, but as the cab carried her away, with a determination which alarmed her a little, she became more and more forgetful of her station as a citizen of London, and turned her head from one window to another, picking up eagerly a building on this side, or a street scene on that, to feed her intense curiosity. And yet, while the drive lasted, no one was real, nothing was ordinary. The crowds, the government buildings, the tide of men and women washing the base of the great glass windows were all generalized, and affected her as if she saw them on the stage. All these feelings were sustained and partly inspired by the fact that her journey took her straight to the centre of her most romantic world. 1,000 times in the midst of her pastoral landscape, her thoughts took this precise road, were admitted to the house in Chelsea, and went directly upstairs to Catherine's room, where, invisible themselves, they had the better chance of feasting upon the privacy of the room's adorable and mysterious mistress. Cassandra adored her cousin. The adoration might have been foolish, but was saved from that excess and lent an engaging charm by the volatile nature of Cassandra's temperament. She had adored a great many things and people in the course of 22 years. She had been alternately the pride and the desperation of her teachers. She had worshipped architecture and music, natural history and humanity, literature and art, but always at the height of her enthusiasm, which was accompanied by a brilliant degree of accomplishment, she changed her mind and bought surreptitiously another grammar. The terrible results which governesses had predicted from such mental dissipation were certainly apparent now that Cassandra was 22, and had never passed an examination, and daily showed herself less and less capable of passing one. The more serious prediction that she could never possibly earn her living was also verified. But from all these short strands of different accomplishments, Cassandra wove for herself an attitude, a cast of mind which, if useless, was found by some people to have the not despicable virtues of vivacity and freshness. Catherine, for example, thought her a most charming companion. The cousins seemed to assemble between them a great range of qualities which are never found united in one person, and seldom in half a dozen people. Where Catherine was simple, Cassandra was complex. Where Catherine was solid and direct, Cassandra was vague and evasive. In short, they represented very well the manly and the womanly sides of the feminine nature, and for foundation there was the profound unity of common blood between them. If Cassandra adored Catherine, she was incapable of adoring any one without refreshing her spirit with frequent draughts of raillery and criticism, and Catherine enjoyed her laughter at least as much as her respect. Respect was certainly uppermost in Cassandra's mind at the present moment. Catherine's engagement had appealed to her imagination, as the first engagement in a circle of contemporaries is apt to appeal to the imaginations of the others. It was solemn, beautiful, and mysterious. It gave both parties the important air of those who have been initiated into some rite which is still concealed from the rest of the group. For Catherine's sake, Cassandra thought William a most distinguished and interesting character, and welcomed first his conversation and then his manuscript as the marks of a friendship which it flattered and delighted her to inspire. Catherine was still out when she arrived at Cheyne Walk. After greeting her uncle and aunt and receiving, as usual, a present of 2 sovereigns for cab fares and dissipation from Uncle Trevor, whose favorite niece she was, she changed her dress and wandered into Catherine's room to await her. What a great looking-glass Catherine had, she thought, and how mature all the arrangements upon the dressing-table were compared to what she was used to at home. Glancing around, she thought that the bills stuck upon a skewer and stood for ornament upon the mantelpiece were astonishingly like Catherine. There wasn't a photograph of William anywhere to be seen. The room, with its combination of luxury and bareness, its silk dressing-gowns and crimson slippers, its shabby carpet and bare walls, had a powerful air of Catherine herself. She stood in the middle of the room and enjoyed the sensation, and then, with a desire to finger what her cousin was in the habit of fingering, Cassandra began to take down the books which stood in a row upon the shelf above the bed. In most houses, this shelf is the ledge upon which the last relics of religious belief lodge themselves, as if, late at night, in the heart of privacy, people, skeptical by day, find solace in sipping one draught of the old charm for such sorrows or perplexities as may steal from their hiding-places in the dark. But there was no hymn-book here. By their battered covers and enigmatic contents, Cassandra judged them to be old school-books belonging to Uncle Trevor, and piously, though eccentrically, preserved by his daughter. There was no end, she thought, to the unexpectedness of Catherine. She had once had a passion for geometry herself, and curled upon Catherine's quilt she became absorbed in trying to remember how far she had forgotten what she once knew. Catherine, coming in a little later, found her deep in this characteristic pursuit. "My dear," Cassandra exclaimed, shaking the book at her cousin, "my whole life's changed from this moment. I must write the man's name down at once, or I shall forget." Whose name, what book, which life was changed, Catherine proceeded to ascertain. She began to lay aside her clothes hurriedly, for she was very late. "May I sit and watch you?" Cassandra asked, shutting up her book. "I got ready on purpose." "Oh, you're ready, are you?" said Catherine, half turning in the midst of her operations, and looking at Cassandra, who sat, clasping her knees, on the edge of the bed. "There are people dining here," she said, taking in the effect of Cassandra from a new point of view. After an interval, the distinction, the irregular charm of the small face with its long tapering nose and its bright oval eyes were very notable. The hair rose up off the forehead rather stiffly, and given a more careful treatment by hairdressers and dressmakers, the light angular figure might possess a likeness to a French lady of distinction in the 18th century. "Who's coming to dinner?" Cassandra asked, anticipating further possibilities of rapture. "There's William, and I believe Aunt Eleanor and Uncle Aubrey." "I'm so glad William is coming. Did he tell you that he sent me his manuscript? I think it's wonderful. I think he's almost good enough for you, Catherine." "You shall sit next to him and tell him what you think of him." "I shan't dare do that," Cassandra asserted. "Why, you're not afraid of him, are you?" "A little, because he's connected with you." Catherine smiled. "But then, with your well-known fidelity, considering that you're staying here at least a fortnight, you won't have any illusions left about me by the time you go. I give you a week, Cassandra. I shall see my power fading day by day. Now it's at the climax. But tomorrow it'll have begun to fade. What am I to wear, I wonder? Find me a blue dress, Cassandra, over there in the long wardrobe." She spoke disconnectedly, handling brush and comb, and pulling out the little drawers in her dressing-table and leaving them open. Cassandra, sitting on the bed behind her, saw the reflection of her cousin's face in the looking-glass. The face in the looking-glass was serious and intent, apparently occupied with other things besides the straightness of the parting which, however, was being driven as straight as a Roman road through the dark hair. Cassandra was impressed again by Catherine's maturity, and, as she enveloped herself in the blue dress, which filled almost the whole of the long looking-glass with blue light and made it the frame of a picture, holding not only the slightly moving effigy of the beautiful woman, but shapes and colors of objects reflected from the background, Cassandra thought that no sight had ever been quite so romantic. It was all in keeping with the room and the house, and the city round them, for her ears had not yet ceased to notice the hum of distant wheels. They went downstairs rather late, in spite of Catherine's extreme speed in getting ready. To Cassandra's ears, the buzz of voices inside the drawing-room was like the tuning up of the instruments of the orchestra. It seemed to her that there were numbers of people in the room, and that they were strangers, and that they were beautiful and dressed with the greatest distinction, although they proved to be mostly her relations, and the distinction of their clothing was confined, in the eyes of an impartial observer, to the white waistcoat which Rodney wore. But they all rose simultaneously, which was by itself impressive, and they all exclaimed and shook hands, and she was introduced to Mr. Peyton, and the door sprang open, and dinner was announced, and they filed off, William Rodney offering her his slightly bent black arm, as she had secretly hoped he would. In short, had the scene been looked at only through her eyes, it must have been described as one of magical brilliancy. The pattern of the soup plates, the stiff folds of the napkins, which rose by the side of each plate in the shape of arum lilies, the long sticks of bread tied with pink ribbon, the silver dishes and the sea-colored champagne glasses, with the flakes of gold congealed in their stems, all these details, together with a curiously pervasive smell of kid gloves, contributed to her exhilaration, which must be repressed, however, because she was grown up, and the world held no more for her to marvel at. The world held no more for her to marvel at, it is true, but it held other people, and each other person possessed in Cassandra's mind some fragment of what privately she called reality. It was a gift that they would impart if you asked them for it, and thus no dinner party could possibly be dull, and little Mr. Peyton on her right and William Rodney on her left were in equal measure endowed with the quality which seemed to her so unmistakable and so precious that the way people neglected to demand it was a constant source of surprise to her. She scarcely knew, indeed, whether she was talking to Mr. Peyton or to William Rodney. But to one who, by degrees, assumed the shape of an elderly man with a moustache, she described how she had arrived in London that very afternoon, and how she had taken a cab and driven through the streets. Mr. Peyton, an editor of 50 years, bowed his bald head repeatedly, with apparent understanding. At least he understood that she was very young and pretty, and saw that she was excited, though he could not gather at once from her words, or remember from his own experience, what there was to be excited about. Were there any buds on the trees? He asked. Which line did she travel by? He was cut short in these amiable inquiries by her desire to know whether he was one of those who read, or one of those who look out of the window. Mr. Peyton was by no means sure which he did. He rather thought he did both. He was told that he had made a most dangerous confession. She could deduce his entire history from that one fact. He challenged her to proceed, and she proclaimed him a Liberal member of Parliament. William, nominally engaged in a desultory conversation with Aunt Eleanor, heard every word, and taking advantage of the fact that elderly ladies have little continuity of conversation, at least with those whom they esteem for their youth and their sex, he asserted his presence by a very nervous laugh. Cassandra turned to him directly. She was enchanted to find that, instantly and with such ease, another of these fascinating beings was offering untold wealth for her extraction. "There's no doubt what you do in a railroad carriage, William," she said, making use in her pleasure of his first name. "You never once look out of the window. You read all the time." "And what facts do you deduce from that?" Mr. Peyton asked. "Oh, that he's a poet, of course," said Cassandra. "But I must confess that I knew that before, so it isn't fair. I've got your manuscript with me," she went on, disregarding Mr. Peyton in a shameless way. "I've got all sorts of things I want to ask you about it." William inclined his head and tried to conceal the pleasure that her remark gave him. But the pleasure was not unalloyed. However susceptible to flattery William might be, he would never tolerate it from people who showed a gross or emotional taste in literature, and if Cassandra erred even slightly from what he considered essential in this respect, he would express his discomfort by flinging out his hands and wrinkling his forehead. He would find no pleasure in her flattery after that. "First of all," she proceeded, "I want to know why you chose to write a play." "Ah, you mean it's not dramatic?" I mean that I don't see what it would gain by being acted. But then does Shakespeare gain? Henry and I are always arguing about Shakespeare. I'm certain he's wrong, but I can't prove it because I've only seen Shakespeare acted once in Lincoln. But I'm quite positive, she insisted, that Shakespeare wrote for the stage. You're perfectly right, Rodney exclaimed. I was hoping you were on that side. Henry's wrong, entirely wrong. Of course, I've failed, as all the moderns fail. Dear, dear, I wish I'd consulted you before. From this point they proceeded to go over, as far as memory served them, the different aspects of Rodney's drama. She said nothing that jarred upon him, and untrained daring had the power to stimulate experience to such an extent that Rodney was frequently seen to hold his fork suspended before him while he debated the first principles of the art. Mrs. Hilbery thought to herself that she had never seen him to such advantage. Yes, he was somehow different. He reminded her of someone who was dead, someone who was distinguished. She had forgotten his name. Cassandra's voice rose high in its excitement. "You've not read The Idiot?" she exclaimed. "I've read War and Peace," William replied, a little testily. "War and Peace!" she echoed, in a tone of derision. "I confess I don't understand the Russians." Shake hands, boomed Uncle Aubrey from across the table. "Neither do I, and I hazard the opinion that they don't themselves." The old gentleman had ruled a large part of the Indian Empire, but he was in the habit of saying that he had rather have written the works of Dickens. The table now took possession of a subject much to its liking. Aunt Eleanor showed premonitory signs of pronouncing an opinion. Although she had blunted her taste upon some form of philanthropy for 25 years, she had a fine natural instinct for an upstart or a pretender, and knew to a hairbreadth what literature should be and what it should not be. She was born to the knowledge, and scarcely thought it a matter to be proud of. "Insanity is not a fit subject for fiction," she announced positively. "There's the well-known case of Hamlet," Mr. Hilbery interposed in his leisurely, half-humorous tones. "Ah, but poetry's different, Trevor," said Aunt Eleanor, as if she had special authority from Shakespeare to say so. "Different altogether. And I've never thought, for my part, that Hamlet was as mad as they make out. What is your opinion, Mr. Peyton?" For as there was a minister of literature present in the person of the editor of an esteemed review, she deferred to him. Mr. Peyton leant a little back in his chair, and putting his head rather on one side, observed that that was a question that he had never been able to answer entirely to his satisfaction. There was much to be said on both sides, but as he considered upon which side he should say it, Mrs. Hilbery broke in upon his judicious meditations. "Lovely, lovely Ophelia!" she exclaimed. "What a wonderful power it is, poetry! I wake up in the morning all bedraggled. There's a yellow fog outside. Little Emily turns on the electric light when she brings me my tea and says, 'Oh, ma'am, the water's frozen in the cistern, and cook's cut her finger to the bone.' And then I open a little green book, and the birds are singing, the stars shining, the flowers twinkling." She looked about her as if these presences had suddenly manifested themselves round her dining-room table. "Has the cook cut her finger badly?" Aunt Eleanor demanded, addressing herself naturally to Catherine. "Oh, the cook's finger is only my way of putting it," said Mrs. Hilbery. "But if she had cut her arm off, Catherine would have sewn it on again," she remarked, with an affectionate glance at her daughter, who looked, she thought, a little sad. "But what horrid, horrid thoughts!" she wound up, laying down her napkin and pushing her chair back. "Come, let us find something more cheerful to talk about upstairs." Upstairs in the drawing-room, Cassandra found fresh sources of pleasure, first in the distinguished and expectant look of the room, and then in the chance of exercising her divining rod upon a new assortment of human beings. But the low tones of the women, their meditative silences, the beauty which, to her at least, shone even from black satin, and the knobs of amber which encircled elderly necks, changed her wish to chatter to a more subdued desire merely to watch and to whisper. She entered with delight into an atmosphere in which private matters were being interchanged freely, almost in monosyllables, by the older women who now accepted her as one of themselves. Her expression became very gentle and sympathetic, as if she, too, were full of solicitude for the world which was somehow being cared for, managed and deprecated by Aunt Maggie and Aunt Eleanor. After a time she perceived that Catherine was outside the community in some way, and suddenly she threw aside her wisdom and gentleness and concern and began to laugh. "What are you laughing at?" Catherine asked. A joke so foolish and unfilial wasn't worth explaining. "It was nothing, ridiculous, in the worst of taste, but still if you half shut your eyes and looked—" Catherine half shut her eyes and looked, but she looked in the wrong direction, and Cassandra laughed more than ever, and was still laughing, and doing her best to explain in a whisper that Aunt Eleanor, through half-shut eyes, was like the parrot in the cage at Stogden House, when the gentlemen came in, and Rodney walked straight up to them and wanted to know what they were laughing at. "I utterly refuse to tell you," Cassandra replied, standing up straight, clasping her hands in front of her and facing him. Her mockery was delicious to him. He had not even for a second the fear that she had been laughing at him. She was laughing because life was so adorable, so enchanting. "Ah, but you're cruel to make me feel the barbarity of my sex," he replied, drawing his feet together and pressing his finger-tips upon an imaginary opera hat or malacca cane. "We've been discussing all sorts of dull things, and now I shall never know what I want to know more than anything in the world." "You don't deceive us for a minute," she cried. "Not for a second. We both know that you've been enjoying yourself immensely, hasn't he, Catherine?" "No," she replied, "I think he's speaking the truth. He doesn't care much for politics." Her words, though spoken simply, produced a curious change in the light, sparkling atmosphere. William at once lost his look of animation and said seriously, "I detest politics." "I don't think any man has the right to say that," said Cassandra almost severely. "I agree. I mean that I detest politicians," he corrected himself quickly. "You see, I believe Cassandra is what they call a feminist," Catherine went on. "Or rather, she was a feminist 6 months ago, but it's no good supposing that she is now what she was then. That is one of her greatest charms in my eyes. One never can tell." She smiled at her as an elder sister might smile. "Catherine, you make one feel so horribly small," Cassandra exclaimed. "No, that's not what she means," Rodney interposed. "I quite agree that women have an immense advantage over us there. One misses a lot by attempting to know things thoroughly." "He knows Greek thoroughly," said Catherine. "But then he also knows a good deal about painting, and a certain amount about music. He's very cultivated, perhaps the most cultivated person I know." "And poetry," Cassandra added. "Yes, I was forgetting his play," Catherine remarked, and turning her head as though she saw something that needed her attention in a far corner of the room, she left them. For a moment they stood silent, after what seemed a deliberate introduction to each other, and Cassandra watched her crossing the room. "Henry," she said next moment, "would say that a stage ought to be no bigger than this drawing-room. He wants there to be singing and dancing as well as acting. Only all the opposite of Wagner, you understand?" They sat down, and Catherine, turning when she reached the window, saw William with his hand raised in gesticulation and his mouth open, as if ready to speak the moment Cassandra ceased. Catherine's duty, whether it was to pull a curtain or move a chair, was either forgotten or discharged, but she continued to stand by the window without doing anything. The elderly people were all grouped together round the fire. They seemed an independent, middle-aged community busy with its own concerns. They were telling stories very well and listening to them very graciously, but for her there was no obvious employment. "If anybody says anything, I shall say that I am looking at the river," she thought, for in her slavery to her family traditions she was ready to pay for her transgression with some plausible falsehood. She pushed aside the blind and looked at the river. But it was a dark night, and the water was barely visible. Cabs were passing, and couples were loitering slowly along the road, keeping as close to the railings as possible, though the trees had as yet no leaves to cast shadow upon their embraces. Catherine, thus withdrawn, felt her loneliness. The evening had been one of pain, offering her, minute after minute, plainer proof that things would fall out as she had foreseen. She had faced tones, gestures, glances. She knew, with her back to them, that William, even now, was plunging deeper and deeper into the delight of unexpected understanding with Cassandra. He had almost told her that he was finding it infinitely better than he could have believed. She looked out of the window, sternly determined to forget private misfortunes, to forget herself, to forget individual lives. With her eyes upon the dark sky, voices reached her from the room in which she was standing. She heard them as if they came from people in another world, a world antecedent to her world, a world that was the prelude, the antechamber to reality. It was as if, lately dead, she heard the living talking. The dream nature of our life had never been more apparent to her. Never had life been more certainly an affair of four walls, whose objects existed only within the range of lights and fires, beyond which lay nothing, or nothing more than darkness. She seemed physically to have stepped beyond the region where the light of illusion still makes it desirable to possess, to love, to struggle. And yet her melancholy brought her no serenity. She still heard the voices within the room. She was still tormented by desires. She wished to be beyond their range. She wished inconsistently enough that she could find herself driving rapidly through the streets. She was even anxious to be with someone who, after a moment's groping, took a definite shape and solidified into the person of Mary Datchet. She drew the curtains so that the draperies met in deep folds in the middle of the window. "Ah, there she is," said Mr. Hilbery, who was standing swaying affably from side to side with his back to the fire. "Come here, Katharine. I couldn't see where you'd got to. Our children," he observed parenthetically, "have their uses. I want you to go to my study, Katharine. Go to the third shelf on the right-hand side of the door, take down Trelawney's Recollections of Shelley, bring it to me. Then, Peyton, you will have to admit to the assembled company that you have been mistaken." "Trelawney's Recollections of Shelley, the third shelf on the right of the door," Katharine repeated. After all, one does not check children in their play, or rouse sleepers from their dreams. She passed William and Cassandra on her way to the door. "Stop, Katharine," said William, speaking almost as if he were conscious of her against his will. "Let me go." He rose after a second's hesitation, and she understood that it cost him an effort. She knelt one knee upon the sofa where Cassandra sat, looking down at her cousin's face, which still moved with the speed of what she had been saying. "Are you happy?" she asked. "Oh, my dear!" Cassandra exclaimed, as if no further words were needed. "Of course! We disagree about every subject under the sun," she exclaimed, "but I think he's the cleverest man I've ever met. And you're the most beautiful woman," she added, looking at Katharine, and as she looked her face lost its animation and became almost melancholy in sympathy with Katharine's melancholy, which seemed to Cassandra the last refinement of her distinction. "Ah, but it's only 10 o'clock," said Katharine darkly. "As late as that? Well?" She did not understand. "At 12 my horses turn into rats, and off I go. The illusion fades. But I accept my fate. I make hay while the sun shines." Cassandra looked at her with a puzzled expression. "Here's Katharine talking about rats and hay and all sorts of odd things," she said as William returned to them. He had been quick. "Can you make her out?" Katharine perceived from his little frown and hesitation that he did not find that particular problem to his taste at present. She stood upright at once and said in a different tone, "I really am off, though. I wish you'd explain if they say anything, William. I shan't be late, but I've got to see someone." "At this time of night?" Cassandra exclaimed. "Whom have you got to see?" William demanded. "A friend," she remarked, half turning her head towards him. She knew that he wished her to stay, not indeed with them, but in their neighborhood in case of need. "Katharine has a great many friends," said William rather lamely, sitting down once more as Katharine left the room. She was soon driving quickly, as she had wished to drive, through the lamplit streets. She liked both light and speed, and the sense of being out of doors alone, and the knowledge that she would reach Mary in her high, lonely room at the end of the drive. She climbed the stone steps quickly, remarking the queer look of her blue silk skirt and blue shoes upon the stone, dusty with the boots of the day, under the light of an occasional jet of flickering gas. The door was opened in a second by Mary herself, whose face showed not only surprise at the sight of her visitor, but some degree of embarrassment. She greeted her cordially, and as there was no time for explanations, Catherine walked straight into the sitting-room, and found herself in the presence of a young man who was lying back in a chair and holding a sheet of paper in his hand, at which he was looking as if he expected to go on immediately with what he was in the middle of saying to Mary Datchet. The apparition of an unknown lady in full evening dress seemed to disturb him. He took his pipe from his mouth, rose stiffly, and sat down again with a jerk. "Have you been dining out?" Mary asked. "Are you working?" Catherine inquired simultaneously. The young man shook his head, as if he disowned his share in the question with some irritation. "Well, not exactly," Mary replied. "Mr. Basnet had brought some papers to show me. We were going through them, but we'd almost done. Tell us about your party." Mary had a ruffled appearance, as if she had been running her fingers through her hair in the course of her conversation. She was dressed more or less like a Russian peasant girl. She sat down again in a chair which looked as if it had been her seat for some hours. The saucer which stood upon the arm contained the ashes of many cigarettes. Mr. Basnet, a very young man with a fresh complexion and a high forehead from which the hair was combed straight back, was one of that group of very able young men suspected by Mr. Clacton, justly, as it turned out, of an influence upon Mary Datchet. He had come down from one of the universities not long ago, and was now charged with the reformation of society. In connection with the rest of the group of very able young men, he had drawn up a scheme for the education of labor, for the amalgamation of the middle class and the working class, and for a joint assault of the two bodies, combined in the Society for the Education of Democracy, upon capital. The scheme had already reached the stage in which it was permissible to hire an office and engage a secretary, and he had been deputed to expound the scheme to Mary and make her an offer of the secretaryship, to which, as a matter of principle, a small salary was attached. Since 7 o'clock that evening he had been reading out loud the document in which the faith of the new reformers was expounded, but the reading was so frequently interrupted by discussion, and it was so often necessary to inform Mary in strictest confidence of the private characters and evil designs of certain individuals and societies that they were still only halfway through the manuscript. Neither of them realized that the talk had already lasted 3 hours. In their absorption they had forgotten even to feed the fire, and yet both Mr. Basnet in his exposition and Mary in her interrogation carefully preserved a kind of formality calculated to check the desire of the human mind for irrelevant discussion. Her questions frequently began, "Am I to understand?" and his replies invariably represented the views of someone called "we." By this time Mary was almost persuaded that she, too, was included in the "we," and agreed with Mr. Basnet in believing that our views, our society, our policy, stood for something quite definitely segregated from the main body of society in a circle of superior illumination. The appearance of Catherine in this atmosphere was extremely incongruous, and had the effect of making Mary remember all sorts of things that she had been glad to forget. "You've been dining out?" she asked again, looking with a little smile at the blue silk and the pearl-sewn shoes. "No, at home. Are you starting something new?" Catherine hazarded, rather hesitatingly, looking at the papers. "We are," Mr. Basnet replied. He said no more. "I'm thinking of leaving our friends in Russell Square," Mary explained. "I see. And then you will do something else?" "Well, I'm afraid I like working," said Mary. "Afraid?" said Mr. Basnet, conveying the impression that, in his opinion, no sensible person could be afraid of liking to work. "Yes," said Catherine, as if he had stated this opinion aloud. "I should like to start something off one's own bat. That's what I should like." "Yes, that's the fun," said Mr. Basnet, looking at her for the first time rather keenly, and refilling his pipe. "But you can't limit work, that's what I mean," said Mary. "I mean there are other sorts of work. No one works harder than a woman with little children." "Quite so," said Mr. Basnet. "It's precisely the women with babies we want to get hold of." He glanced at his document, rolled into a cylinder between his fingers, and gazed into the fire. Catherine felt that in this company anything that one said would be judged upon its merits. One had only to say what one thought, rather barely and tersely, with a curious assumption that the number of things that could properly be thought about was strictly limited, and Mr. Basnet was only stiff upon the surface. There was an intelligence in his face which attracted her intelligence. "When will the public know?" she asked. "What do you mean, about us?" Mr. Basnet asked, with a little smile. "That depends upon many things," said Mary. The conspirators looked pleased, as if Catherine's question, with the belief in their existence which it implied, had a warming effect upon them. "In starting a society such as we wish to start, we can't say any more at present," Mr. Basnet began, with a little jerk of his head. "There are two things to remember, the press and the public. Other societies, which shall be nameless, have gone under because they've appealed only to cranks. If you don't want a mutual admiration society, which dies as soon as you've all discovered each other's faults, you must nobble the press. You must appeal to the public." "That's the difficulty," said Mary thoughtfully. "That's where she comes in," said Mr. Basnet, jerking his head in Mary's direction. "She's the only one of us who's a capitalist. She can make a whole-time job of it. I'm tied to an office. I can only give my spare time." "Are you, by any chance, on the lookout for a job?" he asked Katharine, with a queer mixture of distrust and deference. "Marriage is her job at present," Mary replied for her. "Oh, I see," said Mr. Basnet. He made allowances for that. He and his friends had faced the question of sex, along with all others, and assigned it an honorable place in their scheme of life. Katharine felt this beneath the roughness of his manner, and a world entrusted to the guardianship of Mary Datchet and Mr. Basnet seemed to her a good world, although not a romantic or beautiful place, or, to put it figuratively, a place where any line of blue mist softly linked tree to tree upon the horizon. For a moment she thought she saw in his face, bent now over the fire, the features of that original man whom we still recall every now and then, although we know only the clerk, barrister, government official, or working-man variety of him. Not that Mr. Basnet, giving his days to commerce and his spare time to social reform, would long carry about him any trace of his possibilities of completeness, but, for the moment, in his youth and ardor, still speculative, still uncramped, one might imagine him the citizen of a nobler state than ours. Katharine turned over her small stock of information, and wondered what their society might be going to attempt. Then she remembered that she was hindering their business, and rose, still thinking of this society, and thus thinking, she said to Mr. Basnet, "Well, you'll ask me to join when the time comes, I hope." He nodded, and took his pipe from his mouth, but being unable to think of anything to say, he put it back again, although he would have been glad if she had stayed. Against her wish, Mary insisted upon taking her downstairs, and then, as there was no cab to be seen, they stood in the street together, looking about them. "Go back," Katharine urged her, thinking of Mr. Basnet with his papers in his hand. "You can't wander about the streets alone in those clothes," said Mary, but the desire to find a cab was not her true reason for standing beside Katharine for a minute or two. Unfortunately for her composure, Mr. Basnet and his papers seemed to her an incidental diversion of life's serious purpose compared with some tremendous fact which manifested itself as she stood alone with Katharine. It may have been their common womanhood. "Have you seen Ralph?" she asked suddenly, without preface. "Yes," said Katharine directly, but she did not remember when or where she had seen him. It took her a moment or two to remember why Mary should ask her if she had seen Ralph. "I believe I'm jealous," said Mary. "Nonsense, Mary," said Katharine rather distractedly, taking her arm and beginning to walk up the street in the direction of the main road. "Let me see, we went to Kew, and we agreed to be friends. Yes, that's what happened." Mary was silent, in the hope that Katharine would tell her more, but Katharine said nothing. "It's not a question of friendship," Mary exclaimed, her anger rising to her own surprise. "You know it's not. How can it be? I've no right to interfere." She stopped. "Only I'd rather Ralph wasn't hurt," she concluded. "I think he seems able to take care of himself," Katharine observed. Without either of them wishing it, a feeling of hostility had risen between them. "Do you really think it's worth it?" said Mary after a pause. "How can one tell?" Katharine asked. "Have you ever cared for any one?" Mary demanded rashly and foolishly. "I can't wander about London discussing my feelings. Here's a cab. No, there's someone in it." "We don't want to quarrel," said Mary. "Ought I to have told him that I wouldn't be his friend?" Katharine asked. "Shall I tell him that? If so, what reason shall I give him?" "Of course you can't tell him that," said Mary, controlling herself. "I believe I shall, though," said Katharine suddenly. "I lost my temper, Katharine. I shouldn't have said what I did." "The whole thing's foolish," said Katharine peremptorily. "That's what I say. It's not worth it." She spoke with unnecessary vehemence, but it was not directed against Mary Datchet. Their animosity had completely disappeared, and upon both of them a cloud of difficulty and darkness rested, obscuring the future, in which they had both to find a way. "No, no, it's not worth it," Katharine repeated. "Suppose, as you say, it's out of the question, this friendship. He falls in love with me. I don't want that. Still," she added, "I believe you exaggerate. Love's not everything. Marriage itself is only one of the things." They had reached the main thoroughfare, and stood looking at the omnibuses and passers-by, who seemed, for the moment, to illustrate what Katharine had said of the diversity of human interests. For both of them it had become one of those moments of extreme detachment, when it seems unnecessary ever again to shoulder the burden of happiness and self-assertive existence. Their neighbors were welcome to their possessions. "I don't lay down any rules," said Mary, recovering herself first, as they turned, after a pause of this description. "All I say is that you should know what you're about, for certain. But," she added, "I expect you do." At the same time she was profoundly perplexed, not only by what she knew of the arrangements for Katharine's marriage, but by the impression which she had of her, there on her arm, dark and inscrutable. They walked back again and reached the steps which led up to Mary's flat. Here they stopped and paused for a moment, saying nothing. "You must go in," said Katharine, rousing herself. "He's waiting all this time to go on with his reading." She glanced up at the lighted window near the top of the house, and they both looked at it and waited for a moment. A flight of semicircular steps ran up to the hall, and Mary slowly mounted the first 2 or 3, and paused, looking down upon Katharine. "I think you underrate the value of that emotion," she said slowly, and a little awkwardly. She climbed another step and looked down once more upon the figure that was only partly lit up, standing in the street with a colourless face turned upwards. As Mary hesitated, a cab came by, and Katharine turned and stopped it, saying, as she opened the door, "Remember, I want to belong to your society. Remember," she added, having to raise her voice a little, and shutting the door upon the rest of her words. Mary mounted the stairs step by step, as if she had to lift her body up an extremely steep ascent. She had had to wrench herself forcibly away from Katharine, and every step vanquished her desire. She held on grimly, encouraging herself as though she were actually making some great physical effort in climbing a height. She was conscious that Mr. Basnet, sitting at the top of the stairs with his documents, offered her solid footing if she were capable of reaching it. The knowledge gave her a faint sense of exultation. Mr. Basnet raised his eyes as she opened the door. "I'll go on where I left off," he said. "Stop me if you want anything explained." He had been rereading the document, and making pencil notes in the margin while he waited, and he went on again as if there had been no interruption. Mary sat down among the flat cushions, lit another cigarette, and listened with a frown upon her face. Katharine leant back in the corner of the cab that carried her to Chelsea, conscious of fatigue, and conscious, too, of the sober and satisfactory nature of such industry as she had just witnessed. The thought of it composed and calmed her. When she reached home she let herself in as quietly as she could, in the hope that the household was already gone to bed. But her excursion had occupied less time than she thought, and she heard sounds of unmistakable liveliness upstairs. A door opened, and she drew herself into a ground-floor room in case the sound meant that Mr. Peyton were taking his leave. From where she stood she could see the stairs, though she was herself invisible. Someone was coming down the stairs, and now she saw that it was William Rodney. He looked a little strange, as if he were walking in his sleep. His lips moved as if he were acting some part to himself. He came down very slowly, step by step, with one hand upon the banisters to guide himself. She thought he looked as if he were in some mood of high exultation, which it made her uncomfortable to witness any longer unseen. She stepped into the hall. He gave a great start upon seeing her, and stopped. "Catherine!" he exclaimed. "You've been out?" he asked. "Yes. Are they still up?" He did not answer, and walked into the ground-floor room through the door which stood open. "It's been more wonderful than I can tell you," he said. "I'm incredibly happy." He was scarcely addressing her, and she said nothing. For a moment they stood at opposite sides of a table, saying nothing. Then he asked her quickly, "But tell me, how did it seem to you? What do you think, Catherine? Is there a chance that she likes me? Tell me, Catherine." Before she could answer, a door opened on the landing above and disturbed them. It disturbed William excessively. He started back, walked rapidly into the hall, and said in a loud and ostentatiously ordinary tone, "Good night, Catherine. Go to bed now. I shall see you soon. I hope I shall be able to come tomorrow." Next moment he was gone. She went upstairs and found Cassandra on the landing. She held 2 or 3 books in her hand, and she was stooping to look at others in a little bookcase. She said that she could never tell which book she wanted to read in bed, poetry, biography, or metaphysics. "What do you read in bed, Catherine?" she asked, as they walked upstairs side by side. "Sometimes one thing, sometimes another," said Catherine vaguely. Cassandra looked at her. "Do you know, you're extraordinarily queer," she said. "Everyone seems to me a little queer. Perhaps it's the effect of London." "Is William queer, too?" Catherine asked. "Well, I think he is a little," Cassandra replied. "Queer, but very fascinating. I shall read Milton to-night. It's been one of the happiest nights of my life, Catherine," she added, looking with shy devotion at her cousin's beautiful face. End of chapter 26. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Night and Day by Virginia Woolf. Chapter 27. London in the first days of spring has buds that open and flowers that suddenly shake their petals, white, purple, or crimson, in competition with the display in the garden beds, although these city flowers are merely so many doors flung wide in Bond Street and the neighborhood, inviting you to look at a picture, or hear a symphony, or merely crowd and crush yourself among all sorts of vocal, excitable, brightly colored human beings. But all the same, it is no mean rival to the quieter process of vegetable fluorescence. Whether or not there is a generous motive at the root, a desire to share and impart, or whether the animation is purely that of insensate fervor and friction, the effect, while it lasts, certainly encourages those who are young, and those who are ignorant, to think the world one great bazaar, with banners fluttering and divans heaped with spoils from every quarter of the globe for their delight. As Cassandra Otway went about London provided with shillings that opened turnstiles, or more often with large white cards that disregarded turnstiles, the city seemed to her the most lavish and hospitable of hosts. After visiting the National Gallery or Hertford House, or hearing Brahms or Beethoven at the Bechstein Hall, she would come back to find a new person awaiting her, in whose soul were embedded some grains of the invaluable substance which she still called reality, and still believed that she could find. The Hilberys, as the saying is, knew everyone, and that arrogant claim was certainly upheld by the number of houses which, within a certain area, lit their lamps at night, opened their doors after 3 p.m., and admitted the Hilberys to their dining rooms, say once a month. An indefinable freedom and authority of manner, shared by most of the people who lived in these houses, seemed to indicate that whether it was a question of art, music, or government, they were well within the gates, and could smile indulgently at the vast mass of humanity which is forced to wait and struggle, and pay for entrance with common coin at the door. The gates opened instantly to admit Cassandra. She was naturally critical of what went on inside, and inclined to quote what Henry would have said, but she often succeeded in contradicting Henry in his absence, and invariably paid her partner at dinner, or the kind old lady who remembered her grandmother, the compliment of believing that there was meaning in what they said. For the sake of the light in her eager eyes, much crudity of expression and some untidiness of person were forgiven her. It was generally felt that, given a year or two of experience, introduced to good dressmakers, and preserved from bad influences, she would be an acquisition. These elderly ladies, who sit on the edge of ballrooms sampling the stuff of humanity between finger and thumb, and breathing so evenly that the necklaces, which rise and fall upon their breasts, seem to represent some elemental force, such as the waves upon the ocean of humanity, concluded, a little smilingly, that she would do. They meant that she would in all probability marry some young man whose mother they respected. William Rodney was fertile in suggestions. He knew of little galleries and select concerts and private performances, and somehow made time to meet Catherine and Cassandra, and to give them tea or dinner or supper in his rooms afterwards. Each one of her 14 days thus promised to bear some bright illumination in its sober text. But Sunday approached. The day is usually dedicated to nature. The weather was almost kindly enough for an expedition, but Cassandra rejected Hampton Court, Greenwich, Richmond, and Kew in favor of the Zoological Gardens. She had once trifled with the psychology of animals, and still knew something about inherited characteristics. On Sunday afternoon, therefore, Catherine, Cassandra, and William Rodney drove off to the zoo. As their cab approached the entrance, Catherine bent forward and waved her hand to a young man who was walking rapidly in the same direction. "There's Ralph Denham," she exclaimed. "I told him to meet us here," she added. She had even come provided with a ticket for him. William's objection that he would not be admitted was, therefore, silenced directly. But the way in which the two men greeted each other was significant of what was going to happen. As soon as they had admired the little birds in the large cage, William and Cassandra lagged behind, and Ralph and Catherine pressed on rather in advance. It was an arrangement in which William took his part, and one that suited his convenience, but he was annoyed all the same. He thought that Catherine should have told him that she had invited Denham to meet them. "One of Catherine's friends," he said rather sharply. It was clear that he was irritated, and Cassandra felt for his annoyance. They were standing by the pen of some Oriental hog, and she was prodding the brute gently with the point of her umbrella, when 1,000 little observations seemed, in some way, to collect in one centre. The centre was one of intense and curious emotion. Were they happy? She dismissed the question as she asked it, scorning herself for applying such simple measures to the rare and splendid emotions of so unique a couple. Nevertheless, her manner became immediately different, as if for the first time she felt consciously womanly, and as if William might conceivably wish later on to confide in her. She forgot all about the psychology of animals and the recurrence of blue eyes and brown, and became instantly engrossed in her feelings as a woman who could administer consolation, and she hoped that Catherine would keep ahead with Mr. Denham, as a child who plays at being grown up hopes that her mother won't come in just yet and spoil the game. Or was it not rather that she had ceased to play at being grown up, and was conscious suddenly that she was alarmingly mature and in earnest? There was still unbroken silence between Catherine and Ralph Denham, but the occupants of the different cages served instead of speech. "What have you been doing since we met?" Ralph asked at length. "Doing?" she pondered. "Walking in and out of other people's houses. I wonder if these animals are happy," she speculated, stopping before a gray bear who was philosophically playing with a tassel which once, perhaps, formed part of a lady's parasol. "I'm afraid Rodney didn't like my coming," Ralph remarked. "No, but he'll soon get over that," she replied. The detachment expressed by her voice puzzled Ralph, and he would have been glad if she had explained her meaning further, but he was not going to press her for explanations. Each moment was to be, as far as he could make it, complete in itself, owing nothing of its happiness to explanations, borrowing neither bright nor dark tints from the future. "The bears seem happy," he remarked, "but we must buy them a bag of something. There's the place to buy buns. Let's go and get them." They walked to the counter piled with little paper bags, and each simultaneously produced a shilling and pressed it upon the young lady, who did not know whether to oblige the lady or the gentleman, but decided, from conventional reasons, that it was the part of the gentleman to pay. "I wish to pay," said Ralph peremptorily, refusing the coin which Katharine tendered. "I have a reason for what I do," he added, seeing her smile at his tone of decision. "I believe you have a reason for everything," she agreed, breaking the bun into parts and tossing them down the bears' throats. "But I can't believe it's a good one this time. What's your reason?" He refused to tell her. He could not explain to her that he was offering up consciously all his happiness to her, and wished, absurdly enough, to pour every possession he had upon the blazing pyre, even his silver and gold. He wished to keep this distance between them, the distance which separates the devotee from the image in the shrine. Circumstances conspired to make this easier than it would have been had they been seated in a drawing-room, for example, with a tea-tray between them. He saw her against the background of pale grottos and sleek hides. Camels slanted their heavy-lidded eyes at her, giraffes fastidiously observed her from their melancholy eminence, and the pink-lined trunks of elephants cautiously abstracted buns from her outstretched hands. Then there were the hothouses. He saw her bending over pythons coiled upon the sand, or considering the brown rock breaking the stagnant water of the alligators' pool, or searching some minute section of tropical forest for the golden eye of a lizard or the indrawn movement of the green frog's flanks. In particular, he saw her outlined against the deep green waters, in which squadrons of silvery fish wheeled incessantly, or ogled her for a moment, pressing their distorted mouths against the glass, quivering their tails straight out behind them. Again, there was the insect house, where she lifted the blinds of the little cages, and marveled at the purple circles marked upon the rich tussore wings of some lately emerged and semi-conscious butterfly, or at caterpillars immobile like the knobbed twigs of a pale-skinned tree, or at slim green snakes stabbing the glass wall again and again with their flickering cleft tongues. The heat of the air and the bloom of heavy flowers, which swam in water or rose stiffly from great red jars, together with a display of curious patterns and fantastic shapes, produced an atmosphere in which human beings tended to look pale and to fall silent. Opening the door of a house which rang with the mocking and profoundly unhappy laughter of monkeys, they discovered William and Cassandra. William appeared to be tempting some small reluctant animal to descend from an upper perch to partake of half an apple. Cassandra was reading out, in her high-pitched tones, an account of this creature's secluded disposition and nocturnal habits. She saw Katharine and exclaimed, "Here you are! Do prevent William from torturing this unfortunate Ai." "We thought we'd lost you," said William. He looked from one to the other, and seemed to take stock of Denham's unfashionable appearance. He seemed to wish to find some outlet for malevolence, but failing one, he remained silent. The glance, the slight quiver of the upper lip, were not lost upon Katharine. "William isn't kind to animals," she remarked. "He doesn't know what they like and what they don't like." "I take it you're well versed in these matters, Denham," said Rodney, withdrawing his hand with the apple. "It's mainly a question of knowing how to stroke them," Denham replied. "Which is the way to the reptile house?" Cassandra asked him, not from a genuine desire to visit the reptiles, but in obedience to her new-born feminine susceptibility, which urged her to charm and conciliate the other sex. Denham began to give her directions, and Katharine and William moved on together. "I hope you've had a pleasant afternoon," William remarked. "I like Ralph Denham," she replied. "Ça se voit," William returned with superficial urbanity. Many retorts were obvious, but wishing, on the whole, for peace, Katharine merely inquired, "Are you coming back to tea?" "Cassandra and I thought of having tea at a little shop in Portland Place," he replied. "I don't know whether you and Denham would care to join us." "I'll ask him," she replied, turning her head to look for him, but he and Cassandra were absorbed in the once more. William and Catherine watched them for a moment, and each looked curiously at the object of the other's preference. But resting his eye upon Cassandra, to whose elegance the dressmakers had now done justice, William said sharply, "If you come, I hope you won't do your best to make me ridiculous." "If that's what you're afraid of, I certainly shan't come," Catherine replied. They were professedly looking into the enormous central cage of monkeys, and being thoroughly annoyed by William, she compared him to a wretched misanthropical ape, huddled in a scrap of old shawl at the end of a pole, darting peevish glances of suspicion and distrust at his companions. Her tolerance was deserting her. The events of the past week had worn it thin. She was in one of those moods, perhaps not uncommon with either sex, when the other becomes very clearly distinguished and of contemptible baseness, so that the necessity of association is degrading, and the tie, which at such moments is always extremely close, drags like a halter round the neck. William's exacting demands and his jealousy had pulled her down into some horrible swamp of her nature, where the primeval struggle between man and woman still rages. "You seem to delight in hurting me," William persisted. "Why did you say that just now about my behavior to animals?" As he spoke, he rattled his stick against the bars of the cage, which gave his words an accompaniment peculiarly exasperating to Catherine's nerves. "Because it's true. You never see what any one feels," she said. "You think of no one but yourself." "That is not true," said William. By his determined rattling, he had now collected the animated attention of some half-dozen apes. Either to propitiate them, or to show his consideration for their feelings, he proceeded to offer them the apple which he held. The sight, unfortunately, was so comically apt in its illustration of the picture in her mind, the ruse was so transparent, that Catherine was seized with laughter. She laughed uncontrollably. William flushed red. No display of anger could have hurt his feelings more profoundly. It was not only that she was laughing at him, the detachment of the sound was horrible. "I don't know what you're laughing at," he muttered, and turning, found that the other couple had rejoined them. As if the matter had been privately agreed upon, the couple separated once more, Catherine and Denham passing out of the house without more than a perfunctory glance round them. Denham obeyed what seemed to be Catherine's wish in thus making haste. Some change had come over her. He connected it with her laughter and her few words in private with Rodney. He felt that she had become unfriendly to him. She talked, but her remarks were indifferent, and when he spoke her attention seemed to wander. This change of mood was at first extremely disagreeable to him, but soon he found it salutary. The pale, drizzling atmosphere of the day affected him also. The charm, the insidious magic in which he had luxuriated, were suddenly gone. His feeling had become one of friendly respect, and to his great pleasure he found himself thinking spontaneously of the relief of finding himself alone in his room that night. In his surprise at the suddenness of the change, and at the extent of his freedom, he bethought him of a daring plan, by which the ghost of Catherine could be more effectually exorcised than by mere abstinence. He would ask her to come home with him to tea. He would force her through the mill of family life. He would place her in a light unsparing and revealing. His family would find nothing to admire in her, and she, he felt certain, would despise them all, and this, too, would help him. He felt himself becoming more and more merciless towards her. By such courageous measures any one, he thought, could end the absurd passions which were the cause of so much pain and waste. He could foresee a time when his experiences, his discovery, and his triumph were made available for younger brothers who found themselves in the same predicament. He looked at his watch, and remarked that the gardens would soon be closed. "Anyhow," he said, "I think we've seen enough for one afternoon. Where have the others got to?" He looked over his shoulder, and seeing no trace of them, remarked at once, "We'd better be independent of them. The best plan will be for you to come back to tea with me." "Why shouldn't you come with me?" she asked. "Because we're next door to Highgate here," he replied promptly. She assented, having very little notion whether Highgate was next door to Regent's Park or not. She was only glad to put off her return to the family tea-table in Chelsea for an hour or two. They proceeded with dogged determination through the winding roads of Regent's Park and the Sunday-stricken streets of the neighborhood in the direction of the Tube station. Ignorant of the way, she resigned herself entirely to him, and found his silence a convenient cover beneath which to continue her anger with Rodney. When they stepped out of the train into the still grayer gloom of Highgate, she wondered for the first time where he was taking her. Had he a family, or did he live alone in rooms? On the whole, she was inclined to believe that he was the only son of an aged and possibly invalid mother. She sketched lightly, upon the blank vista down which they walked, the little white house and the tremulous old lady rising from behind her tea-table to greet her with faltering words about "my son's friends," and was on the point of asking Ralph to tell her what she might expect, when he jerked open one of the infinite number of identical wooden doors, and led her up a tiled path to a porch in the Alpine style of architecture. As they listened to the shaking of the bell in the basement, she could summon no vision to replace the one so rudely destroyed. "I must warn you to expect a family party," said Ralph. "They're mostly in on Sundays. We can go to my room afterwards." "Have you many brothers and sisters?" she asked, without concealing her dismay. "6 or 7, he replied grimly, as the door opened. While Ralph took off his coat, she had time to notice the ferns and photographs and draperies, and to hear a hum, or rather a babble, of voices talking each other down from the sound of them. The rigidity of extreme shyness came over her. She kept as far behind Denham as she could, and walked stiffly after him into a room blazing with unshaded lights, which fell upon a number of people of different ages, sitting round a large dining-room table untidily strewn with food, and unflinchingly lit up by incandescent gas. Ralph walked straight to the far end of the table. "Mother, this is Miss Hilbery," he said. A large elderly lady, bent over an unsatisfactory spirit lamp, looked up with a little frown, and observed, "I beg your pardon. I thought you were one of my own girls. Dorothy," she continued on the same breath, to catch the servant before she left the room, "we shall want some more methylated spirits, unless the lamp itself is out of order. If one of you could invent a good spirit lamp—" She sighed, looking generally down the table, and then began seeking among the china before her for 2 clean cups for the newcomers. The unsparing light revealed more ugliness than Catherine had seen in one room for a very long time. It was the ugliness of enormous folds of brown material, looped and festooned, of plush curtains from which depended balls and fringes, partially concealing bookshelves swollen with black school texts. Her eye was arrested by crossed scabbards of fretted wood upon the dull green wall, and wherever there was a high flat eminence, some fern waved from a pot of crinkled china, or a bronze horse reared so high that the stump of a tree had to sustain his forequarters. The waters of family life seemed to rise and close over her head, and she munched in silence. At length Mrs. Denham looked up from her teacups and remarked, "You see, Miss Hilbery, my children all come in at different hours, and want different things. The tray should go up if you're done, Johnny. My boy Charles is in bed with a cold. What else can you expect, standing in the wet playing football? We did try drawing-room tea, but it didn't do." A boy of 16, who appeared to be Johnny, grumbled derisively both at the notion of drawing-room tea and at the necessity of carrying a tray up to his brother. But he took himself off, being enjoined by his mother to mind what he was doing, and shut the door after him. "It's much nicer like this," said Catherine, applying herself with determination to the dissection of her cake. They had given her too large a slice. She knew that Mrs. Denham suspected her of critical comparisons. She knew that she was making poor progress with her cake. Mrs. Denham had looked at her sufficiently often to make it clear to Catherine that she was asking who this young woman was, and why Ralph had brought her to tea with them. There was an obvious reason, which Mrs. Denham had probably reached by this time. Outwardly she was behaving with rather rusty and laborious civility, She was making conversation about the amenities of Highgate, its development and situation. "When I first married," she said, "Highgate was quite separate from London, Miss Hilbery, and this house, though you wouldn't believe it, had a view of apple orchards. That was before the Middletons built their house in front of us." "It must be a great advantage to live at the top of a hill," said Katharine. Mrs. Denham agreed effusively, as if her opinion of Katharine's sense had risen. "Yes, indeed, we find it very healthy," she said, and she went on, as people who live in the suburbs so often do, to prove that it was healthier, more convenient, and less spoilt than any suburb round London. She spoke with such emphasis that it was quite obvious that she expressed unpopular views, and that her children disagreed with her. "The ceiling's fallen down in the pantry again," said Hester, a girl of 18, abruptly. "The whole house will be down one of these days," James muttered. "Nonsense," said Mrs. Denham. "It's only a little bit of plaster. I don't see how any house could be expected to stand the wear and tear you give it." Here some family joke exploded, which Katharine could not follow. Even Mrs. Denham laughed against her will. "Miss Hilbery's thinking us all so rude," she added reprovingly. Miss Hilbery smiled and shook her head, and was conscious that a great many eyes rested upon her for a moment, as if they would find pleasure in discussing her when she was gone. Owing perhaps to this critical glance, Katharine decided that Ralph Denham's family was commonplace, unshapely, lacking in charm, and fitly expressed by the hideous nature of their furniture and decorations. She glanced along a mantelpiece ranged with bronze chariots, silver vases, and china ornaments that were either facetious or eccentric. She did not apply her judgment consciously to Ralph, but when she looked at him a moment later, she rated him lower than at any other time of their acquaintanceship. He had made no effort to tide over the discomforts of her introduction, and now, engaged in argument with his brother, apparently forgot her presence. She must have counted upon his support more than she realized, for this indifference, emphasized as it was by the insignificant commonplace of his surroundings, awoke her not only to that ugliness, but to her own folly. She thought of one scene after another in a few seconds, with that shudder which is almost a blush. She had believed him when he spoke of friendship. She had believed in a spiritual light burning steadily and steadfastly behind the erratic disorder and incoherence of life. The light was now gone out, suddenly, as if a sponge had blotted it. The litter of the table and the tedious but exacting conversation of Mrs. Denham remained. They struck, indeed, upon a mind bereft of all defences, and keenly conscious of the degradation which is the result of strife, whether victorious or not. She thought gloomily of her loneliness, of life's futility, of the barren prose of reality, of William Rodney, of her mother, and the unfinished book. Her answers to Mrs. Denham were perfunctory to the verge of rudeness, and to Ralph, who watched her narrowly, she seemed further away than was compatible with her physical closeness. He glanced at her, and ground out further steps in his argument, determined that no folly should remain when this experience was over. Next moment a silence, sudden and complete, descended upon them all. The silence of all these people round the untidy table was enormous and hideous. Something horrible seemed about to burst from it, but they endured it obstinately. A second later the door opened, and there was a stir of relief. Cries of "Hullo, Joan! There's nothing left for you to eat!" broke up the oppressive concentration of so many eyes upon the tablecloth, and set the waters of family life dashing in brisk little waves again. It was obvious that Joan had some mysterious and beneficent power upon her family. She went up to Katharine as if she had heard of her, and was very glad to see her at last. She explained that she had been visiting an uncle who was ill, and that had kept her. No, she hadn't had any tea, but a slice of bread would do. Someone handed up a hot cake, which had been keeping warm in the fender. She sat down by her mother's side. Mrs. Denham's anxiety seemed to relax, and every one began eating and drinking as if the tea had begun over again. Hester voluntarily explained to Katharine that she was reading to pass some examination, because she wanted more than anything in the world to go to Newnham. "Now just let me hear you decline a mot, I love," Johnny demanded. "No, Johnny, no Greek at meal-times," said Joan, overhearing him instantly. "She's up at all hours of the night over her books, Miss Hilbery, and I'm sure that's not the way to pass examinations," she went on, smiling at Katharine, with the worried, humorous smile of the elder sister, whose younger brothers and sisters have become almost like children of her own. "Joan, you don't really think that amo is Greek?" Ralph asked. "Did I say Greek? Well, never mind. No dead languages at tea-time. My dear boy, don't trouble to make me any toast." "Or if you do, surely there's the toasting fork somewhere," said Mrs. Denham, still cherishing the belief that the bread-knife could be spoilt. "Do one of you ring and ask for one," she said, without any conviction that she would be obeyed. "But is Anne coming to be with Uncle Joseph?" she continued. "If so, surely they had better send Amy to us." And in the mysterious delight of learning further details of these arrangements, and suggesting more sensible plans of her own, which, from the aggrieved way in which she spoke, she did not seem to expect anyone to adopt, Mrs. Denham completely forgot the presence of a well-dressed visitor who had to be informed about the amenities of Highgate. As soon as Joan had taken her seat, an argument had sprung up on either side of Katharine as to whether the Salvation Army has any right to play hymns at street corners on Sunday mornings, thereby making it impossible for James to have his sleep out, and tampering with the rights of individual liberty. "You see, James likes to lie in bed and sleep like a hog," said Johnny, explaining himself to Katharine, whereupon James fired up, and, making her his goal, also exclaimed, "Because Sundays are my one chance in the week of having my sleep out. Johnny messes with stinking chemicals in the pantry." They appealed to her, and she forgot her cake and began to laugh and talk and argue with sudden animation. The large family seemed to her so warm and various that she forgot to censure them for their taste in pottery. But the personal question between James and Johnny merged into some argument already apparently debated, so that the parts had been distributed among the family, in which Ralph took the lead, and Katharine found herself opposed to him and the champion of Johnny's cause, who, it appeared, always lost his head and got excited in argument with Ralph. "Yes, yes, that's what I mean. She's got it right," he exclaimed, after Katharine had restated his case and made it more precise. The debate was left almost solely to Katharine and Ralph. They looked into each other's eyes fixedly, like wrestlers trying to see what movement is coming next. And while Ralph spoke, Katharine bit her lower lip, and was always ready with her next point as soon as he had done. They were very well matched, and held the opposite views. But at the most exciting stage of the argument, for no reason that Katharine could see, all chairs were pushed back, and one after another the Denham family got up and went out of the door, as if a bell had summoned them. She was not used to the clockwork regulations of a large family. She hesitated in what she was saying, and rose. Mrs. Denham and Joan had drawn together and stood by the fireplace, slightly raising their skirts above their ankles, and discussing something which had an air of being very serious and very private. They appeared to have forgotten her presence among them. Ralph stood holding the door open for her. "Won't you come up to my room?" he said, and Katharine, glancing back at Joan, who smiled at her in a preoccupied way, followed Ralph upstairs. She was thinking of their argument, and when, after the long climb, he opened his door, she began at once. "The question is, then, at what point is it right for the individual to assert his will against the will of the state?" For some time they continued the argument, and then the intervals between one statement and the next became longer and longer, and they spoke more speculatively and less pugnaciously, and at last fell silent. Katharine went over the argument in her mind, remembering how, now and then, it had been set conspicuously on the right course by some remark offered either by James or by Johnny. "Your brothers are very clever," she said. "I suppose you're in the habit of arguing?" "James and Johnny will go on like that for hours," Ralph replied. "So will Hester, if you start her upon Elizabethan dramatists." "And the little girl with the pigtail?" "Molly? She's only 10. But they're always arguing among themselves." He was immensely pleased by Catherine's praise of his brothers and sisters. He would have liked to go on telling her about them, but he checked himself. "I see that it must be difficult to leave them," Catherine continued. His deep pride in his family was more evident to him at that moment than ever before, and the idea of living alone in a cottage was ridiculous. All that brotherhood and sisterhood, and a common childhood and a common past mean, all the stability, the unambitious comradeship, and tacit understanding of family life at its best, came to his mind, and he thought of them as a company, of which he was the leader, bound on a difficult, dreary, but glorious voyage. And it was Catherine who had opened his eyes to this, he thought. A little dry chirp from the corner of the room now roused her attention. "My tame rook," he explained briefly. "A cat had bitten off one of its legs." She looked at the rook, and her eyes went from one object to another. "You sit here and read?" she said, her eyes resting upon his books. He said that he was in the habit of working here at night. "The great advantage of Highgate is the view over London. At night the view from my window is splendid." He was extremely anxious that she should appreciate his view, and she rose to see what was to be seen. It was already dark enough for the turbulent haze to be yellow with the light of street lamps, and she tried to determine the quarters of the city beneath her. The sight of her gazing from his window gave him a peculiar satisfaction. When she turned at length, he was still sitting motionless in his chair. "It must be late," she said. "I must be going." She settled upon the arm of the chair irresolutely, thinking that she had no wish to go home. William would be there, and he would find some way of making things unpleasant for her, and the memory of their quarrel came back to her. She had noticed Ralph's coldness, too. She looked at him, and from his fixed stare she thought that he must be working out some theory, some argument. He had thought, perhaps, of some fresh point in his position as to the bounds of personal liberty. She waited silently, thinking about liberty. "You've won again," he said at last, without moving. "I've won?" she repeated, thinking of the argument. "I wish to God I hadn't asked you here," he burst out. "What do you mean?" "When you're here, it's different. I'm happy. You've only to walk to the window. You've only to talk about liberty. When I saw you down there among them all—" He stopped short. "You thought how ordinary I was." "I tried to think so. But I thought you were more wonderful than ever." An immense relief, and a reluctance to enjoy that relief, conflicted in her heart. She slid down into the chair. "I thought you disliked me," she said. "God knows I tried," he replied. "I've done my best to see you as you are, without any of this damned romantic nonsense. That was why I asked you here, and it's increased my folly. When you're gone, I shall look out of that window and think of you. I shall waste the whole evening thinking of you. I shall waste my whole life, I believe." He spoke with such vehemence that her relief disappeared. She frowned, and her tone changed to one almost of severity. "This is what I foretold. We shall gain nothing but unhappiness. Look at me, Ralph." He looked at her. "I assure you that I'm far more ordinary than I appear. Beauty means nothing whatever. In fact, the most beautiful women are generally the most stupid. I'm not that, but I'm a matter-of-fact, prosaic, rather ordinary character. I order the dinner, I pay the bills, I do the accounts, I wind up the clock, and I never look at a book." "You forget," he began, but she would not let him speak. "You come and see me among flowers and pictures, and think me mysterious, romantic, and all the rest of it. Being yourself very inexperienced and very emotional, you go home and invent a story about me, and now you can't separate me from the person you've imagined me to be. You call that, I suppose, being in love. As a matter of fact, it's being in delusion. All romantic people are the same," she added. "My mother spends her life in making stories about the people she's fond of, but I won't have you do it about me if I can help it." "You can't help it," he said. "I warn you, it's the source of all evil." "And of all good," he added. "You'll find out that I'm not what you think me." "Perhaps." but I shall gain more than I lose." "If such gain's worth having—" They were silent for a space. "That may be what we have to face," he said. "There may be nothing else, nothing but what we imagine." "The reason of our loneliness," she mused, and they were silent for a time. "When are you to be married?" he asked abruptly, with a change of tone. "Not till September, I think. It's been put off." "You won't be lonely then," he said. "According to what people say, marriage is a very queer business. They say it's different from anything else. It may be true. I've known one or two cases where it seems to be true." He hoped that she would go on with the subject, but she made no reply. He had done his best to master himself, and his voice was sufficiently indifferent, but her silence tormented him. She would never speak to him of Rodney of her own accord, and her reserve left a whole continent of her soul in darkness. "It may be put off even longer than that," she said, as if by an afterthought. "Someone in the office is ill, and William has to take his place. We may put it off for some time, in fact." "That's rather hard on him, isn't it?" Ralph asked. "He has his work," she replied. "He has lots of things that interest him. I know, I've been to that place." She broke off, pointing to a photograph. "But I can't remember where it is. Oh, of course, it's Oxford. Now what about your cottage?" "I'm not going to take it." "How you change your mind!" She smiled. "It's not that," he said impatiently. "It's that I want to be where I can see you." "Our compact is going to hold in spite of all I've said?" she asked. "Forever, as far as I'm concerned," he replied. "You're going to go on dreaming and imagining and making up stories about me as you walk along the street, and pretending that we're riding in a forest or landing on an island?" "No, I shall think of you ordering dinner, paying bills, doing the accounts, showing old ladies the relics." "That's better," she said. "You can think of me tomorrow morning, looking up dates in the Dictionary of National Biography." "And forgetting your purse," Ralph added. At this she smiled, but in another moment her smile faded, either because of his words or of the way in which he spoke them. She was capable of forgetting things. He saw that. But what more did he see? Was he not looking at something she had never shown to anybody? Was it not something so profound that the notion of his seeing it almost shocked her? Her smile faded, and for a moment she seemed upon the point of speaking. But looking at him in silence, This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Night and Day by Virginia Woolf. Chapter 28. Like a strain of music, the effect of Catherine's presence slowly died from the room in which Ralph sat alone. The music had ceased in the rapture of its melody. He strained to catch the faintest lingering echoes. For a moment the memory lulled him into peace, but soon it failed, and he paced the room so hungry for the sound to come again that he was conscious of no other desire left in life. She had gone without speaking. Abruptly a chasm had been cut in his course, down which the tide of his being plunged in disorder, fell upon rocks, flung itself to destruction. The distress had an effect of physical ruin and disaster. He trembled, he was white, he felt exhausted, as if by a great physical effort. He sank at last into a chair standing opposite her empty one, and marked mechanically, with his eye upon the clock, how she went farther and farther from him, was home now, and now doubtless again with Rodney. But it was long before he could realize these facts. The immense desire for her presence churned his senses into foam, into froth, into a haze of emotion that removed all facts from his grasp, and gave him a strange sense of distance, even from the material shapes of wall and window by which he was surrounded. The prospect of the future, now that the strength of his passion was revealed to him, appalled him. The marriage would take place in September, she had said. That allowed him, then, 6 full months in which to undergo these terrible extremes of emotion, 6 months of torture, and after that the silence of the grave, the isolation of the insane, the exile of the damned. At best, a life from which the chief good was knowingly and forever excluded. An impartial judge might have assured him that his chief hope of recovery lay in this mystic temper, which identified a living woman with much that no human beings long possess in the eyes of each other. She would pass, and the desire for her vanish, but his belief in what she stood for, detached from her, would remain. This line of thought offered, perhaps, some respite, and possessed of a brain that had its station considerably above the tumult of the senses, he tried to reduce the vague and wandering incoherency of his emotions to order. The sense of self-preservation was strong in him, and Catherine herself had strangely revived it by convincing him that his family deserved and needed all his strength. She was right, and for their sake, if not for his own, this passion, which could bear no fruit, must be cut off, uprooted, shown to be as visionary and baseless as she had maintained. The best way of achieving this was not to run away from her, but to face her, and having steeped himself in her qualities, to convince his reason that they were, as she assured him, not those that he imagined. She was a practical woman, a domestic wife for an inferior poet, endowed with romantic beauty by some freak of unintelligent nature. No doubt her beauty itself would not stand examination. He had the means of settling this point, at least. He possessed a book of photographs from the Greek statues. The head of a goddess, if the lower part were concealed, had often given him the ecstasy of being in Catherine's presence. He took it down from the shelf and found the picture. To this he added a note from her, bidding him to meet her at the zoo. He had a flower which he had picked at Kew to teach her botany. Such were his relics. He placed them before him, and set himself to visualize her so clearly that no deception or delusion was possible. In a second he could see her, with the sun slanting across her dress, coming towards him down the green walk at Kew. He made her sit upon the seat beside him. He heard her voice, so low and yet so decided in its tone. She spoke reasonably of indifferent matters. He could see her faults and analyze her virtues. His pulse became quieter, and his brain increased in clarity. This time she could not escape him. The illusion of her presence became more and more complete. They seemed to pass in and out of each other's minds, questioning and answering. The utmost fullness of communion seemed to be theirs. Thus united, he felt himself raised to an eminence, exalted, and filled with a power of achievement such as he had never known in singleness. Once more he told over, conscientiously, her faults, both of face and character. They were clearly known to him, but they merged themselves in the flawless union that was born of their association. They surveyed life to its uttermost limits. How deep it was when looked at from this height! How sublime! How the commonest things moved him almost to tears! Thus he forgot the inevitable limitations. He forgot her absence. He thought it of no account whether she married him or another. Nothing mattered, save that she should exist, and that he should love her. Some words of these reflections were uttered aloud, and it happened that among them were the words, "I love her." It was the first time that he had used the word love to describe his feeling. Madness, romance, hallucination, he had called it by these names before, but having, apparently by accident, stumbled upon the word love, he repeated it again and again with a sense of revelation. "But I'm in love with you," he exclaimed, with something like dismay. He leant against the window-sill, looking over the city as she had looked. Everything had become miraculously different and completely distinct. His feelings were justified and needed no further explanation, but he must impart them to some one, because his discovery was so important that it concerned other people too. Shutting the book of Greek photographs and hiding his relics, he ran downstairs, snatched his coat, and passed out of doors. The lamps were being lit, but the streets were dark enough and empty enough to let him walk his fastest, and to talk aloud as he walked. He had no doubt where he was going. He was going to find Mary Datchet. The desire to share what he felt with someone who understood it was so imperious that he did not question it. He was soon in her street. He ran up the stairs leading to her flat 2 steps at a time, and it never crossed his mind that she might not be at home. As he rang her bell, he seemed to himself to be announcing the presence of something wonderful that was separate from himself, and gave him power and authority over all other people. Mary came to the door after a moment's pause. He was perfectly silent, and in the dusk his face looked completely white. He followed her into her room. "Do you know each other?" she said, to his extreme surprise, for he had counted on finding her alone. A young man rose and said that he knew Ralph by sight. "We were just going through some papers," said Mary. "Mr. Basnet has to help me, because I don't know much about my work yet. It's the new society," she explained. "I'm the secretary. I'm no longer at Russell Square." The voice in which she gave this information was so constrained as to sound almost harsh. "What are your aims?" said Ralph. He looked neither at Mary nor at Mr. Basnet. Mr. Basnet thought he had seldom seen a more disagreeable or formidable man than this friend of Mary's, this sarcastic-looking, white-faced Mr. Denham, who seemed to demand, as if by right, an account of their proposals, and to criticize them before he had heard them. Nevertheless, he explained his projects as clearly as he could, and knew that he wished Mr. Denham to think well of them. "I see," said Ralph when he had done. "Do you know, Mary," he suddenly remarked, "I believe I'm in for a cold. Have you any quinine?" The look which he cast at her frightened her. It expressed mutely, perhaps without his own consciousness, something deep, wild, and passionate. She left the room at once. Her heart beat fast at the knowledge of Ralph's presence, but it beat with pain and with an extraordinary fear. She stood listening for a moment to the voices in the next room. "Of course I agree with you," she heard Ralph say, in this strange voice, to Mr. Basnet. "But there's more that might be done. Have you seen Judson, for instance? You should make a point of getting him." Mary returned with the quinine. "Judson's address?" Mr. Basnet inquired, pulling out his notebook and preparing to write. For 20 minutes, perhaps, he wrote down names, addresses, and other suggestions that Ralph dictated to him. Then, when Ralph fell silent, Mr. Basnet felt that his presence was not desired, and thanking Ralph for his help, with a sense that he was very young and ignorant compared with him, he said good-bye. "Mary," said Ralph, directly Mr. Basnet had shut the door, and they were alone together. "Mary," he repeated, but the old difficulty of speaking to Mary without reserve prevented him from continuing. His desire to proclaim his love for Catherine was still strong in him, but he had felt, directly he saw Mary, that he could not share it with her. The feeling increased as he sat talking to Mr. Basnet, and yet all the time he was thinking of Catherine, and marveling at his love. The tone in which he spoke Mary's name was harsh. "What is it, Ralph?" she asked, startled by his tone. She looked at him anxiously, and her little frown showed that she was trying painfully to understand him, and was puzzled. He could feel her groping for his meaning, and he was annoyed with her, and thought how he had always found her slow, painstaking, and clumsy. He had behaved badly to her, too, which made his irritation the more acute. Without waiting for him to answer, she rose as if his answer were indifferent to her, and began to put in order some papers that Mr. Basnet had left on the table. She hummed a scrap of a tune under her breath, and moved about the room as if she were occupied in making things tidy, and had no other concern. "You'll stay and dine?" she said casually, returning to her seat. "No," Ralph replied. She did not press him further. They sat side by side without speaking, and Mary reached her hand for her work-basket, and took out her sewing and threaded a needle. "That's a clever young man," Ralph observed, referring to Mr. Basnet. "I'm glad you thought so. It's tremendously interesting work, and considering everything, I think we've done very well. But I'm inclined to agree with you. We ought to try to be more conciliatory. We're absurdly strict. It's difficult to see that there may be sense in what one's opponents say, though they are one's opponents." "Horace Basnet, is certainly too uncompromising. I mustn't forget to see that he writes that letter to Judson. You're too busy, I suppose, to come on to our committee?" She spoke in the most impersonal manner. "I may be out of town," Ralph replied, with equal distance of manner. "Our executive meets every week, of course," she observed, "but some of our members don't come more than once a month. Members of Parliament are the worst. It was a mistake, I think, to ask them." She went on sewing in silence. "You've not taken your quinine," she said, looking up and seeing the tabloids upon the mantelpiece. "I don't want it," said Ralph shortly. "Well, you know best," she replied tranquilly. "Mary, I'm a brute," he exclaimed. "Here I come and waste your time, and do nothing but make myself disagreeable." "A cold coming on does make one feel wretched," she replied. "I've not got a cold. That was a lie. There's nothing the matter with me. I'm mad, I suppose. I ought to have had the decency to keep away. But I wanted to see you. I wanted to tell you. I'm in love, Mary." He spoke the word, but as he spoke it, it seemed robbed of substance. "In love, are you?" she said quietly. "I'm glad, Ralph." "I suppose I'm in love. Anyhow, I'm out of my mind. I can't think. I can't work. I don't care a hang for anything in the world. Good heavens, Mary, I'm in torment. One moment I'm happy, next I'm miserable. I hate her for half an hour, then I'd give my whole life to be with her for 10 minutes. All the time I don't know what I feel or why I feel it. It's insanity. And yet it's perfectly reasonable. Can you make any sense of it? Can you see what's happened? I'm raving, I know. Don't listen, Mary. Go on with your work." He rose and began, as usual, to pace up and down the room. He knew that what he had just said bore very little resemblance to what he felt, for Mary's presence acted upon him like a very strong magnet, drawing from him certain expressions which were not those he made use of when he spoke to himself, nor did they represent his deepest feelings. He felt a little contempt for himself at having spoken thus, but somehow he had been forced into speech. "Do sit down," said Mary suddenly. "You make me so—" She spoke with unusual irritability, and Ralph, noticing it with surprise, sat down at once. "You haven't told me her name. You'd rather not, I suppose." "Her name? Catherine Hilbery." "But she's engaged." "To Rodney. They're to be married in September." "I see," said Mary. But in truth the calm of his manner, now that he was sitting down once more, wrapped her in the presence of something which she felt to be so strong, so mysterious, so incalculable, that she scarcely dared to attempt to intercept it by any word or question that she was able to frame. She looked at Ralph blankly, with a kind of awe in her face, her lips slightly parted and her brows raised. He was apparently quite unconscious of her gaze. Then, as if she could look no longer, she leant back in her chair and half closed her eyes. The distance between them hurt her terribly. One thing after another came into her mind, tempting her to assail Ralph with questions, to force him to confide in her, and to enjoy once more his intimacy. But she rejected every impulse, for she could not speak without doing violence to some reserve which had grown between them, putting them a little far from each other, so that he seemed to her dignified and remote, like a person she no longer knew well. "Is there anything I could do for you?" she asked gently, and even with courtesy, at length. "You could see her. No, that's not what I want. You mustn't bother about me, Mary." He, too, spoke very gently. "I'm afraid no third person can do anything to help," she added. "No," he shook his head. "Catherine was saying to-day how lonely we are." She saw the effort with which he spoke Catherine's name, and believed that he forced himself to make amends now for his concealment in the past. At any rate, she was conscious of no anger against him, but rather of a deep pity for one condemned to suffer as she had suffered. But in the case of Catherine it was different. She was indignant with Catherine. "There's always work," she said a little aggressively. Ralph moved directly. "Do you want to be working now?" he asked. "No, no, it's Sunday," she replied. "I was thinking of Catherine. She doesn't understand about work. She's never had to. She doesn't know what work is. I've only found out myself quite lately. but it's the thing that saves one, I'm sure of that." "There are other things, aren't there?" He hesitated. "Nothing that one can count upon," she returned. "After all, other people—" She stopped, but forced herself to go on. "Where should I be now if I hadn't got to go to my office every day? Thousands of people would tell you the same thing, thousands of women. I tell you, work is the only thing that saved me, Ralph." He set his mouth, as if her words rained blows on him. He looked as if he had made up his mind to bear anything she might say, in silence. He had deserved it, and there would be relief in having to bear it. But she broke off, and rose as if to fetch something from the next room. Before she reached the door, she turned back, and stood facing him, self-possessed, and yet defiant and formidable in her composure. "It's all turned out splendidly for me," she said. "It will for you, too. I'm sure of that. Because, after all, Katharine is worth it." "Mary!" he exclaimed. But her head was turned away, and he could not say what he wished to say. "Mary, you're splendid," he concluded. She faced him as he spoke, and gave him her hand. She had suffered and relinquished. She had seen her future turn from one of infinite promise to one of barrenness, and yet somehow, over what she scarcely knew, and with what results she could hardly foretell, she had conquered. With Ralph's eyes upon her, smiling straight back at him serenely and proudly, she knew for the first time that she had conquered. She let him kiss her hand. The streets were empty enough on Sunday night, and if the Sabbath, and the domestic amusements proper to the Sabbath, had not kept people indoors, a high, strong wind might very probably have done so. Ralph Denham was aware of a tumult in the street, much in accordance with his own sensations. The gusts, sweeping along the Strand, seemed at the same time to blow a clear space across the sky in which stars appeared, and for a short time the quick speeding silver moon riding through clouds, as if they were waves of water surging round her and over her. They swamped her, but she emerged. They broke over her and covered her again. She issued forth indomitable. In the country fields all the wreckage of winter was being dispersed, the dead leaves, the withered bracken, the dry and discolored grass. But no bud would be broken, nor would the new stalks that showed above the earth take any harm, and perhaps tomorrow a line of blue or yellow would show through a slit in their green. But the whirl of the atmosphere alone was in Denham's mood, and what of star or blossom appeared was only as a light gleaming for a second upon heaped waves fast following each other. He had not been able to speak to Mary, though for a moment he had come near enough to be tantalized by a wonderful possibility of understanding. But the desire to communicate something of the very greatest importance possessed him completely. He still wished to bestow this gift upon some other human being. He sought their company. More by instinct than by conscious choice, he took the direction which led to Rodney's rooms. He knocked loudly upon his door, but no one answered. He rang the bell. It took him some time to accept the fact that Rodney was out. When he could no longer pretend that the sound of the wind in the old building was the sound of someone rising from his chair, he ran downstairs again, as if his goal had been altered and only just revealed to him. He walked in the direction of Chelsea. But physical fatigue, for he had not dined and had tramped both far and fast, made him sit for a moment upon a seat on the embankment. One of the regular occupants of those seats, an elderly man who had drunk himself, probably, out of work and lodging, drifted up, begged a match, and sat down beside him. It was a windy night, he said. Times were hard. Some long story of bad luck and injustice followed, told so often that the man seemed to be talking to himself, or perhaps the neglect of his audience had long made any attempt to catch their attention seem scarcely worth while. When he began to speak, Ralph had a wild desire to talk to him, to question him, to make him understand. He did, in fact, interrupt him at one point, but it was useless. The ancient story of failure, ill luck, undeserved disaster went down the wind, disconnected syllables flying past Ralph's ears with a queer alternation of loudness and faintness, as if, at certain moments, the man's memory of his wrongs revived and then flagged, dying down at last into a grumble of resignation which seemed to represent a final lapse into the accustomed despair. The unhappy voice afflicted Ralph, but it also angered him, and when the elderly man refused to listen and mumbled on, an odd image came to his mind of a lighthouse besieged by the flying bodies of lost birds, who were dashed senseless by the gale against the glass. He had a strange sensation that he was both lighthouse and bird. He was steadfast and brilliant, and at the same time he was whirled, with all other things, senseless against the glass. He got up, left his tribute of silver, and pressed on, with the wind against him. The image of the lighthouse and the storm full of birds persisted, taking the place of more definite thoughts, as he walked past the Houses of Parliament and down Grosvenor Road by the side of the river. In his state of physical fatigue, details merged themselves in the vaster prospect, of which the flying gloom and the intermittent lights of lamp-posts and private houses were the outward token. But he never lost his sense of walking in the direction of Catherine's house. He took it for granted that something would then happen, and as he walked on, his mind became more and more full of pleasure and expectancy. Within a certain radius of her house, the streets came under the influence of her presence. Each house had an individuality known to Ralph, because of the tremendous individuality of the house in which she lived. For some yards before reaching the Hilberys' door, he walked in a trance of pleasure, but when he reached it and pushed the gate of the little garden open, he hesitated. He did not know what to do next. There was no hurry, however, for the outside of the house held pleasure enough to last him some time longer. He crossed the road and leant against the balustrade of the embankment, fixing his eyes upon the house. Lights burnt in the 3 long windows of the drawing-room. The space of the room behind became, in Ralph's vision, the centre of the dark, flying wilderness of the world. The justification for the welter of confusion surrounding it, the steady light which cast its beams, like those of a lighthouse, with searching composure over the trackless waste. In this little sanctuary were gathered together several different people, but their identity was dissolved in a general glory of something that might, perhaps, be called civilization. At any rate, all dryness, all safety, all that stood up above the surge and preserved a consciousness of its own, was centred in the drawing-room of the Hilberys. Its purpose was beneficent, and yet so far above his level as to have something austere about it, a light that cast itself out and yet kept itself aloof. Then he began, in his mind, to distinguish different individuals within, consciously refusing as yet to attack the figure of Catherine. His thoughts lingered over Mrs. Hilbery and Cassandra, and then he turned to Rodney and Mr. Hilbery. Physically, he saw them bathed in that steady flow of yellow light which filled the long oblongs of the windows. In their movements they were beautiful, and in their speech he figured a reserve of meaning, unspoken, but understood. At length, after all this half-conscious selection and arrangement, he allowed himself to approach the figure of Catherine herself, and instantly the scene was flooded with excitement. He did not see her in the body. He seemed curiously to see her as a shape of light. The light itself, he seemed, simplified and exhausted as he was, to be like one of those lost birds fascinated by the lighthouse and held to the glass by the splendor of the blaze. These thoughts drove him to tramp a beat up and down the pavement before the Hilberys' gate. He did not trouble himself to make any plans for the future. Something of an unknown kind would decide both the coming year and the coming hour. Now and again, in his vigil, he sought the light in the long windows, or glanced at the ray which gilded a few leaves and a few blades of grass in the little garden. For a long time the light burnt without changing. He had just reached the limit of his beat and was turning, when the front door opened, and the aspect of the house was entirely changed. A black figure came down the little pathway and paused at the gate. Denham understood instantly that it was Rodney. Without hesitation, and conscious only of a great friendliness for anyone coming from that lighted room, he walked straight up to him and stopped him. In the flurry of the wind, Rodney was taken aback, and for the moment tried to press on, muttering something, as if he suspected a demand upon his charity. "Goodness, Denham, what are you doing here?" he exclaimed, recognizing him. Ralph mumbled something about being on his way home. They walked on together, though Rodney walked quick enough to make it plain that he had no wish for company. He was very unhappy. That afternoon Cassandra had repulsed him. He had tried to explain to her the difficulties of the situation, and to suggest the nature of his feelings for her, without saying anything definite or anything offensive to her. But he had lost his head. Under the goad of Catherine's ridicule he had said too much, and Cassandra, superb in her dignity and severity, had refused to hear another word, and threatened an immediate return to her home. His agitation, after an evening spent between the two women, was extreme. Moreover, he could not help suspecting that Ralph was wandering near the Hilberys' house at this hour for reasons connected with Catherine. There was probably some understanding between them. Not that anything of the kind mattered to him now. He was convinced that he had never cared for anyone save Cassandra, and Catherine's future was no concern of his. Aloud he said shortly that he was very tired and wished to find a cab. But on Sunday night on the Embankment cabs were hard to come by, and Rodney found himself constrained to walk some distance, at any rate, in Denham's company. Denham maintained his silence. Rodney's irritation lapsed. He found the silence oddly suggestive of the good masculine qualities which he much respected, and had at this moment great reason to need. After the mystery, difficulty, and uncertainty of dealing with the other sex, intercourse with one's own is apt to have a composing and even ennobling influence, since plain speaking is possible and subterfuges of no avail. Rodney, too, was much in need of a confidant. Catherine, despite her promises of help, had failed him at the critical moment. She had gone off with Denham. She was, perhaps, tormenting Denham as she had tormented him. How grave and stable he seemed, speaking little and walking firmly, compared with what Rodney knew of his own torments and indecisions. He began to cast about for some way of telling the story of his relations with Catherine and Cassandra that would not lower him in Denham's eyes. It then occurred to him that, perhaps, Catherine herself had confided in Denham. They had something in common. It was likely that they had discussed him that very afternoon. The desire to discover what they had said of him now became uppermost in his mind. He recalled Catherine's laugh. He remembered that she had gone, laughing, to walk with Denham. "Did you stay long after we'd left?" he asked abruptly. "No, we went back to my house." This seemed to confirm Rodney's belief that he had been discussed. He turned over the unpalatable idea for a while in silence. "Women are incomprehensible creatures, Denham," he then exclaimed. Said Denham, who seemed to himself possessed of complete understanding, not merely of women, but of the entire universe. He could read Rodney, too, like a book. He knew that he was unhappy, and he pitied him, and wished to help him. "You say something, and they fly into a passion. Or, for no reason at all, they laugh. I take it that no amount of education will—" The remainder of the sentence was lost in the high wind, against which they had to struggle, but Denham understood that he referred to Catherine's laughter, and that the memory of it was still hurting him. In comparison with Rodney, Denham felt himself very secure. He saw Rodney as one of the lost birds dashed senseless against the glass, one of the flying bodies of which the air was full. But he and Catherine were alone together, aloft, splendid, and luminous with a twofold radiance. He pitied the unstable creature beside him. He felt a desire to protect him, exposed without the knowledge which made his own way so direct. They were united as the adventurous are united, though one reaches the goal and the other perishes by the way. "You couldn't laugh at someone you cared for." This sentence, apparently addressed to no other human being, reached Denham's ears. The wind seemed to muffle it and fly away with it directly. Had Rodney spoken these words? "You love her." Was that his own voice, which seemed to sound in the air several yards in front of him? "I've suffered tortures, Denham, tortures." Yes, I know that." "She's laughed at me." "Never to me." The wind blew a space between the words. blew them so far away that they seemed unspoken. "How I've loved her!" This was certainly spoken by the man at Denham's side. The voice had all the marks of Rodney's character, and recalled, with strange vividness, his personal appearance. Denham could see him against the blank buildings and towers of the horizon. He saw him dignified, exalted, and tragic, as he might have appeared, thinking of Catherine alone in his rooms at night. "I'm in love with Catherine myself. That is why I'm here to-night." Ralph spoke distinctly and deliberately, as if Rodney's confession had made this statement necessary. Rodney exclaimed something inarticulate. "Ah, I've always known it!" he cried. "I've known it from the first. You'll marry her!" The cry had a note of despair in it. Again the wind intercepted their words. They said no more. At length they drew up beneath a lamp-post simultaneously. "My God, Denham, what fools we both are!" Rodney exclaimed. They looked at each other queerly in the light of the lamp. Fools! They seemed to confess to each other the extreme depths of their folly. For the moment, under the lamp-post, they seemed to be aware of some common knowledge which did away with the possibility of rivalry, and made them feel more sympathy for each other than for any one else in the world. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Night and Day by Virginia Woolf. Chapter 29. Between 12 and 1 that Sunday night, Catherine lay in bed, not asleep, but in that twilight region where a detached and humorous view of our own lot is possible, or, if we must be serious, our seriousness is tempered by the swift oncome of slumber and oblivion. She saw the forms of Ralph, William, Cassandra, and herself, as if they were all equally unsubstantial, and in putting off reality had gained a kind of dignity which rested upon each impartially. Thus rid of any uncomfortable warmth of partisanship or load of obligation, she was dropping off to sleep when a light tap sounded upon her door. A moment later Cassandra stood beside her, holding a candle and speaking in the low tones proper to the time of night. "Are you awake, Catherine?" "Yes, I'm awake. What is it?" She roused herself, sat up, and asked what in heaven's name Cassandra was doing. "I couldn't sleep, and I thought I'd come and speak to you. Only for a moment, though. I'm going home to-morrow." "Home? Why, what has happened?" "Something happened today which makes it impossible for me to stay here." Cassandra spoke formally, almost solemnly. The announcement was clearly prepared and marked a crisis of the utmost gravity. She continued what seemed to be part of a set speech. "I have decided to tell you the whole truth, Catherine. William allowed himself to behave in a way which made me extremely uncomfortable today." Catherine seemed to waken completely, and at once to be in control of herself. "At the Zoo?" she asked. "No, on the way home, when we had tea." As if foreseeing that the interview might be long and the night chilly, Catherine advised Cassandra to wrap herself in a quilt. Cassandra did so with unbroken solemnity. "There's a train at 11, she said. "I shall tell Aunt Maggie that I have to go suddenly. I shall make Violet's visit an excuse. But after thinking it over, I don't see how I can go without telling you the truth." She was careful to abstain from looking in Catherine's direction. There was a slight pause. "But I don't see the least reason why you should go," said Catherine eventually. Her voice sounded so astonishingly equable that Cassandra glanced at her. It was impossible to suppose that she was either indignant or surprised. She seemed, on the contrary, sitting up in bed, with her arms clasped round her knees and a little frown on her brow, to be thinking closely upon a matter of indifference to her. "Because I can't allow any man to behave to me in that way," Cassandra replied, and she added, "particularly when I know that he is engaged to some one else." "But you like him, don't you?" Catherine inquired. "That's got nothing to do with it," Cassandra exclaimed indignantly. "I consider his conduct under the circumstances most disgraceful." This was the last of the sentences of her premeditated speech, and having spoken it, she was left unprovided with any more to say in that particular style, when Catherine remarked, "I should say it had everything to do with it." Cassandra's self-possession deserted her. "I don't understand you in the least, Catherine. How can you behave as you behave? Ever since I came here I've been amazed by you." "You've enjoyed yourself, haven't you?" Catherine asked. "Yes, I have," Cassandra admitted. "Anyhow, my behavior hasn't spoiled your visit." "No, no," Cassandra allowed once more. She was completely at a loss. In her forecast of the interview, she had taken it for granted that Catherine, after an outburst of incredulity, would agree that Cassandra must return home as soon as possible. But Catherine, on the contrary, accepted her statement at once, seemed neither shocked nor surprised, and merely looked rather more thoughtful than usual. From being a mature woman charged with an important mission, Cassandra shrunk to the stature of an inexperienced child. "Do you think I've been very foolish about it?" she asked. Catherine made no answer, but still sat deliberating silently, and a certain feeling of alarm took possession of Cassandra. Perhaps her words had struck far deeper than she had thought, into depths beyond her reach, as so much of Catherine was beyond her reach. She thought suddenly that she had been playing with very dangerous tools. Looking at her at length, Catherine asked slowly, as if she found the question very difficult to ask, "But do you care for William?" She marked the agitation and bewilderment of the girl's expression, and how she looked away from her. "Do you mean, am I in love with him?" Cassandra asked, breathing quickly and nervously moving her hands. "Yes, in love with him," Catherine repeated. "How can I love the man you're engaged to marry?" Cassandra burst out. "He may be in love with you." "I don't think you've any right to say such things, Catherine," Cassandra explained. "Why do you say them? Don't you mind in the least how William behaves to other women? If I were engaged, I couldn't bear it." "We're not engaged," said Catherine after a pause. "Catherine!" Cassandra cried. "No, we're not engaged," Catherine repeated, "but no one knows it but ourselves." "But why? I don't understand. You're not engaged?" Cassandra said again. "Oh, that explains it. You're not in love with him. You don't want to marry him." "We aren't in love with each other any longer," said Catherine, as if disposing of something for ever and ever. "How queer, how strange, how unlike other people you are, Catherine," Cassandra said, her whole body and voice seeming to fall and collapse together, and no trace of anger or excitement remaining, but only a dreamy quietude. "You're not in love with him?" "But I love him," said Catherine. Cassandra remained bowed, as if by the weight of the revelation, for some little while longer, nor did Catherine speak. Her attitude was that of someone who wishes to be concealed as much as possible from observation. She sighed profoundly. She was absolutely silent, and apparently overcome by her thoughts. "Do you know what time it is?" she asked at length, and shook her pillow, as if making ready for sleep. Cassandra rose obediently, and once more took up her candle. Perhaps the white dressing-gown and the loosened hair, and something unseeing in the expression of the eyes, gave her a likeness to a woman walking in her sleep. Catherine, at least, thought so. "There's no reason why I should go home, then," Cassandra said, pausing, "unless you want me to go, Catherine?" "What do you want me to do?" For the first time their eyes met. "You wanted us to fall in love," Cassandra exclaimed, as if she read the certainty there, but as she looked she saw a sight that surprised her. The tears rose slowly in Catherine's eyes and stood there, brimming but contained, the tears of some profound emotion, happiness, grief, renunciation, an emotion so complex in its nature that to express it was impossible, and Cassandra, bending her head and receiving the tears upon her cheek, accepted them in silence as the consecration of her love. "Please, miss," said the maid about 11 o'clock on the following morning. "Mrs. Milvain is in the kitchen." A long wicker basket of flowers and branches had arrived from the country, and Catherine, kneeling upon the floor of the drawing-room, was sorting them, while Cassandra watched her from an armchair, and absent-mindedly made spasmodic offers of help which were not accepted. The maid's message had a curious effect upon Catherine. She rose, walked to the window, and the maid being gone, said emphatically and even tragically, "You know what that means." Cassandra had understood nothing. "Aunt Celia is in the kitchen," Catherine replied. "Why in the kitchen?" Cassandra asked, not unnaturally. "Perhaps because she's discovered something," Catherine replied. Cassandra's thoughts flew to the subject of her preoccupation. "About us?" she inquired. "Heaven knows," Catherine replied. "I shan't let her stay in the kitchen, though. I shall bring her up here." The sternness with which this was said suggested that to bring Aunt Celia upstairs was, for some reason, a disciplinary measure. "For goodness' sake, Catherine," Cassandra exclaimed, jumping from her chair and showing signs of agitation, "don't be rash. Don't let her suspect. Remember, nothing's certain." Catherine assured her by nodding her head several times, but the manner in which she left the room was not calculated to inspire complete confidence in her diplomacy. Mrs. Milvain was sitting, or rather perching, upon the edge of a chair in the servants' room. Whether there was any sound reason for her choice of a subterranean chamber, or whether it corresponded with the spirit of her quest, Mrs. Milvain invariably came in by the back door and sat in the servants' room when she was engaged in confidential family transactions. The ostensible reason she gave was that neither Mr. or Mrs. Hilbery should be disturbed, but, in truth, Mrs. Milvain depended even more than most elderly women of her generation upon the delicious emotions of intimacy, agony, and secrecy, and the additional thrill provided by the basement was one not lightly to be forfeited. She protested almost plaintively when Catherine proposed to go upstairs. "I've got something I want to say to you in private," she said, hesitating reluctantly upon the threshold of her ambush. "The drawing-room is empty." "But we might meet your mother upon the stairs. We might disturb your father," Mrs. Milvain objected, taking the precaution to speak in a whisper already. But as Catherine's presence was absolutely necessary to the success of the interview, and as Catherine obstinately receded up the kitchen stairs, Mrs. Milvain had no course but to follow her. She glanced furtively about her as she proceeded upstairs, drew her skirts together, and stepped with circumspection past all doors, whether they were open or shut. "Nobody will overhear us?" she murmured, when the comparative sanctuary of the drawing-room had been reached. "I see that I have interrupted you," she added, glancing at the flowers strewn upon the floor. A moment later she inquired, "Was someone sitting with you?" noticing a handkerchief that Cassandra had dropped in her flight. "Cassandra was helping me to put the flowers in water," said Catherine, and she spoke so firmly and clearly that Mrs. Milvain glanced nervously at the main door and then at the curtain which divided the little room with the relics from the drawing-room. "Ah, Cassandra is still with you," she remarked. "And did William send you those lovely flowers?" Catherine sat down opposite her aunt and said neither yes nor no. She looked past her, and it might have been thought that she was considering very critically the pattern of the curtains. Another advantage of the basement, from Mrs. Milvain's point of view, was that it made it necessary to sit very close together, and the light was dim, compared with that which now poured through 3 windows upon Catherine and the basket of flowers, and gave even the slight angular figure of Mrs. Milvain herself a halo of gold. "They're from Stogdon House," said Catherine abruptly, with a little jerk of her head. Mrs. Milvain felt that it would be easier to tell her niece what she wished to say if they were actually in physical contact, for the spiritual distance between them was formidable. Catherine, however, made no overtures, and Mrs. Milvain, who was possessed of rash but heroic courage, plunged without preface. "People are talking about you, Catherine. That is why I have come this morning. You forgive me for saying what I'd much rather not say? What I say is only for your own sake, my child." "There's nothing to forgive yet, Aunt Celia." said Catherine, with apparent good humor. "People are saying that William goes everywhere with you and Cassandra, and that he is always paying her attentions. At the Markhams' dance he sat out 5 dances with her. At the Zoo they were seen alone together. They left together. They never came back here till 7 in the evening. But that is not all. They say his manner is very marked. He is quite different when she is there." Mrs. Milvain, whose words had run themselves together, and whose voice had raised its tone almost to one of protest, here ceased, and looked intently at Catherine, as if to judge the effect of her communication. A slight rigidity had passed over Catherine's face. Her lips were pressed together, her eyes were contracted, and they were still fixed upon the curtain. These superficial changes covered an extreme inner loathing, such as might follow the display of some hideous or indecent spectacle. The indecent spectacle was her own action beheld for the first time from the outside. Her aunt's words made her realize how infinitely repulsive the body of life is without its soul. "Well?" she said at length. Mrs. Milvain made a gesture as if to bring her closer, but it was not returned. "We all know how good you are, how unselfish, how you sacrifice yourself to others, but you've been too unselfish, Catherine. You have made Cassandra happy, and she has taken advantage of your goodness." "I don't understand, Aunt Celia," said Catherine. "What has Cassandra done?" "Cassandra has behaved in a way that I could not have thought possible," said Mrs. Milvain warmly. "She has been utterly selfish, utterly heartless. I must speak to her before I go." "I don't understand," Catherine persisted. Mrs. Milvain looked at her. Was it possible that Catherine really doubted? That there was something that Mrs. Milvain herself did not understand? She braced herself, and pronounced the tremendous words, "Cassandra has stolen William's love." Still the words seemed to have curiously little effect. "Do you mean," said Catherine, "that he has fallen in love with her?" "There are ways of making men fall in love with one, Catherine." Catherine remained silent. The silence alarmed Mrs. Milvain, and she began hurriedly. "Nothing would have made me say these things but your own good. I have not wished to interfere. I have not wished to give you pain. I am a useless old woman. I have no children of my own. I only want to see you happy, Catherine." Again she stretched forth her arms, but they remained empty. "You are not going to say these things to Cassandra," said Catherine suddenly. "You've said them to me. That's enough." Catherine spoke so low and with such restraint that Mrs. Milvain had to strain to catch her words, and when she heard them she was dazed by them. "I've made you angry. I knew I should," she exclaimed. She quivered, and a kind of sob shook her, but even to have made Catherine angry was some relief, and allowed her to feel some of the agreeable sensations of martyrhood. "Yes," said Catherine, standing up, "I'm so angry that I don't want to say anything more. I think you'd better go, Aunt Celia. We don't understand each other." At these words Mrs. Milvain looked for a moment terribly apprehensive. She glanced at her niece's face, but read no pity there, whereupon she folded her hands upon a black velvet bag which she carried in an attitude that was almost one of prayer. Whatever divinity she prayed to, if pray she did, at any rate she recovered her dignity in a singular way and faced her niece. "Married love," she said slowly, and with emphasis upon every word, "is the most sacred of all loves. The love of husband and wife is the most holy we know. That is the lesson Mamma's children learnt from her. That is what they can never forget. I have tried to speak as she would have wished her daughter to speak. You are her grandchild." Catherine seemed to judge this defense upon its merits, and then to convict it of falsity. "I don't see that there is any excuse for your behavior," she said. At these words Mrs. Milvain rose and stood for a moment beside her niece. She had never met with such treatment before, and she did not know with what weapons to break down the terrible wall of resistance offered her by one who, by virtue of youth and beauty and sex, should have been all tears and supplications. But Mrs. Milvain herself was obstinate. Upon a matter of this kind she could not admit that she was either beaten or mistaken. She beheld herself the champion of married love in its purity and supremacy. What her niece stood for she was quite unable to say, but she was filled with the gravest suspicions. The old woman and the young woman stood side by side in unbroken silence. Mrs. Milvain could not make up her mind to withdraw while her principles trembled in the balance, and her curiosity remained unappeased. She ransacked her mind for some question that should force Catherine to enlighten her, but the supply was limited, the choice difficult, and while she hesitated, the door opened, and William Rodney came in. He carried in his hand an enormous and splendid bunch of white and purple flowers, and either not seeing Mrs. Milvain, or disregarding her, he advanced straight to Catherine and presented the flowers with the words, "These are for you, Catherine." Catherine took them with a glance that Mrs. Milvain did not fail to intercept, but with all her experience she did not know what to make of it. She watched anxiously for further illumination. William greeted her without obvious sign of guilt, and explaining that he had a holiday, both he and Catherine seemed to take it for granted that his holiday should be celebrated with flowers and spent in Cheyenne Walk. A pause followed. That, too, was natural, and Mrs. Milvain began to feel that she laid herself open to a charge of selfishness if she stayed. The mere presence of a young man had altered her disposition curiously, and filled her with a desire for a scene which should end in an emotional forgiveness. She would have given much to clasp both nephew and niece in her arms, but she could not flatter herself that any hope of the customary exultation remained. "I must go," she said, and she was conscious of an extreme flatness of spirit. Neither of them said anything to stop her. William politely escorted her downstairs, and somehow, amongst her protests and embarrassments, Mrs. Milvain forgot to say good-bye to Catherine. She departed, murmuring words about masses of flowers and a drawing-room always beautiful even in the depths of winter. William came back to Catherine. He found her standing where he had left her. "I've come to be forgiven," he said. "Our quarrel was perfectly hateful to me. I've not slept all night. You're not angry with me, are you, Catherine?" She could not bring herself to answer him until she had rid her mind of the impression that her aunt had made on her. It seemed to her that the very flowers were contaminated, and Cassandra's pocket-handkerchief, for Mrs. Milvain had used them for evidence in her investigations. "She's been spying on us," she said, "following us about London, overhearing what people are saying." "Mrs. Milvain?" Rodney exclaimed. "What has she told you?" His air of open confidence entirely vanished. "Oh, people are saying that you're in love with Cassandra, and that you don't care for me." "They have seen us?" he asked. "Everything we've done for a fortnight has been seen." "I told you that would happen," he exclaimed. He walked to the window in evident perturbation. Catherine was too indignant to attend to him. She was swept away by the force of her own anger. Clasping Rodney's flowers, she stood upright and motionless. Rodney turned away from the window. "It's all been a mistake," he said. "I blame myself for it. I should have known better. I let you persuade me in a moment of madness. I beg you to forgive my insanity, Catherine." "She wished even to persecute Cassandra," Catherine burst out, not listening to him. "She threatened to speak to her. She's capable of it. She's capable of anything." "Mrs. Milvain is not tactful, I know, but you exaggerate, Catherine. People are talking about us. She was right to tell us. It only confirms my own feeling. The position is monstrous." At length Catherine realized some part of what he meant. "You don't mean that this influences you, William?" she asked in amazement. "It does," he said, flushing. "It's intensely disagreeable to me. I can't endure that people should gossip about us. And then there's your cousin Cassandra." He paused in embarrassment. "I came here this morning, Catherine," he resumed, with a change of voice, "to ask you to forget my folly, my bad temper, my inconceivable behavior. I came, Catherine, to ask whether we can't return to the position we were in before this season of lunacy. Will you take me back, Catherine, once more and forever?" No doubt her beauty, intensified by emotion and enhanced by the flowers of bright color and strange shape which she carried, wrought upon Rodney, and had its share in bestowing upon her the old romance. But a less noble passion worked in him too, He was inflamed by jealousy. His tentative offer of affection had been rudely, and, as he thought, completely repulsed by Cassandra on the preceding day. Denham's confession was in his mind, and ultimately Catherine's dominion over him was of the sort that the fevers of the night cannot exorcise. "I was as much to blame as you were yesterday," she said gently, disregarding his question. "I confess, William, the sight of you and Cassandra together made me jealous, and I couldn't control myself. I laughed at you, I know." "You jealous?" William exclaimed. "I assure you, Catherine, you've not the slightest reason to be jealous. Cassandra dislikes me, so far as she feels about me at all. I was foolish enough to try to explain the nature of our relationship. I couldn't resist telling her what I supposed myself to feel for her. She refused to listen, very rightly, but she left me in no doubt of her scorn." Catherine hesitated. She was confused, agitated, physically tired, and had already to reckon with the violent feeling of dislike aroused by her aunt, which still vibrated through all the rest of her feelings. She sank into a chair and dropped her flowers upon her lap. "She charmed me," Rodney continued. "I thought I loved her. But that's a thing of the past. It's all over, Catherine. It was a dream, an hallucination. We were both equally to blame, but no harm's done if you believe how truly I care for you. Say you believe me." He stood over her, as if in readiness to seize the first sign of her assent. Precisely at that moment, owing perhaps to her vicissitudes of feeling, all sense of love left her, as in a moment a mist lifts from the earth, and when the mist departed, a skeleton world and blankness alone remained, a terrible prospect for the eyes of the living to behold. He saw the look of terror in her face, and without understanding its origin, took her hand in his. With the sense of companionship returned a desire, like that of a child for shelter, to accept what he had to offer her, and at that moment it seemed that he offered her the only thing that could make it tolerable to live. She let him press his lips to her cheek, and leant her head upon his arm. It was the moment of his triumph. It was the only moment in which she belonged to him and was dependent upon his protection. "Yes, yes, yes," he murmured. "You accept me, Catherine. You love me." For a moment she remained silent. He then heard her murmur, "Cassandra loves you more than I do." "Cassandra?" he whispered. "She loves you," Catherine repeated. She raised herself and repeated the sentence yet a third time. "She loves you." William slowly raised himself. He believed instinctively what Catherine said, but what it meant to him he was unable to understand. Could Cassandra love him? Could she have told Catherine that she loved him? The desire to know the truth of this was urgent, unknown though the consequences might be. The thrill of excitement associated with the thought of Cassandra once more took possession of him. No longer was it the excitement of anticipation and ignorance. It was the excitement of something greater than a possibility, for now he knew her and had measure of the sympathy between them. But who could give him certainty? Could Catherine? Catherine who had lately lain in his arms? Catherine herself, the most admired of women? He looked at her with doubt and with anxiety, but said nothing. "Yes, yes," she said, interpreting his wish for assurance. "It's true. I know what she feels for you." "She loves me?" Catherine nodded. "Ah, but who knows what I feel? How can I be sure of my feeling myself? 10 minutes ago I asked you to marry me. I still wish it. I don't know what I wish." He clenched his hands and turned away. He suddenly faced her and demanded, "Tell me what you feel for Denham." "For Ralph Denham?" she asked. "Yes," she exclaimed, as if she had found the answer to some momentarily perplexing question. "You're jealous of me, William, but you're not in love with me. I'm jealous of you. Therefore, for both our sakes, I say, speak to Cassandra at once." He tried to compose himself. He walked up and down the room. He paused at the window and surveyed the flowers strewn upon the floor. Meanwhile, his desire to have Catherine's assurance confirmed became so insistent that he could no longer deny the overmastering strength of his feeling for Cassandra. "You're right," he exclaimed, coming to a standstill and rapping his knuckles sharply upon a small table carrying one slender vase. I love Cassandra." As he said this, the curtains hanging at the door of the little room parted, and Cassandra herself stepped forth. "I have overheard every word," she exclaimed. A pause succeeded this announcement. Rodney made a step forward and said, "Then you know what I wish to ask you. Give me your answer." She put her hands before her face. She turned away and seemed to shrink from both of them. "What Catherine said," she murmured. "But," she added, raising her head with a look of fear from the kiss with which he greeted her admission, "how frightfully difficult it all is. Our feelings, I mean yours and mine and Catherine's. Catherine, tell me, are we doing right?" "Right? Of course we're doing right," William assured her. "If, after what you've heard, you can marry a man of such incomprehensible confusion, such deplorable—" "Don't, William," Catherine interposed. "Cassandra has heard us. She can judge what we are. She knows better than we could tell her." But still holding William's hand, questions and desires welled up in Cassandra's heart. Had she done wrong in listening? Why did Aunt Celia blame her? Did Catherine think her right? Above all, did William really love her for ever and ever, better than any one? "I must be first with him, Catherine," she exclaimed. "I can't share him even with you." "I shall never ask that," said Catherine. She moved a little away from where they sat, and began half-consciously sorting her flowers. "But you've shared with me," said Cassandra. "Why can't I share with you? Why am I so mean? I know why it is," she added. "We understand each other, William and I. You've never understood each other. You're too different." "I've never admired anybody more," William interposed. "It's not that," Cassandra tried to enlighten him. "It's understanding." "Have I never understood you, Catherine? Have I been very selfish?" "Yes," Cassandra interposed. "You've asked her for sympathy, and she's not sympathetic. You've wanted her to be practical, and she's not practical. You've been selfish. You've been exacting, and so has Catherine. But it wasn't anybody's fault." Catherine had listened to this attempt at analysis with keen attention. Cassandra's words seemed to rub the old blurred image of life and freshen it so marvelously that it looked new again. She turned to William. "It's quite true," she said. "It was nobody's fault." "There are many things that he'll always come to you for," Cassandra continued, still reading from her invisible book. "I accept that, Catherine. I shall never dispute it. I want to be generous, as you've been generous. But being in love makes it more difficult for me." They were silent. At length William broke the silence. "One thing I beg of you both," he said, and the old nervousness of manner returned as he glanced at Catherine. "We will never discuss these matters again. It's not that I'm timid and conventional, as you think, Catherine. It's that it spoils things to discuss them. It unsettles people's minds. And now we're all so happy." Cassandra ratified this conclusion so far as she was concerned, and William, after receiving the exquisite pleasure of her glance, with its absolute affection and trust, looked anxiously at Catherine. "Yes, I'm happy," she assured him, "and I agree. We will never talk about it." This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Night and Day by Virginia Woolf. Chapter 30. The day was so different from other days to three people in the house that the common routine of household life, the maid waiting at table, Mrs. Hilbery writing a letter, the clock striking, and the door opening, and all the other signs of long-established civilization, appeared suddenly to have no meaning save that they lulled Mr. and Mrs. Hilbery into the belief that nothing unusual had taken place. It chanced that Mrs. Hilbery was depressed without visible cause, unless a certain crudeness verging upon coarseness in the temper of her favorite Elizabethans could be held responsible for the mood. At any rate, she had shut up the Duchess of Malfi with a sigh, and wished to know, so she told Rodney at dinner, whether there wasn't some young writer with a touch of the great spirit, Somebody who made you believe that life was beautiful? She got little help from Rodney, and after singing her plaintive requiem for the death of poetry by herself, she charmed herself into good spirits again by remembering the existence of Mozart. She begged Cassandra to play to her, and when they went upstairs, Cassandra opened the piano directly and did her best to create an atmosphere of unmixed beauty. At the sound of the first notes, Catherine and Rodney both felt an enormous sense of relief at the license which the music gave them to loosen their hold upon the mechanism of behavior. They lapsed into the depths of thought. Mrs. Hilbery was soon spirited away into a perfectly congenial mood that was half reverie and half slumber, half delicious melancholy and half pure bliss. Mr. Hilbery alone attended. He was extremely musical, and made Cassandra aware that he listened to every note. She played her best, and won his approval. Leaning slightly forward in his chair, and turning his little green stone, he weighed the intention of her phrases approvingly, but stopped her suddenly to complain of a noise behind him. The window was unhasped. He signed to Rodney, who crossed the room immediately, to put the matter right. He stayed a moment longer by the window than was perhaps necessary, and having done what was needed, drew his chair a little closer than before to Catherine's side. The music went on. Under cover of some exquisite run of melody, he leant towards her and whispered something. She glanced at her father and mother, and a moment later left the room, almost unobserved, with Rodney. "What is it?" she asked, as soon as the door was shut. Rodney made no answer, but led her downstairs into the dining-room on the ground floor. Even when he had shut the door he said nothing, but went straight to the window and parted the curtains. He beckoned to Catherine. "There he is again," he said. "Look, there, under the lamp-post." Catherine looked. She had no idea what Rodney was talking about. A vague feeling of alarm and mystery possessed her. She saw a man standing on the opposite side of the road, facing the house beneath a lamp-post. As they looked, the figure turned, walked a few steps, and came back again to his old position. It seemed to her that he was looking fixedly at her, and was conscious of her gaze on him. She knew in a flash who the man was who was watching them. She drew the curtain abruptly. "Denham," said Rodney. "He was there last night, too." He spoke sternly. His whole manner had become full of authority. Catherine felt almost as if he accused her of some crime. She was pale and uncomfortably agitated, as much by the strangeness of Rodney's behavior as by the sight of Ralph Denham. "If he chooses to come," she said defiantly, "you can't let him wait out there. I shall tell him to come in." Rodney spoke with such decision that when he raised his arm Catherine expected him to draw the curtain instantly. She caught his hand with a little exclamation. "Wait!" she cried. "I don't allow you." "You can't wait," he replied. "You've gone too far." His hand remained upon the curtain. "Why don't you admit, Catherine," he broke out, looking at her with an expression of contempt as well as of anger, "that you love him? Are you going to treat him as you treated me?" She looked at him, wondering, in spite of all her perplexity, at the spirit that possessed him. "I forbid you to draw the curtain," she said. He reflected, and then took his hand away. "I've no right to interfere," he concluded. "I'll leave you. Or, if you like, we'll go back to the drawing-room." "No, I can't go back," she said, shaking her head. She bent her head in thought. "You love him, Catherine," Rodney said suddenly. His tone had lost something of its sternness, and might have been used to urge a child to confess its fault. She raised her eyes and fixed them upon him. "I love him?" she repeated. He nodded. She searched his face as if for further confirmation of his words, and, as he remained silent and expectant, turned away once more and continued her thoughts. He observed her closely, but without stirring, as if he gave her time to make up her mind to fulfill her obvious duty. The strains of Mozart reached them from the room above. "Now," she said suddenly, with a sort of desperation, rising from her chair and seeming to command Rodney to fulfill his part. He drew the curtain instantly, and she made no attempt to stop him. Their eyes at once sought the same spot beneath the lamp-post. "He's not there!" she exclaimed. No one was there. William threw the window up and looked out. The wind rushed into the room, together with the sound of distant wheels, footsteps hurrying along the pavement, and the cries of sirens hooting down the river. "Denham!" William cried. "Ralph!" said Katharine, but she spoke scarcely louder than she might have spoken to some one in the same room. With their eyes fixed upon the opposite side of the road, they did not notice a figure close to the railing which divided the garden from the street. But Denham had crossed the road and was standing there. They were startled by his voice close at hand. "Rodney!" "There you are! Come in, Denham!" Rodney went to the front door and opened it. "Here he is," he said, bringing Ralph with him into the dining-room where Katharine stood, with her back to the open window. Their eyes met for a second. Denham looked half dazed by the strong light, and buttoned in his overcoat, with his hair ruffled across his forehead by the wind, he seemed like somebody rescued from an open boat out at sea. William promptly shut the window and drew the curtains. He acted with a cheerful decision, as if he were master of the situation, and knew exactly what he meant to do. "You're the first to hear the news, Denham," he said. "Katharine isn't going to marry me, after all." "Where shall I put—" Ralph began vaguely. Holding out his hat and glancing about him, he balanced it carefully against a silver bowl that stood upon the sideboard. He then sat himself down rather heavily at the head of the oval dinner-table. Rodney stood on one side of him and Katharine on the other. He appeared to be presiding over some meeting from which most of the members were absent. Meanwhile he waited, and his eyes rested upon the glow of the beautifully polished mahogany table. "William is engaged to Cassandra," said Katharine briefly. At that, Denham looked up quickly at Rodney. Rodney's expression changed. He lost his self-possession. He smiled a little nervously, and then his attention seemed to be caught by a fragment of melody from the floor above. He seemed for a moment to forget the presence of the others. He glanced towards the door. "I congratulate you," said Denham. Yes, we're all mad, quite out of our minds, Denham," he said. "It's partly Katharine's doing, partly mine." He looked oddly round the room, as if he wished to make sure that the scene in which he played a part had some real existence. "Quite mad," he repeated. "Even Katharine." His gaze rested upon her finally, as if she, too, had changed from his old view of her. He smiled at her as if to encourage her. "Katharine shall explain," he said, and giving a little nod to Denham, he left the room. Katharine sat down at once, and leant her chin upon her hands. So long as Rodney was in the room, the proceedings of the evening had seemed to be in his charge, and had been marked by a certain unreality. Now that she was alone with Ralph, she felt at once that a constraint had been taken from them both. She felt that they were alone at the bottom of the house, which rose, story upon story, upon the top of them. "Why were you waiting out there?" she asked. "For the chance of seeing you," he replied. "You would have waited all night if it hadn't been for William. It's windy, too. You must have been cold. What could you see? Nothing but our windows." "It was worth it. I heard you call me." "I called you?" She had called unconsciously. "They were engaged this morning," she told him after a pause. "You're glad?" he asked. She bent her head. "Yes, yes," she sighed. "But you don't know how good he is, what he's done for me." Ralph made a sound of understanding. "You waited there last night, too?" she asked. "Yes, I can wait," Denham replied. The words seemed to fill the room with an emotion which Katharine connected with the sound of distant wheels, the footsteps hurrying along the pavement, the cries of sirens hooting down the river, the darkness, and the wind. She saw the upright figure standing beneath the lamp-post. "Waiting in the dark," she said, glancing at the window, as if he saw what she was seeing. "Ah, but it's different." She broke off. "I'm not the person you think me, until you realize that it's impossible." Placing her elbows on the table, she slid her ruby ring up and down her finger abstractedly. She frowned at the rows of leather-bound books opposite her. Ralph looked keenly at her, very pale, but sternly concentrated upon her meaning, beautiful, but so little aware of herself as to seem remote from him also. There was something distant and abstract about her which exalted him and chilled him at the same time. "No, you're right," he said. I don't know you. I've never known you. Yet perhaps you know me better than anyone else, she mused. Some detached instinct made her aware that she was gazing at a book which belonged by rights to some other part of the house. She walked over to the shelf, took it down, and returned to her seat, placing the book on the table between them. Ralph opened it and looked at the portrait of a man with a voluminous white shirt-collar which formed the frontispiece. "I say, I do know you, Katharine," he affirmed, shutting the book. "It's only for moments that I go mad." "Do you call to nights a moment?" "I swear to you that now, at this instant, I see you precisely as you are. No one has ever known you as I know you. Could you have taken down that book just now if I hadn't known you?" "That's true," she replied. "But you can't think how I'm divided, how I'm at my ease with you, and how I'm bewildered. The unreality, the dark, the waiting outside in the wind, yes. When you look at me, not seeing me, and I don't see you either. But I do see," she went on quickly, changing her position and frowning again, "heaps of things, only not you." "Tell me what you see," he urged. But she could not reduce her vision to words, since it was no single shape colored upon the dark, but rather a general excitement, an atmosphere, which, when she tried to visualize it, took form as a wind scouring the flanks of northern hills and flashing light upon cornfields and pools. "Impossible!" she sighed, laughing at the ridiculous notion of putting any part of this into words. "Try, Katharine," Ralph urged her. "But I can't. I'm talking a sort of nonsense, the sort of nonsense one talks to oneself." She was dismayed by the expression of longing and despair upon his face. "I was thinking about a mountain in the north of England," she attempted. "It's too silly. I won't go on." "We were there together?" he pressed her. "No, I was alone." She seemed to be disappointing the desire of a child. His face fell. "You're always alone there?" "I can't explain." She could not explain that she was essentially alone there. "It's not a mountain in the north of England. It's an imagination, a story one tells oneself. You have yours, too?" "You're with me in mine. You're the thing I make up, you see." "Oh, I see," she sighed. "That's why it's so impossible." She turned upon him almost fiercely. "You must try to stop it," she said. "I won't," he replied roughly, "because He stopped. He realized that the moment had come to impart that news of the utmost importance which he had tried to impart to Mary Datchet, to Rodney upon the embankment, to the drunken tramp upon the seat. How should he offer it to Katharine? He looked quickly at her. He saw that she was only half attentive to him. Only a section of her was exposed to him. The sight roused in him such desperation that he had much ado to control his impulse to rise and leave the house. Her hand lay loosely curled upon the table. He seized it and grasped it firmly, as if to make sure of her existence and of his own. "Because I love you, Katharine," he said. Some roundness or warmth essential to that statement was absent from his voice, and she had merely to shake her head very slightly for him to drop her hand and turn away in shame at his own impotence. He thought that she had detected his wish to leave her. She had discerned the break in his resolution, the blankness in the heart of his vision. It was true that he had been happier out in the street, thinking of her, than now that he was in the same room with her. He looked at her with a guilty expression on his face. But her look expressed neither disappointment nor reproach. Her pose was easy, and she seemed to give effect to a mood of quiet speculation by the spinning of her ruby ring upon the polished table. Denham forgot his despair in wondering what thoughts now occupied her. "You don't believe me?" he said. His tone was humble, and made her smile at him. "As far as I understand you. But what should you advise me to do with this ring?" she asked, holding it out. "I should advise you to let me keep it for you," he replied, in the same tone of half-humorous gravity. "After what you've said, I can hardly trust you, unless you'll unsay what you've said." "Very well. I'm not in love with you." "But I think you are in love with me, as I am with you," she added casually enough. "At least," she said, slipping her ring back to its old position, What other word describes the state we're in?" She looked at him gravely and inquiringly, as if in search of help. "It's when I'm with you that I doubt it, not when I'm alone," he stated. "So I thought," she replied. In order to explain to her his state of mind, Ralph recounted his experience with the photograph, the letter, and the flower picked at Kew. She listened very seriously. "And then you went raving about the streets," she mused. "Well, it's bad enough. But my state is worse than yours, because it hasn't anything to do with facts. It's an hallucination, pure and simple, an intoxication. One can't be in love with pure reason," she hazarded. "Because if you're in love with a vision, I believe that's what I'm in love with." This conclusion seemed fantastic and profoundly unsatisfactory to Ralph, but after the astonishing variations of his own sentiments during the past half-hour, he could not accuse her of fanciful exaggeration. "Rodney seems to know his own mind well enough," he said almost bitterly. The music, which had ceased, had now begun again, and the melody of Mozart seemed to express the easy and exquisite love of the two upstairs. "Cassandra never doubted for a moment, but she glanced at him as if to ascertain his position, "we see each other only now and then." "Like lights in a storm." "In the midst of a hurricane," she concluded, as the window shook beneath the pressure of the wind. They listened to the sound in silence. Here the door opened with considerable hesitation, and Mrs. Hilbery's head appeared, at first with an air of caution, but having made sure that she had admitted herself to the dining-room and not to some more unusual region, she came completely inside, and seemed in no way taken aback by the sight she saw. She seemed, as usual, bound on some quest of her own, which was interrupted pleasantly, but strangely, by running into one of those queer, unnecessary ceremonies that other people thought fit to indulge in. "Please don't let me interrupt you, Mr.—" She was at a loss, as usual, for the name, and Katharine thought that she did not recognize him. "I hope you found something nice to read," she added, pointing to the book upon the table. "Byron, ah, Byron! I've known people who knew Lord Byron," she said. Katharine, who had risen in some confusion, could not help smiling at the thought that her mother found it perfectly natural and desirable that her daughter should be reading Byron in the dining-room late at night alone with a strange young man. She blessed a disposition that was so convenient, and felt tenderly towards her mother and her mother's eccentricities. But Ralph observed that although Mrs. Hilbery held the book so close to her eyes, she was not reading a word. "My dear mother, why aren't you in bed?" Katharine exclaimed, changing astonishingly, in the space of a minute, to her usual condition of authoritative good sense. "Why are you wandering about?" "I'm sure I should like your poetry better than I like Lord Byron's," said Mrs. Hilbery, addressing Ralph Denham. "Mr. Denham doesn't write poetry. He has written articles for father, for the Review," Katharine said, as if prompting her memory. "Oh dear, how dull!" Mrs. Hilbery exclaimed, with a sudden laugh that rather puzzled her daughter. Ralph found that she had turned upon him a gaze that was at once very vague and very penetrating. "But I'm sure you read poetry at night. I always judge by the expression of the eyes," Mrs. Hilbery continued. "The windows of the soul," she added parenthetically. "I don't know much about the law," she went on, "though many of my relations were lawyers. Some of them looked very handsome, too, in their wigs. But I think I do know a little about poetry," she added, "and all the things that aren't written down. But, she waved her hand as if to indicate the wealth of unwritten poetry all about them. "The night and the stars, the dawn coming up, the barges swimming past, the sun setting. Ah, dear," she sighed. "Well, the sunset is very lovely, too. I sometimes think that poetry isn't so much what we write as what we feel, Mr. Denham." During this speech of her mother's, Katharine had turned away, and Ralph felt that Mrs. Hilbery was talking to him apart, with a desire to ascertain something about him which she veiled purposely by the vagueness of her words. He felt curiously encouraged and heartened by the beam in her eye rather than by her actual words. From the distance of her age and sex she seemed to be waving to him, hailing him as a ship sinking beneath the horizon might wave its flag of greeting to another setting out upon the same voyage. He bent his head, saying nothing, but with a curious certainty that she had read an answer to her inquiry that satisfied her. At any rate, she rambled off into a description of the law courts, which turned into a denunciation of English justice, which, according to her, imprisoned poor men who couldn't pay their debts. "Tell me, shall we ever do without it all?" she asked, but at this point Katharine gently insisted that her mother should go to bed. Looking back from halfway up the staircase, Katharine seemed to see Denham's eyes watching her. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Night and Day by Virginia Woolf. Chapter 31. The tray which brought Katharine's cup of tea the next morning brought also a note from her mother, announcing that it was her intention to catch an early train to Stratford-on-Avon that very day. "Please find out the best way of getting there," the note ran, "and wire to dear Sir John Burdett to expect me with my love. I've been dreaming all night of you and Shakespeare, dearest Katharine." This was no momentary impulse. Mrs. Hilbery had been dreaming of Shakespeare any time these 6 months, toying with the idea of an excursion to what she considered the heart of the civilized world, to stand 6 feet above Shakespeare's bones, to see the very stones worn by his feet, to reflect that the oldest man's oldest mother had very likely seen Shakespeare's daughter. Such thoughts roused an emotion in her, which she expressed at unsuitable moments, and with a passion that would not have been unseemly in a pilgrim to a sacred shrine. The only strange thing was that she wished to go by herself. But naturally enough she was well provided with friends who lived in the neighborhood of Shakespeare's tomb, and were delighted to welcome her, and she left later to catch her train in the best of spirits. There was a man selling violets in the street. It was a fine day. She would remember to send Mr. Hilbery the first daffodil she saw. And as she ran back into the hall to tell Katharine, she had always felt, that Shakespeare's command to leave his bones undisturbed applied only to odious curiosity-mongers, not to dear Sir John and herself. Leaving her daughter to cogitate the theory of Anne Hathaway's sonnets and the buried manuscripts here referred to, with the implied menace to the safety of the heart of civilization itself, she briskly shut the door of her taxicab and was whirled off upon the first stage of her pilgrimage. The house was oddly different without her. Katharine found the maids already in possession of her room, which they meant to clean thoroughly during her absence. To Katharine it seemed as if they had brushed away 60 years or so with the first flick of their damp dusters. It seemed to her that the work she had tried to do in that room was being swept into a very insignificant heap of dust. The china shepherdesses were already shining from a bath of hot water. The writing-table might have belonged to a professional man of methodical habits. Gathering together a few papers upon which she was at work, Katharine proceeded to her own room with the intention of looking through them, perhaps, in the course of the morning. But she was met on the stairs by Cassandra, who followed her up, but with such intervals between each step that Katharine began to feel her purpose dwindling before they had reached the door. Cassandra leant over the banisters and looked down upon the Persian rug that lay on the floor of the hall. "Doesn't everything look odd this morning?" she inquired. "Are you really going to spend the morning with those dull old letters? Because if so—" The dull old letters, which would have turned the heads of the most sober of collectors, were laid upon a table, and after a moment's pause, Cassandra, looking grave all of a sudden, asked Katharine where she should find The History of England by Lord Macaulay. It was downstairs in Mr. Hilbery's study. The cousins descended together in search of it. They diverged into the drawing-room for the good reason that the door was open. The portrait of Richard Alardyce attracted their attention. "I wonder what he was like." It was a question that Katharine had often asked herself lately. "Oh, a fraud like the rest of them, at least Henry says so," Cassandra replied, "though I don't believe everything Henry says," she added a little defensively. Down they went into Mr. Hilbery's study, where they began to look among his books. So desultory was this examination that some 15 minutes failed to discover the work they were in search of. "Must you read Macaulay's history, Cassandra?" Catherine asked, with a stretch of her arms. "I must," Cassandra replied briefly. "Well, I'm going to leave you to look for it yourself." "Oh, no, Catherine, please stay and help me. You see, I told William I'd read a little every day, and I want to tell him that I've begun when he comes." "When does William come?" Catherine asked, turning to the shelves again. "To tea, if that suits you?" "If it suits me to be out, I suppose you mean." "Oh, you're horrid! Why shouldn't you—" "Yes?" "Why shouldn't you be happy, too?" "I am quite happy," Catherine replied. "I mean as I am, Catherine," she said impulsively. "Do let's be married on the same day." "To the same man?" "Oh, no, no. But why shouldn't you marry some one else?" "Here's your Macaulay," said Catherine, turning round with the book in her hand. "I should say you'd better begin to read at once if you mean to be educated by tea-time." "Damn Lord Macaulay!" cried Cassandra, slapping the book upon the table. "Would you rather not talk?" "We've talked enough already," Catherine replied evasively. "I know I shan't be able to settle to Macaulay," said Cassandra, looking ruefully at the dull red cover of the prescribed volume, which, however, possessed a talismanic property, since William admired it. He had advised a little serious reading for the morning hours. "Have you read Macaulay?" she asked. "No, William never tried to educate me." As she spoke, she saw the light fade from Cassandra's face, as if she had implied some other, more mysterious relationship. She was stung with compunction. She marveled at her own rashness in having influenced the life of another, as she had influenced Cassandra's life. "We weren't serious," she said quickly. "But I'm fearfully serious," said Cassandra with a little shudder, and her look showed that she spoke the truth. She turned and glanced at Catherine as she had never glanced at her before. There was fear in her glance, which darted on her and then dropped guiltily. Oh, Catherine had everything, beauty, mind, character. She could never compete with Catherine. She could never be safe so long as Catherine brooded over her, dominating her, disposing of her. She called her cold, unseeing, unscrupulous, but the only sign she gave outwardly was a curious one. She reached out her hand and grasped the volume of history. At that moment the bell of the telephone rang, and Catherine went to answer it. Cassandra, released from observation, dropped her book and clenched her hands. She suffered more fiery torture in those few minutes than she had suffered in the whole of her life. She learnt more of her capacities for feeling. But when Catherine reappeared she was calm, and had gained a look of dignity that was new to her. "Was that him?" she asked. "It was Ralph Denham," Catherine replied. "I meant Ralph Denham." "Why did you mean Ralph Denham? What has William told you about Ralph Denham?" The accusation that Catherine was calm, callous, and indifferent was not possible in face of her present air of animation. She gave Cassandra no time to frame an answer. "Now, when are you and William going to be married?" she asked. Cassandra made no reply for some moments. It was indeed a very difficult question to answer. In conversation the night before, William had indicated to Cassandra that, in his belief, Catherine was becoming engaged to Ralph Denham in the dining-room. Cassandra, in the rosy light of her own circumstances, had been disposed to think that the matter must be settled already. But a letter which she had received that morning from William, while ardent in its expression of affection, had conveyed to her obliquely that he would prefer the announcement of their engagement to coincide with that of Catherine's. This document Cassandra now produced, and read aloud, with considerable excisions and much hesitation. "1,000 pities. I fear we shall cause a great deal of natural annoyance. If, on the other hand, what I have reason to think will happen, should happen, within reasonable time, and the present position is not in any way offensive to you, delay would, in my opinion, serve all our interests better than a premature explanation, which is bound to cause more surprise than is desirable." "Very like William," Catherine exclaimed, having gathered the drift of these remarks with a speed that, by itself, disconcerted Cassandra. "I quite understand his feelings," Cassandra replied. "I quite agree with them. I think it would be much better, if you intend to marry Mr. Denham, that we should wait, as William says." "But then, if I don't marry him for months, or, perhaps, not at all?" Cassandra was silent. The prospect appalled her. Katharine had been telephoning to Ralph Denham. She looked queer, too. She must be, or about to become, engaged to him. But if Cassandra could have overheard the conversation upon the telephone, she would not have felt so certain that it tended in that direction. It was to this effect: "I'm Ralph Denham speaking. I'm in my right senses now." "How long did you wait outside the house?" "I went home and wrote you a letter. I tore it up." "I shall tear up everything, too." "I shall come." "Yes, come to-day." "I must explain to you." "Yes, we must explain." A long pause followed. Ralph began a sentence, which he cancelled with the word "nothing." Suddenly, together at the same moment, they said good-bye. And yet, if the telephone had been miraculously connected with some higher atmosphere pungent with the scent of thyme and the savor of salt, Katharine could hardly have breathed in a keener sense of exhilaration. She ran downstairs on the crest of it. She was amazed to find herself already committed by William and Cassandra to marry the owner of the halting voice she had just heard on the telephone. The tendency of her spirit seemed to be in an altogether different direction, and of a different nature. She had only to look at Cassandra to see what the love that results in an engagement and marriage means. She considered for a moment, and then said, "If you don't want to tell people yourselves, I'll do it for you. I know William has feelings about these matters that make it very difficult for him to do anything." "Because he's fearfully sensitive about other people's feelings," said Cassandra. "The idea that he could upset Aunt Maggie or Uncle Trevor would make him ill for weeks." This interpretation of what she was used to call William's conventionality was new to Katharine, and yet she felt it now to be the true one. "Yes, you're right," she said. "And then he worships beauty. He wants life to be beautiful in every part of it. Have you ever noticed how exquisitely he finishes everything? Look at the address on that envelope. Every letter is perfect." Whether this applied also to the sentiments expressed in the letter, Katharine was not so sure, but when William's solicitude was spent upon Cassandra, it not only failed to irritate her, as it had done when she was the object of it, but appeared, as Cassandra said, the fruit of his love of beauty. "Yes," she said, "he loves beauty." "I hope we shall have a great many children," said Cassandra. "He loves children." This remark made Katharine realize the depths of their intimacy better than any other words could have done. She was jealous for one moment, but the next she was humiliated. She had known William for years, and she had never once guessed that he loved children. She looked at the queer glow of exultation in Cassandra's eyes, through which she was beholding the true spirit of a human being, and wished that she would go on talking about William forever. Cassandra was not unwilling to gratify her. She talked on. The morning slipped away. Katharine scarcely changed her position on the edge of her father's writing table, and Cassandra never opened the History of England. And yet it must be confessed that there were vast lapses in the attention which Katharine bestowed upon her cousin. The atmosphere was wonderfully congenial for thoughts of her own. She lost herself sometimes in such deep reverie that Cassandra, pausing, could look at her for moments unperceived. What could Katharine be thinking about unless it were Ralph Denham? She was satisfied, by certain random replies, that Katharine had wandered a little from the subject of William's perfections. But Katharine made no sign. She always ended these pauses by saying something so natural that Cassandra was deluded into giving fresh examples of her absorbing theme. Then they lunched, and the only sign that Katharine gave of abstraction was to forget to help the pudding. She looked so like her mother as she sat there, oblivious of the tapioca, that Cassandra was startled into exclaiming, "How like Aunt Maggie you look!" "Nonsense," said Katharine, with more irritation than the remark seemed to call for. In truth, now that her mother was away, Catherine did feel less sensible than usual, but as she argued it to herself, there was much less need for sense. Secretly, she was a little shaken by the evidence which the morning had supplied of her immense capacity for, what could one call it, rambling over an infinite variety of thoughts that were too foolish to be named. She was, for example, walking down a road in Northumberland in the August sunset. At the inn she left her companion, who was Ralph Denham, and was transported, not so much by her own feet as by some invisible means, to the top of a high hill. Here the scents, the sounds among the dry heather roots, the grass blades pressed upon the palm of her hand, were all so perceptible that she could experience each one separately. After this, her mind made excursions into the dark of the air, or settled upon the surface of the sea, which could be discovered over there, or with equal unreason it returned to its couch of bracken beneath the stars of midnight, and visited the snow valleys of the moon. These fancies would have been in no way strange, since the walls of every mind are decorated with some such tracery, but she found herself suddenly pursuing such thoughts with an extreme ardor, which became a desire to change her actual condition for something matching the conditions of her dream. Then she started. Then she awoke to the fact that Cassandra was looking at her in amazement. Cassandra would have liked to feel certain that, when Catherine made no reply at all, or one wide of the mark, she was making up her mind to get married at once, but it was difficult, if this were so, to account for some remarks that Catherine let fall about the future. She recurred several times to the summer, as if she meant to spend that season in solitary wandering. She seemed to have a plan in her mind which required Bradshaws and the names of inns. Cassandra was driven finally, by her own unrest, to put on her clothes and wander out along the streets of Chelsea, on the pretence that she must buy something. But in her ignorance of the way, she became panic-stricken at the thought of being late, and no sooner had she found the shop she wanted than she fled back again in order to be at home when William came. He came, indeed, 5 minutes after she had sat down by the tea-table, and she had the happiness of receiving him alone. His greeting put her doubts of his affection at rest, but the first question he asked was, "Has Catherine spoken to you?" "Yes, but she says she's not engaged. She doesn't seem to think she's ever going to be engaged." William frowned and looked annoyed. "They telephoned this morning, and she behaves very oddly. She forgets to help the pudding," Cassandra added by way of cheering him. "My dear child, after what I saw and heard last night, it's not a question of guessing or suspecting. Either she's engaged to him, or—" He left his sentence unfinished, for at this point Catherine herself appeared. With his recollections of the scene the night before, he was too self-conscious even to look at her, and it was not until she told him of her mother's visit to Stratford-on-Avon that he raised his eyes. It was clear that he was greatly relieved. He looked round him now, as if he felt at his ease, and Cassandra exclaimed, "Don't you think everything looks quite different?" "You've moved the sofa?" he asked. "No, nothing's been touched," said Catherine. "Everything's exactly the same." But as she said this, with a decision which seemed to make it imply that more than the sofa was unchanged, she held out a cup into which she had forgotten to pour any tea. Being told of her forgetfulness, she frowned with annoyance, and said that Cassandra was demoralizing her. The glance she cast upon them, and the resolute way in which she plunged them into speech, made William and Cassandra feel like children who had been caught prying. They followed her obediently, making conversation. Any one coming in might have judged them acquaintances met, perhaps, for the third time. If that were so, one must have concluded that the hostess suddenly bethought her of an engagement pressing for fulfillment. First Catherine looked at her watch, and then she asked William to tell her the right time. When told that it was 10 minutes to 5, she rose at once, and said, "Then I'm afraid I must go." She left the room, holding her unfinished bread and butter in her hand. William glanced at Cassandra. "Well, she is queer!" Cassandra exclaimed. William looked perturbed. He knew more of Catherine than Cassandra did, but even he could not tell. In a second Catherine was back again, dressed in outdoor things, still holding her bread and butter in her bare hand. "If I'm late, don't wait for me," she said. "I shall have dined." And so saying, she left them. "But she can't," William exclaimed as the door shut, "not without any gloves and bread and butter in her hand." They ran to the window, and saw her walking rapidly along the streets towards the city. Then she vanished. "She must have gone to meet Mr. Denham," Cassandra exclaimed. "Goodness knows," William interjected. The incident impressed them both as having something queer and ominous about it, out of all proportion to its surface strangeness. "It's the sort of way Aunt Maggie behaves," said Cassandra, as if in explanation. William shook his head, and paced up and down the room, looking extremely perturbed. "This is what I've been foretelling," he burst out. "Once set the ordinary conventions aside. Thank heaven Mrs. Hilbery is away. But there's Mr. Hilbery. How are we to explain it to him? I shall have to leave you." "But Uncle Trevor won't be back for hours, William," Cassandra implored. "You never can tell. He may be on his way already. Or suppose Mrs. Milvain, your Aunt Celia, or Mrs. Cosham, or any of your other aunts or uncles should be shown in and find us alone together. You know what they're saying about us already." Cassandra was equally stricken by the sight of William's agitation, and appalled by the prospect of his desertion. "We might hide," she exclaimed wildly, glancing at the curtain which separated the room with the relics. "I refuse entirely to get under the table," said William sarcastically. She saw that he was losing his temper with the difficulties of the situation. Her instinct told her that an appeal to his affection at this moment would be extremely ill-judged. She controlled herself, sat down, poured out a fresh cup of tea, and sipped it quietly. This natural action, arguing complete self-mastery, and showing her in one of those feminine attitudes which William found adorable, did more than any argument to compose his agitation. It appealed to his chivalry. He accepted a cup. Next she asked for a slice of cake. By the time the cake was eaten and the tea drunk, the personal question had lapsed, and they were discussing poetry. Insensibly they turned from the question of dramatic poetry in general to the particular example which reposed in William's pocket, and when the maid came in to clear away the tea things, William had asked permission to read a short passage aloud, unless it bored her. Cassandra bent her head in silence, but she showed a little of what she felt in her eyes, and thus fortified, William felt confident that it would take more than Mrs. Milvain herself to rout him from his position. He read aloud. Meanwhile, Catherine walked rapidly along the street. If called upon to explain her impulsive action in leaving the tea-table, she could have traced it to no better cause than that William had glanced at Cassandra, Cassandra at William. Yet, because they had glanced, her position was impossible. If one forgot to pour out a cup of tea, they rushed to the conclusion that she was engaged to Ralph Denham. She knew that in half an hour or so the door would open, and Ralph Denham would appear. She could not sit there and contemplate seeing him with William's and Cassandra's eyes upon them, judging their exact degree of intimacy, so that they might fix the wedding day. She promptly decided that she would meet Ralph out of doors. She still had time to reach Lincoln's Inn Fields before he left his office. She hailed a cab and bade it take her to a shop for selling maps which she remembered in Great Queen Street, since she hardly liked to be set down at his door. Arrived at the shop, she bought a large-scale map of Norfolk, and thus provided, hurried into Lincoln's Inn Fields, and assured herself of the position of Messrs. Hoper and Greatley's office. The great gas chandeliers were alight in the office windows. She conceived that he sat at an enormous table, laden with papers, beneath one of them, in the front room with the 3 tall windows. Having settled his position there, she began walking to and fro upon the pavement. Nobody of his build appeared. She scrutinized each male figure as it approached and passed her. Each male figure had, nevertheless, a look of him, due perhaps to the professional dress, the quick step, the keen glance which they cast upon her as they hastened home after the day's work. The square itself, with its immense houses all so fully occupied and stern of aspect, its atmosphere of industry and power, as if even the sparrows and the children were earning their daily bread, as if the sky itself, with its gray and scarlet clouds, reflected the serious intention of the city beneath it, spoke of him. Here was the fit place for their meeting, she thought. Here was the fit place for her to walk thinking of him. She could not help comparing it with the domestic streets of Chelsea. With this comparison in her mind, she extended her range a little, and turned into the main road. The great torrent of vans and carts was sweeping down Kingsway. Pedestrians were streaming in two currents along the pavements. She stood fascinated at the corner. The deep roar filled her ears. The changing tumult had the inexpressible fascination of varied life pouring ceaselessly, with a purpose which, as she looked, seemed to her, somehow, the normal purpose for which life was framed. Its complete indifference to the individuals, whom it swallowed up and rolled onwards, filled her with at least a temporary exultation. The blend of daylight and of lamplight made her an invisible spectator, just as it gave the people who passed her a semi-transparent quality, and left the faces pale ivory ovals in which the eyes alone were dark. They tended the enormous rush of the current, the great flow, the deep stream, the unquenchable tide. She stood unobserved and absorbed, glorying openly in the rapture that had run subterraneously all day. Suddenly she was clutched, unwillingly, from the outside, by the recollection of her purpose in coming there. She had come to find Ralph Denham. She hastily turned back into Lincoln's Inn Fields and looked for her landmark, the light in the 3 tall windows. She sought in vain. The faces of the houses had now merged in the general darkness, and she had difficulty in determining which she sought. Ralph's 3 windows gave back on their ghostly glass panels only a reflection of the gray and greenish sky. She rang the bell peremptorily, under the painted name of the firm. After some delay she was answered by a caretaker, whose pail and brush of themselves told her that the working day was over and the workers gone. Nobody, save perhaps Mr. Greatley himself, was left, she assured Catherine. Every one else had gone these 10 minutes. The news woke Catherine completely. Anxiety gained upon her. She hastened back into Kingsway, looking at people who had miraculously regained their solidity. She ran as far as the tube station, overhauling clerk after clerk, solicitor after solicitor. Not one of them even faintly resembled Ralph Denham. More and more plainly did she see him, and more did he seem to her unlike any one else. At the door of the station she paused, and tried to collect her thoughts. He had gone to her house. By taking a cab she could be there probably in advance of him. But she pictured herself opening the drawing-room door, and William and Cassandra looking up, and Ralph's entrance a moment later, and the glances, the insinuations. No, she could not face it. She would write him a letter and take it at once to his house. She bought paper and pencil at the bookstall, and entered an ABC shop where, by ordering a cup of coffee, she secured an empty table and began at once to write. I came to meet you, and I have missed you. I could not face William and Cassandra. They want us. Here she paused. They insist that we are engaged, she substituted, and we couldn't talk at all, or explain anything. I want— Her wants were so vast, now that she was in communication with Ralph, that the pencil was utterly inadequate to conduct them onto the paper. It seemed as if the whole torrent of Kingsway had to run down her pencil. She gazed intently at a notice hanging on the gold-encrusted wall opposite. To say all kinds of things, she added, writing each word with the painstaking of a child. But when she raised her eyes again to meditate the next sentence, she was aware of a waitress, whose expression intimated that it was closing time, and looking round, Catherine saw herself almost the last person left in the shop. She took up her letter, paid her bill, and found herself once more in the street. She would now take a cab to Highgate, but at that moment it flashed upon her that she could not remember the address. This check seemed to let fall a barrier across a very powerful current of desire. She ransacked her memory in desperation, hunting for the name, first by remembering the look of the house, then by trying, in memory, to retrace the words she had written once, at least, upon an envelope. The more she pressed, the farther the words receded. Was the house on Orchard something? Or the street a hill? She gave it up. Never, since she was a child, had she felt anything like this blankness and desolation. There rushed in upon her, as if she were waking from some dream, all the consequences of her inexplicable indolence. She figured Ralph's face as he turned from her door without a word of explanation, receiving his dismissal as a blow from herself, a callous intimation that she did not wish to see him. She followed his departure from her door, but it was far more easy to see him marching far and fast in any direction for any length of time than to conceive that he would turn back to Highgate. Perhaps he would try once more to see her in Cheyne Walk? It was proof of the clearness with which she saw him that she started forward as this possibility occurred to her, and almost raised her hand to beckon a cab. No, he was too proud to come again. He rejected the desire and walked on and on, on and on. If only she could read the names of those visionary streets down which he passed! But her imagination betrayed her at this point, or mocked her with a sense of their strangeness, darkness, and distance. Indeed, instead of helping herself to any decision, she only filled her mind with the vast extent of London and the impossibility of finding any single figure that wandered off this way and that way, turned to the right and to the left, chose that dingy little back street where the children were playing in the road, and so— She roused herself impatiently. She walked rapidly along Holborn. Soon she turned, and walked as rapidly in the other direction. This indecision was not merely odious, but had something that alarmed her about it, as she had been alarmed slightly once or twice already that day. She felt unable to cope with the strength of her own desires. To a person controlled by habit, there was humiliation as well as alarm in this sudden release of what appeared to be a very powerful as well as unreasonable force. An aching in the muscles of her right hand now showed her that she was crushing her gloves and the map of Norfolk in a grip sufficient to crack a more solid object. She relaxed her grasp. She looked anxiously at the faces of the passers-by to see whether their eyes rested on her for a moment longer than was natural, or with any curiosity. But having smoothed out her gloves, and done what she could to look as usual, she forgot spectators, and was once more given up to her desperate desire to find Ralph Denham. It was a desire now, wild, irrational, unexplained, resembling something felt in childhood. Once more she blamed herself bitterly for her carelessness, but finding herself opposite the tube station, she pulled herself up and took counsel swiftly, as of old. It flashed upon her that she would go at once to Mary Datchet, and ask her to give her Ralph's address. The decision was a relief, not only in giving her a goal, but in providing her with a rational excuse for her own actions. It gave her a goal, certainly, but the fact of having a goal led her to dwell exclusively upon her obsession, so that when she rang the bell of Mary's flat, she did not for a moment consider how this demand would strike Mary. To her extreme annoyance, Mary was not at home. A charwoman opened the door. All Catherine could do was to accept the invitation to wait. She waited for, perhaps 15 minutes, and spent them in pacing from one end of the room to the other without intermission. When she heard Mary's key in the door, she paused in front of the fireplace, and Mary found her standing upright, looking at once expectant and determined, like a person who has come on an errand of such importance that it must be broached without preface. Mary exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, yes," said Catherine, brushing these remarks aside, as if they were in the way. "Have you had tea?" "Oh, yes," she said, thinking that she had had tea hundreds of years ago, somewhere or other. Mary paused, took off her gloves, and, finding matches, proceeded to light the fire. Catherine checked her with an impatient movement, and said, "Don't light the fire for me. I want to know Ralph Denham's address." She was holding a pencil and preparing to write on the envelope. She waited with an imperious expression. "The apple orchard, Mount Ararat Road, Highgate," Mary said, speaking slowly and rather strangely. "Oh, I remember now," Catherine exclaimed, with irritation at her own stupidity. "I suppose it wouldn't take 20 minutes to drive there?" She gathered up her purse and gloves and seemed about to go. "But you won't find him," said Mary, pausing with a match in her hand. Catherine, who had already turned towards the door, stopped and looked at her. "Why, where is he?" she asked. "He won't have left his office." "But he has left the office," she replied. "The only question is, will he have reached home yet? He went to see me at Chelsea. I tried to meet him and missed him. He will have found no message to explain, so I must find him as soon as possible." Mary took in the situation at her leisure. "But why not telephone?" she said. Catherine immediately dropped all that she was holding. Her strained expression relaxed, and exclaiming, "Of course! Why didn't I think of that?" she seized the telephone receiver and gave her number. Mary looked at her steadily, and then left the room. At length Catherine heard, through all the superimposed weight of London, the mysterious sound of feet in her own house mounting to the little room where she could almost see the pictures and the books. She listened with extreme intentness to the preparatory vibrations, and then established her identity. "Has Mr. Denham called?" "Yes, miss." "Did he ask for me?" "Yes, we said you were out, miss." "Did he leave any message?" "No, he went away about 20 minutes ago, miss." Catherine hung up the receiver. She walked the length of the room in such acute disappointment that she did not at first perceive Mary's absence. Then she called in a harsh and peremptory tone, "Mary!" Mary was taking off her outdoor things in the bedroom. She heard Catherine call her. "Yes," she said, "I shan't be a moment." But the moment prolonged itself. As if for some reason Mary found satisfaction in making herself not only tidy, but seemly and ornamented. A stage in her life had been accomplished in the last months which left its traces forever upon her bearing. Youth, and the bloom of youth, had receded, leaving the purpose of her face to show itself in the hollower cheeks, the firmer lips, the eyes no longer spontaneously observing at random, but narrowed upon an end which was not near at hand. This woman was now a serviceable human being, mistress of her own destiny, and thus, by some combination of ideas, fit to be adorned with the dignity of silver chains and glowing brooches. She came in at her leisure and asked, "Well, did you get an answer?" "He has left Chelsea already," Catherine replied. "Still, he won't be home yet," said Mary. Catherine was once more irresistibly drawn to gaze upon an imaginary map of London, to follow the twists and turns of unnamed streets. "I'll ring up his home and ask whether he's back." Mary crossed to the telephone, and after a series of brief remarks, announced, "No, his sister says he hasn't come back yet." "Ah!" She applied her ear to the telephone once more. "They've had a message. He won't be back to dinner." "Then what is he going to do?" Very pale, with her large eyes fixed not so much upon Mary as upon vistas of unresponding blankness, Catherine addressed herself also not so much to Mary as to the unrelenting spirit which now appeared to mock her from every quarter of her survey. After waiting a little time, Mary remarked indifferently, "I really don't know." Slackly lying back in her armchair, she watched the little flames beginning to creep among the coals indifferently, as if they, too, were very distant and indifferent. Catherine looked at her indignantly and rose. "Possibly he may come here," Mary continued, without altering the abstract tone of her voice. "It would be worth your while to wait if you want to see him to-night." She bent forward and touched the wood, so that the flames slipped in between the interstices of the coal. Catherine reflected. "I'll wait half an hour," she said. Mary rose, went to the table, spread out her papers under the green-shaded lamp, and with an action that was becoming a habit, twisted a lock of hair round and round in her fingers. Once she looked unperceived at her visitor, who never moved, who sat so still, with eyes so intent, that you could almost fancy that she was watching something, some face that never looked up at her. Mary found herself unable to go on writing. She turned her eyes away, but only to be aware of the presence of what Catherine looked at. There were ghosts in the room, and one, strangely and sadly, was the ghost of herself. The minutes went by. "What would the time be now?" said Catherine at last. The half-hour was not quite spent. "I'm going to get dinner ready," said Mary, rising from her table. "Then I'll go," said Catherine. "Why don't you stay? Where are you going?" Catherine looked round the room, conveying her uncertainty in her glance. "Perhaps I might find him," she mused. "But why should it matter? You'll see him another day." Mary spoke, and intended to speak, cruelly enough. "I was wrong to come here," Catherine replied. Their eyes met with antagonism, and neither flinched. "You had a perfect right to come here," Mary answered. A loud knocking at the door interrupted them. Mary went to open it, and returning with some note or parcel, Catherine looked away so that Mary might not read her disappointment. "Of course you had a right to come," Mary repeated, laying the note upon the table. "No," said Catherine, "except that when one's desperate one has a sort of right. I am desperate. How do I know what's happening to him now? He may do anything. He may wander about the streets all night. Anything may happen to him." She spoke with a self-abandonment that Mary had never seen in her. "You know you exaggerate. You're talking nonsense," she said roughly. "Mary, I must talk. I must tell you—" "You needn't tell me anything," Mary interrupted her. "Can't I see for myself?" "No, no," Catherine exclaimed. "It's not that." Her look, passing beyond Mary, beyond the verge of the room, and out beyond any words that came her way, wildly and passionately, convinced Mary that she, at any rate, could not follow such a glance to its end. She was baffled. She tried to think herself back again into the height of her love for Ralph. Pressing her fingers upon her eyelids, she murmured, "You forget that I loved him too. I thought I knew him. I did know him." And yet what had she known? She could not remember it any more. She pressed her eyeballs until they struck stars and suns into her darkness. She convinced herself that she was stirring among ashes. She desisted. She was astonished at her discovery. She did not love Ralph any more. She looked back dazed into the room, and her eyes rested upon the table with its lamplit papers. The steady radiance seemed for a second to have its counterpart within her. She shut her eyes. She opened them and looked at the lamp again. Another love burnt in the place of the old one, or so, in a momentary glance of amazement, she guessed before the revelation was over and the old surroundings asserted themselves. She leant in silence against the mantelpiece. "There are different ways of loving," she murmured, half to herself, at length. Catherine made no reply, and seemed unaware of her words. She seemed absorbed in her own thoughts. "Perhaps he's waiting in the street again to-night," she exclaimed. "I'll go now. I might find him." "It's far more likely that he'll come here," said Mary, and Catherine, after considering for a moment, said, "I'll wait another half-hour." She sank down into her chair again, and took up the same position which Mary had compared to the position of one watching an unseeing face. She watched, indeed, not a face, but a procession, not of people, but of life itself, the good and bad, the meaning, the past, the present, and the future. All this seemed apparent to her, and she was not ashamed of her extravagance, so much as exalted to one of the pinnacles of existence, where it behooved the world to do her homage. No one but she herself knew what it meant to miss Ralph Denham on that particular night. Into this inadequate event crowded feelings that the great crises of life might have failed to call forth. She had missed him, and knew the bitterness of all failure. She desired him, and knew the torment of all passion. It did not matter what trivial accidents led to this culmination, nor did she care how extravagant she appeared, nor how openly she showed her feelings. When the dinner was ready, Mary told her to come, and she came submissively, as if she let Mary direct her movements for her. They ate and drank together almost in silence, and when Mary told her to eat more, she ate more. When she was told to drink wine, she drank it. Nevertheless, beneath this superficial obedience, Mary knew that she was following her own thoughts unhindered. She was not inattentive so much as remote. She looked at once so unseeing and so intent upon some vision of her own that Mary gradually felt more than protective. She became actually alarmed at the prospect of some collision between Catherine and the forces of the outside world. Directly they had done, Catherine announced her intention of going. "But where are you going to?" Mary asked, desiring vaguely to hinder her. "Oh, I'm going home. No, to Highgate, perhaps." Mary saw that it would be useless to try to stop her. All she could do was to insist upon coming too, but she met with no opposition. Catherine seemed indifferent to her presence. In a few minutes they were walking along the Strand. They walked so rapidly that Mary was deluded into the belief that Catherine knew where she was going. She herself was not attentive. She was glad of the movement along lamplit streets in the open air. She was fingering, painfully and with fear, yet with strange hope too, the discovery which she had stumbled upon unexpectedly that night. She was free once more at the cost of a gift, the best, perhaps, that she could offer, but she was, thank heaven, in love no longer. She was tempted to spend the first installment of her freedom in some dissipation, in the pit of the Colosseum, for example, since they were now passing the door. Why not go in and celebrate her independence of the tyranny of love? Or perhaps the top of an omnibus bound for some remote place, such as Camberwell or Sidcup, or the Welsh Harp would suit her better. She noticed these names painted on little boards for the first time for weeks. Or should she return to her room and spend the night working out the details of a very enlightened and ingenious scheme? Of all possibilities, this appealed to her most, and brought to mind the fire, the lamplight, the steady glow which had seemed lit in the place where a more passionate flame had once burnt. Now Catherine stopped, and Mary woke to the fact that instead of having a goal, she had evidently none. She paused at the edge of the crossing and looked this way and that, and finally made as if in the direction of Haverstock Hill. "Look here, where are you going?" Mary cried, catching her by the hand. "We must take that cab and go home." She hailed a cab and insisted that Catherine should get in, while she directed the driver to take them to Cheyne Walk. Catherine submitted. "Very well," she said, "we may as well go there as anywhere else." A gloom seemed to have fallen on her. She lay back in her corner, silent and apparently exhausted. Mary, in spite of her own preoccupation, was struck by her pallor and her attitude of dejection. "I'm sure we shall find him," she said more gently than she had yet spoken. "It may be too late," Catherine replied. Without understanding her, Mary began to pity her for what she was suffering. "Nonsense," she said, taking her hand and rubbing it. "If we don't find him there, we shall find him somewhere else." "But suppose he's walking the streets for hours and hours?" She leant forward and looked out of the window. "He may refuse ever to speak to me again," she said in a low voice, almost to herself. The exaggeration was so immense that Mary did not attempt to cope with it, save by keeping hold of Catherine's wrist. She half expected that Catherine might open the door suddenly and jump out. Perhaps Catherine perceived the purpose with which her hand was held. "Don't be frightened," she said with a little laugh. "I'm not going to jump out of the cab. It wouldn't do much good, after all." Upon this, Mary ostentatiously withdrew her hand. "I ought to have apologized," Catherine continued with an effort, "for bringing you into all this business. I haven't told you half, either. I'm no longer engaged to William Rodney. He is to marry Cassandra Otway. It's all arranged, all perfectly right. And after he'd waited in the streets for hours and hours, William made me bring him in. He was standing under the lamp-post, watching our windows. He was perfectly white when he came into the room. William left us alone, and we sat and talked. It seems ages and ages ago now. Was it last night? Have I been out long? What's the time?" She sprang forward to catch sight of a clock, as if the exact time had some important bearing on her case. "Only 8:30, she exclaimed. "Then he may be there still." She leant out of the window and told the cabman to drive faster. "But if he's not there, what shall I do? Where could I find him? The streets are so crowded." "We shall find him," Mary repeated. Mary had no doubt but that somehow or other they would find him. But suppose they did find him? She began to think of Ralph with a sort of strangeness, in her effort to understand how he could be capable of satisfying this extraordinary desire. Once more she thought herself back to her old view of him, and could, with an effort, recall the haze which surrounded his figure, and the sense of confused, heightened exhilaration which lay all about his neighborhood, so that for months at a time she had never exactly heard his voice or seen his face, or so it now seemed to her. The pain of her loss shot through her. Nothing would ever make up, not success or happiness or oblivion. But this pang was immediately followed by the assurance that now, at any rate, she knew the truth, and Catherine, she thought, stealing a look at her, did not know the truth. Yes, Catherine was immensely to be pitied. The cab, which had been caught in traffic, was now liberated and sped on down Sloane Street. Mary was conscious of the tension with which Catherine marked its progress, as if her mind were fixed upon a point in front of them, and marked, second by second, their approach to it. She said nothing, and in silence Mary began to fix her mind, in sympathy at first, and later in forgetfulness of her companion, upon a point in front of them. She imagined a point distant as a low star upon the horizon of the dark. There, for her, too, for them both, was the goal for which they were striving, and the end for the ardors of their spirits was the same. But where it was, or what it was, or why she felt convinced that they were united in search of it, as they drove swiftly down the streets of London side by side, she could not have said. "At last!" Catherine breathed, as the cab drew up at the door. She jumped out and scanned the pavement on either side. Mary, meanwhile, rang the bell. The door opened as Catherine assured herself that no one of the people within view had any likeness to Ralph. On seeing her, the maid said at once, "Mr. Denham called again, miss. He has been waiting for you for some time." Catherine vanished from Mary's sight. The door shut between them, and Mary walked slowly and thoughtfully up the street alone. Catherine turned at once to the dining-room, but with her fingers upon the handle she held back. Perhaps she realized that this was a moment which would never come again. Perhaps, for a second, it seemed to her that no reality could equal the imagination she had formed. Perhaps she was restrained by some vague fear or anticipation, which made her dread any exchange or interruption. But if these doubts and fears or this supreme bliss restrained her, it was only for a moment. In another second she had turned the handle, and biting her lip to control herself, she opened the door upon Ralph Denham. An extraordinary clearness of sight seemed to possess her on beholding him. So little, so single, so separate from all else he appeared, who had been the cause of these extreme agitations and aspirations. She could have laughed in his face. But gaining upon this clearness of sight against her will and to her dislike was a flood of confusion, of relief, of certainty, of humility, of desire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Night and Day by Virginia Woolf. Chapter 32. Nobody asked Catherine any questions next day. If cross-examined, she might have said that nobody spoke to her. She worked a little, wrote a little, ordered the dinner, and sat, for longer than she knew, with her head on her hand, piercing whatever lay before her, whether it was a letter or a dictionary, as if it were a film upon the deep prospects that revealed themselves to her kindling and brooding eyes. She rose once, and going to the bookcase, took out her father's Greek dictionary, and spread the sacred pages of symbols and figures before her. She smoothed the sheets with a mixture of affectionate amusement and hope. Would other eyes look on them with her one day? The thought, long intolerable, was now just bearable. She was quite unaware of the anxiety with which her movements were watched and her expression scanned. Cassandra was careful not to be caught looking at her, and their conversation was so prosaic that were it not for certain jolts and jerks between the sentences, as if the mind were kept with difficulty to the rails, Mrs. Milvain herself could have detected nothing of a suspicious nature in what she overheard. William, when he came in late that afternoon and found Cassandra alone, had a very serious piece of news to impart. He had just passed Catherine in the street, and she had failed to recognize him. "That doesn't matter with me, of course, but suppose it happened with somebody else. What would they think? They would suspect something merely from her expression. She looked, he hesitated, like someone walking in her sleep." To Cassandra the significant thing was that Catherine had gone out without telling her, and she interpreted this to mean that she had gone out to meet Ralph Denham. But to her surprise, William drew no comfort from this probability. "Once throw conventions aside," he began, "once do the things that people don't do, and the fact that you are going to meet a young man is no longer proof of anything, except, indeed, that people will talk." Cassandra saw, not without a pang of jealousy, that he was extremely solicitous that people should not talk about Catherine, as if his interest in her were still proprietary rather than friendly. As they were both ignorant of Ralph's visit the night before, they had not that reason to comfort themselves with the thought that matters were hastening to a crisis. These absences of Catherine's, moreover, left them exposed to interruptions which almost destroyed their pleasure in being alone together. The rainy evening made it impossible to go out, and indeed, according to William's code, it was considerably more damning to be seen out of doors than surprised within. They were so much at the mercy of bells and doors that they could hardly talk of Macaulay with any conviction, and William preferred to defer the second act of his tragedy until another day. Under these circumstances, Cassandra showed herself at her best. She sympathized with William's anxieties, and did her utmost to share them, but still, to be alone together, to be running risks together, to be partners in the wonderful conspiracy, was to her so enthralling that she was always forgetting discretion, breaking out into exclamations and admirations, which finally made William believe that, although deplorable and upsetting, the situation was not without its sweetness. When the door did open, he started, but braved the forthcoming revelation. It was not Mrs. Milvain, however, but Catherine herself, who entered, closely followed by Ralph Denham. With a set expression which showed what an effort she was making, Catherine encountered their eyes, and saying, "We're not going to interrupt you," she led Denham behind the curtain which hung in front of the room with the relics. This refuge was none of her willing, but confronted with wet pavements, and only some belated museum or tube station for shelter, she was forced, for Ralph's sake, to face the discomforts of her own house. Under the street lamps she had thought him looking both tired and strained. Thus separated, the two couples remained occupied for some time with their own affairs. Only the lowest murmurs penetrated from one section of the room to the other. At length the maid came in to bring a message that Mr. Hilbery would not be home for dinner. It was true that there was no need that Catherine should be informed, but William began to inquire Cassandra's opinion in such a way as to show that, with or without reason, he wished very much to speak to her. From motives of her own, Cassandra dissuaded him. "But don't you think it's a little unsociable?" he hazarded. "Why not do something amusing? Go to the play, for instance. Why not ask Catherine and Ralph, eh?" The coupling of their names in this manner caused Cassandra's heart to leap with pleasure. "Don't you think they must be—" she began, but William hastily took her up. "Oh, I know nothing about that. I only thought we might amuse ourselves, as your uncle's out." He proceeded on his embassy with a mixture of excitement and embarrassment, which caused him to turn aside with his hand on the curtain, and to examine intently for several moments the portrait of a lady, optimistically said by Mrs. Hilbery to be an early work of Sir Joshua Reynolds. Then, with some unnecessary fumbling, he drew aside the curtain, and with his eyes fixed upon the ground, repeated his message and suggested that they should all spend the evening at the play. Catherine accepted the suggestion with such cordiality that it was strange to find her of no clear mind as to the precise spectacle she wished to see. She left the choice entirely to Ralph and William, who, taking counsel fraternally over an evening paper, found themselves in agreement as to the merits of a music hall. This being arranged, everything else followed easily and enthusiastically. Cassandra had never been to a music hall. Catherine instructed her in the peculiar delights of an entertainment where polar bears follow directly upon ladies in full evening dress, and the stage is alternately a garden of mystery, a milliner's bandbox, and a fried fish shop in the Mile End Road. Whatever the exact nature of the program that night, it fulfilled the highest purposes of dramatic art, so far, at least, as four of the audience were concerned. No doubt the actors and the authors would have been surprised to learn in what shape their efforts reached those particular eyes and ears, but they could not have denied that the effect as a whole was tremendous. The whole resounded with brass and strings, alternately of enormous pomp and majesty, and then of sweetest lamentation. The reds and creams of the background, the lyres and harps, and urns and skulls, the protuberances of plaster, the fringes of scarlet plush, the sinking and blazing of innumerable electric lights, could scarcely have been surpassed for decorative effect by any craftsman of the ancient or modern world. Then there was the audience itself, bare-shouldered, tufted, and garlanded in the stalls, decorous but festal in the balconies, and frankly fit for daylight and street life in the galleries. But however they differed when looked at separately, they shared the same huge, lovable nature in the bulk, which murmured and swayed and quivered all the time the dancing and juggling and love-making went on in front of it, slowly laughed and reluctantly left off laughing, and applauded with a helter-skelter generosity which sometimes became unanimous and overwhelming. Once William saw Katharine leaning forward and clapping her hands with an abandonment that startled him. Her laugh rang out with the laughter of the audience. For a second he was puzzled, as if this laughter disclosed something that he had never suspected in her. But then Cassandra's face caught his eye, gazing with astonishment at the buffoon, not laughing, too deeply intent and surprised to laugh at what she saw, and for some moments he watched her as if she were a child. The performance came to an end, the illusion dying out first here and then there, as some rose to put on their coats, others stood upright to salute God Save the King. The musicians folded their music and encased their instruments, and the lights sank one by one until the house was empty, silent, and full of great shadows. Looking back over her shoulder as she followed Ralph through the swing doors, Cassandra marveled to see how the stage was already entirely without romance. But, she wondered, did they really cover all the seats in Brown Holland every night? The success of this entertainment was such that before they separated another expedition had been planned for the next day. The next day was Saturday. Therefore both William and Ralph were free to devote the whole afternoon to an expedition to Greenwich, which Cassandra had never seen, and Katharine confused with Dulwich. On this occasion Ralph was their guide. He brought them without accident to Greenwich. What exigencies of state or fantasies of imagination first gave birth to the cluster of pleasant places by which London is surrounded is a matter of indifference now that they have adapted themselves so admirably to the needs of people between the ages of 20 and 30, with Saturday afternoons to spend. Indeed, if ghosts have any interest in the affections of those who succeed them, they must reap their richest harvest when the fine weather comes again and the lovers, the sightseers, and the holiday-makers pour themselves out of trains and omnibuses into their old pleasure grounds. It is true that they go, for the most part, unthanked by name, although upon this occasion William was ready to give such discriminating praise as the dead architects and painters receive seldom in the course of the year. They were walking by the river-bank, and Katharine and Ralph, lagging a little behind, caught fragments of his lecture. Katharine smiled at the sound of his voice. She listened as if she found it a little unfamiliar. Intimately though she knew it, she tested it. The note of assurance and happiness was new. William was very happy. She learnt every hour what sources of his happiness she had neglected. She had never asked him to teach her anything. She had never consented to read Macaulay. She had never expressed her belief that his play was second only to the works of Shakespeare. She followed dreamily in their wake, smiling and delighting in the sound which conveyed, she knew, the rapturous and yet not servile assent of Cassandra. Then she murmured, "How can Cassandra—" but changed her sentence to the opposite of what she meant to say, and ended, "How could she herself have been so blind?" But it was unnecessary to follow out such riddles when the presence of Ralph supplied her with more interesting problems, which somehow became involved with the little boat crossing the river, the majestic and careworn city, and the steamers home-coming with their treasury, or starting in search of it, so that infinite leisure would be necessary for the proper disentanglement of one from the other. He stopped, moreover, and began inquiring of an old boatman as to the tides and the ships. In thus talking he seemed different, and even looked different, she thought, against the river, with the steeples and towers for background. His strangeness, his romance, his power to leave her side and take part in the affairs of men, the possibility that they should together hire a boat and cross the river, the speed and wildness of this enterprise, filled her mind and inspired her with such rapture, half of love and half of adventure, that William and Cassandra were startled from their talk, and Cassandra exclaimed, "She looks as if she were offering up a sacrifice. Very beautiful," she added quickly, though she repressed, in deference to William, her own wonder that the sight of Ralph Denham talking to a boatman on the banks of the Thames could move anyone to such an attitude of adoration. That afternoon, what with the tea and the curiosity of the Thames tunnel and the unfamiliarity of the streets, passed so quickly that the only method of prolonging it was to plan another expedition for the following day. Hampton Court was decided upon, in preference to Hampstead, for though Cassandra had dreamt as a child of the brigands of Hampstead, she had now transferred her affections completely and forever to William III. Accordingly, they arrived at Hampton Court about lunch-time on a fine Sunday morning. Such unity marked their expressions of admiration for the red-brick building that they might have come here for no other purpose than to assure each other that this palace was the stateliest palace in the world. They walked up and down the terrace four abreast, and fancied themselves the owners of the place, and calculated the amount of good to the world produced indubitably by such a tenancy. "The only hope for us," said Catherine, "is that William shall die, and Cassandra shall be given rooms as the widow of a distinguished poet." "Or," Cassandra began, but checked herself from the liberty of envisaging Catherine as the widow of a distinguished lawyer. Upon this, the third day of junketing, it was tiresome to have to restrain oneself even from such innocent excursions of fancy. She dared not question William. He was inscrutable. He never seemed even to follow the other couple with curiosity when they separated, as they frequently did, to name a plant or examine a fresco. Cassandra was constantly studying their backs. She noticed how sometimes the impulse to move came from Catherine, and sometimes from Ralph, how sometimes they walked slow, as if in profound intercourse, and sometimes fast, as if in passionate. When they came together again, nothing could be more unconcerned than their manner. "We have been wondering whether they ever catch a fish," or "We must leave time to visit the maze." Then, to puzzle her further, William and Ralph filled in all interstices of meal-times or railway journeys with perfectly good-tempered arguments, or they discussed politics, or they told stories, or they did sums together upon the backs of old envelopes to prove something. She suspected that Catherine was absent-minded, but it was impossible to tell. There were moments when she felt so young and inexperienced that she almost wished herself back with the silkworms at Stogdon House, and not embarked upon this bewildering intrigue. These moments, however, were only the necessary shadow or chill which proved the substance of her bliss, and did not damage the radiance which seemed to rest equally upon the whole party. The fresh air of spring, the sky washed of clouds, and already shedding warmth from its blue, seemed the reply vouchsafed by nature to the mood of her chosen spirits. These chosen spirits were to be found also among the deer, dumbly basking, and among the fish set still in midstream, for they were mute sharers in a benignant state, not needing any exposition by the tongue. No words that Cassandra could come by expressed the stillness, the brightness, the air of expectancy which lay upon the orderly beauty of the grass walks and gravel paths down which they went walking four abreast that Sunday afternoon. Silently the shadows of the trees lay across the broad sunshine. Silence wrapped her heart in its folds. The quivering stillness of the butterfly on the half-open flower, the silent grazing of the deer in the sun, were the sights her eyes rested upon and received as the images of her own nature laid open to happiness and trembling in its ecstasy. But the afternoon wore on, and it became time to leave the gardens. As they drove from Waterloo to Chelsea, Catherine began to have some compunction about her father, which, together with the opening of offices and the need of working in them on Monday, made it difficult to plan another festival for the following day. Mr. Hilbery had taken their absence so far with paternal benevolence, but they could not trespass upon it indefinitely. Indeed, had they known it, he was already suffering from their absence, and longing for their return. He had no dislike of solitude, and Sunday in particular was pleasantly adapted for letter-writing, paying calls, or a visit to his club. He was leaving the house on some such suitable expedition towards tea-time, when he found himself stopped on his own doorstep by his sister, Mrs. Milvain. She should, on hearing that no one was at home, have withdrawn submissively, but instead she accepted his half-hearted invitation to come in, and he found himself in the melancholy position of being forced to order tea for her and sit in the drawing-room while she drank it. She speedily made it plain that she was only thus exacting because she had come on a matter of business. He was by no means exhilarated at the news. "Catherine is out this afternoon," he remarked. "Why not come round later and discuss it with her? With us both, eh?" "My dear Trevor, I have particular reasons for wishing to talk to you alone. Where is Catherine?" "She's out with her young man, naturally. Cassandra plays the part of chaperone very usefully. A charming young woman, that. A great favorite of mine." He turned his stone between his fingers and conceived different methods of leading Celia away from her obsession, which he supposed must have reference to the domestic affairs of Cyril, as usual. "With Cassandra," Mrs. Milvain repeated significantly. "With Cassandra." "Yes, with Cassandra," Mr. Hilbery agreed urbanely, pleased at the diversion. "I think they said they were going to Hampton Court, and I rather believe they were taking a protégé of mine, Ralph Denham, a very clever fellow, too, to amuse Cassandra. I thought the arrangement very suitable." He was prepared to dwell at some length upon this safe topic, and trusted that Catherine would come in before he had done with it. "Hampton Court always seems to me an ideal spot for engaged couples. There's the Maze. There's a nice place for having tea, I forget what they call it, and then, if the young man knows his business, he contrives to take his lady upon the river. Full of possibilities, full. Cake, Celia?" Mr. Hilbery continued. "I respect my dinner too much, but that can't possibly apply to you. You've never observed that feast, so far as I can remember." Her brother's affability did not deceive Mrs. Milvain. It slightly saddened her. She well knew the cause of it, blind and infatuated as usual. "Who is this Mr. Denham?" she asked. "Ralph Denham?" said Mr. Hilbery, in relief that her mind had taken this turn. "A very interesting young man. I've a great belief in him. He's an authority upon our medieval institutions, and if he weren't forced to earn his living, he would write a book that very much wants writing." "He's not well off, then," Mrs. Milvain interposed. "Hasn't a penny, I'm afraid, and a family more or less dependent on him." "A mother and sisters? His father is dead?" "Yes, his father died some years ago," said Mr. Hilbery, who was prepared to draw upon his imagination, if necessary, to keep Mrs. Milvain supplied with facts about the private history of Ralph Denham, since, for some inscrutable reason, the subject took her fancy. "His father has been dead some time, and this young man had to take his place." "A legal family?" Mrs. Milvain inquired. "I fancy I've seen the name somewhere." Mr. Hilbery shook his head. "I should be inclined to doubt whether they were altogether in that walk of life," he observed. "I fancy that Denham once told me that his father was a corn merchant. Perhaps he said a stockbroker. He came to grief, anyhow, as stockbrokers have a way of doing. I've a great respect for Denham," he added. The remark sounded to his ears unfortunately conclusive, and he was afraid that there was nothing more to be said about Denham. He examined the tips of his fingers carefully. "Cassandra's grown into a very charming young woman," he started afresh. "Charming to look at and charming to talk to, though her historical knowledge is not altogether profound. Another cup of tea?" Mrs. Milvain had given her cup a little push, which seemed to indicate some momentary displeasure, but she did not want any more tea. "It's Cassandra that I have come about," she began. "I am very sorry to say that Cassandra is not at all what you think her, Trevor. She has imposed upon your and Maggie's goodness. She has behaved in a way that would seem incredible, in this house of all houses, were it not for other circumstances that are still more incredible." Mr. Hilbery looked taken aback, and was silent for a second. "It all sounds very black," he remarked urbanely, continuing his examination of his fingernails. "But I own I am completely in the dark." Mrs. Milvain became rigid, and emitted her message in little short sentences of extreme intensity. "Who has Cassandra gone out with? William Rodney. Who has Katharine gone out with? Ralph Denham. Why are they for ever meeting each other round street corners and going to music halls and taking cabs late at night? Why will Katharine not tell me the truth when I question her? I understand the reason now. Katharine has entangled herself with this unknown lawyer. She has seen fit to condone Cassandra's conduct." There was another slight pause. "Ah, well, Katharine will no doubt have some explanation to give me," Mr. Hilbery replied imperturbably. "It's a little too complicated for me to take in all at once, I confess. And if you won't think me rude, Celia, I think I'll be getting along towards Knightsbridge." Mrs. Milvain rose at once. "She has condoned Cassandra's conduct and entangled herself with Ralph Denham," she repeated. She stood very erect with the dauntless air of one testifying to the truth regardless of consequences. She knew from past discussions that the only way to counter her brother's indolence and indifference was to shoot her statements at him in a compressed form once finally upon leaving the room. Having spoken thus, she restrained herself from adding another word, and left the house with the dignity of one inspired by a great ideal. She had certainly framed her remarks in such a way as to prevent her brother from paying his call in the region of Knightsbridge. He had no fears for Katharine, but there was a suspicion at the back of his mind that Cassandra might have been, innocently and ignorantly, led into some foolish situation in one of their unshepherded dissipations. His wife was an erratic judge of the conventions. He himself was lazy, and with Katharine absorbed very naturally. Here he recalled, as well as he could, the nature of the charge. She has condoned Cassandra's conduct and entangled herself with Ralph Denham, from which it appeared that Katharine was not absorbed. Or which of them was it that had entangled herself with Ralph Denham? From this maze of absurdity Mr. Hilbery saw no way out until Katharine herself came to his help. So he applied himself, very philosophically, on the whole, to a book. No sooner had he heard the young people come in and go upstairs than he sent a maid to tell Miss Katharine that he wished to speak to her in the study. She was slipping furs loosely onto the floor in the drawing-room in front of the fire. They were all gathered round, reluctant to part. The message from her father surprised Katharine, and the others caught from her look, as she turned to go, a vague sense of apprehension. Mr. Hilbery was reassured by the sight of her. He congratulated himself, he prided himself, upon possessing a daughter who had a sense of responsibility and an understanding of life profound beyond her years. Moreover, she was looking to-day unusual. He had come to take her beauty for granted. Now he remembered it and was surprised by it. He thought instinctively that he had interrupted some happy hour of hers with Rodney, and apologized. "I'm sorry to bother you, my dear. I heard you come in, and thought I'd better make myself disagreeable at once, as it seems, unfortunately, that fathers are expected to make themselves disagreeable. Now, your Aunt Celia has been to see me. Your Aunt Celia has taken it into her head, apparently, that you and Cassandra have been, let us say, a little foolish. This going about together, these pleasant little parties, there's been some kind of misunderstanding. I told her I saw no harm in it, but I should just like to hear from yourself. Has Cassandra been left a little too much in the company of Mr. Denham?" Katharine did not reply at once, and Mr. Hilbery tapped the coal encouragingly with the poker. Then she said, without embarrassment or apology, "I don't see why I should answer Aunt Celia's questions. I've told her already that I won't." Mr. Hilbery was relieved and secretly amused at the thought of the interview, although he could not license such irreverence outwardly. "Very good. Then you authorize me to tell her that she's been mistaken, and there's nothing but a little fun in it? You've no doubt, Katharine, in your own mind. Cassandra is in our charge, and I don't intend that people should gossip about her. I suggest that you should be a little more careful in the future. Invite me to your next entertainment." She did not respond, as he had hoped, with any affectionate or humorous reply. She meditated, pondering something or other, and he reflected that even his Catherine did not differ from other women in the capacity to let things be. Or had she something to say? "Have you a guilty conscience?" he inquired lightly. "Tell me, Catherine," he said more seriously, struck by something in the expression of her eyes. "I've been meaning to tell you for some time," she said. "I'm not going to marry William." "You're not going!" he exclaimed, dropping the poker in his immense surprise. "Why? When? Explain yourself, Catherine." "Oh, some time ago, a week, perhaps more." Catherine spoke hurriedly and indifferently, as if the matter could no longer concern any one. "But may I ask, why have I not been told of this? What do you mean by it?" "We don't wish to be married, that's all." "This is William's wish as well as yours?" "Oh, yes, we agree perfectly." Mr. Hilbery had seldom felt more completely at a loss. He thought that Catherine was treating the matter with curious unconcern. She scarcely seemed aware of the gravity of what she was saying. He did not understand the position at all, but his desire to smooth everything over comfortably came to his relief. No doubt there was some quarrel, some whimsy on the part of William, who, though a good fellow, was a little exacting sometimes, something that a woman could put right. But though he inclined to take the easiest view of his responsibilities, he cared too much for his daughter to let things be. "I confess I find great difficulty in following you. I should like to hear William's side of the story," he said irritably. "I think he ought to have spoken to me in the first instance." "I wouldn't let him," said Catherine. "I know it must seem to you very strange," she added, "but I assure you, if you'd wait a little until mother comes back—" This appeal for delay was much to Mr. Hilbery's liking, but his conscience would not suffer it. People were talking. He could not endure that his daughter's conduct should be in any way considered irregular. He wondered whether, in the circumstances, it would be better to wire to his wife, to send for one of his sisters, to forbid William the house, to pack Cassandra off home, for he was vaguely conscious of responsibilities in her direction, too. His forehead was becoming more and more wrinkled by the multiplicity of his anxieties, which he was sorely tempted to ask Catherine to solve for him, when the door opened and William Rodney appeared. This necessitated a complete change, not only of manner, but of position also. "Here's William," Catherine exclaimed in a tone of relief. "I've told father we're not engaged," she said to him. "I've explained that I prevented you from telling him." William's manner was marked by the utmost formality. He bowed very slightly in the direction of Mr. Hilbery, and stood erect, holding one lapel of his coat, and gazing into the center of the fire. He waited for Mr. Hilbery to speak. Mr. Hilbery also assumed an appearance of formidable dignity. He had risen to his feet, and now bent the top part of his body slightly forward. "I should like your account of this affair, Rodney, if Catherine no longer prevents you from speaking." William waited 2 seconds at least. "Our engagement is at an end," he said with the utmost stiffness. "Has this been arrived at by your joint desire?" After a perceptible pause, William bent his head, and Catherine said, as if by an afterthought, "Oh, yes." Mr. Hilbery swayed to and fro, and moved his lips as if to utter remarks which remained unspoken. "I can only suggest that you should postpone any decision until the effect of this misunderstanding has had time to wear off. You have now known each other," he began. "There's been no misunderstanding," Catherine interposed. "Nothing at all." She moved a few paces across the room, as if she intended to leave them. Her preoccupied naturalness was in strange contrast to her father's pomposity, and to William's military rigidity. He had not once raised his eyes. Catherine's glance, on the other hand, ranged past the 2 gentlemen, along the books, over the tables, towards the door. She was paying the least possible attention, it seemed, to what was happening. Her father looked at her with a sudden clouding and troubling of his expression. Somehow his faith in her stability and sense was queerly shaken. He no longer felt that he could ultimately entrust her with the whole conduct of her own affairs after a superficial show of directing them. He felt, for the first time in many years, responsible for her. "Look here, we must get to the bottom of this," he said, dropping his formal manner and addressing Rodney as if Katharine were not present. "You've had some difference of opinion, eh? Take my word for it, most people go through this sort of thing when they're engaged. I've seen more trouble come from long engagements than from any other form of human folly. Take my advice, and put the whole matter out of your minds, both of you. I prescribe a complete abstinence from emotion. Visit some cheerful seaside resort, Rodney." He was struck by William's appearance, which seemed to him to indicate profound feeling resolutely held in check. No doubt, he reflected, Katharine had been very trying, unconsciously trying, and had driven him to take up a position which was none of his willing. Mr. Hilbery certainly did not overrate William's sufferings. No minutes in his life had hitherto extorted from him such intensity of anguish. He was now facing the consequences of his insanity. He must confess himself entirely and fundamentally other than Mr. Hilbery thought him. Everything was against him. Even the Sunday evening and the fire and the tranquil library scene were against him. Mr. Hilbery's appeal to him as a man of the world was terribly against him. He was no longer a man of any world that Mr. Hilbery cared to recognize. But some power compelled him, as it had compelled him to come downstairs, to make his stand here and now, alone and unhelped by any one, without prospect of reward. He fumbled with various phrases, and then jerked out, "I love Cassandra." Mr. Hilbery's face turned a curious dull purple. He looked at his daughter. He nodded his head as if to convey his silent command to her to leave the room, but either she did not notice it or preferred not to obey. "You have the impudence," Mr. Hilbery began, in a dull, low voice that he himself had never heard before, when there was a scuffling and exclaiming in the hall, and Cassandra, who appeared to be insisting against some dissuasion on the part of another, burst into the room. "Uncle Trevor," she exclaimed, "I insist upon telling you the truth." She flung herself between Rodney and her uncle, as if she sought to intercept their blows. As her uncle stood perfectly still, looking very large and imposing, and as nobody spoke, she shrank back a little and looked first at Katharine and then at Rodney. "You must know the truth," she said, a little lamely. "You have the impudence to tell me this in Katharine's presence?" Mr. Hilbery continued, speaking with complete disregard of Cassandra's interruption. "I am aware, quite aware." Rodney's words, which were broken in sense, spoken after a pause, and with his eyes upon the ground, nevertheless expressed an astonishing amount of resolution. "I am quite aware what you must think of me," he brought out, looking Mr. Hilbery directly in the eyes for the first time. "I could express my views on the subject more fully if we were alone," Mr. Hilbery returned. "But you forget me," said Katharine. She moved a little towards Rodney, and her movement seemed to testify mutely to her respect for him and her alliance with him. "I think William has behaved perfectly rightly, and after all, it is I who am concerned, I and Cassandra." Cassandra, too, gave an indescribably slight movement which seemed to draw the three of them into alliance together. Katharine's tone and glance made Mr. Hilbery once more feel completely at a loss, and in addition, painfully and angrily obsolete, but in spite of an awful inner hollowness he was outwardly composed. "Cassandra and Rodney have a perfect right to settle their own affairs according to their own wishes, but I see no reason why they should do so either in my room or in my house. I wish to be quite clear on this point, however. You are no longer engaged to Rodney." He paused, and his pause seemed to signify that he was extremely thankful for his daughter's deliverance. Cassandra turned to Katharine, who drew her breath as if to speak and checked herself. Rodney, too, seemed to await some movement on her part. Her father glanced at her as if he half anticipated some further revelation. She remained perfectly silent. In the silence they heard distinctly steps descending the staircase, and Katharine went straight to the door. "Wait," Mr. Hilbery commanded. "I wish to speak to you alone," he added. She paused, holding the door ajar. "I'll come back," she said, and as she spoke she opened the door and went out. They could hear her immediately speak to someone outside, though the words were inaudible. Mr. Hilbery was left confronting the guilty couple, who remained standing as if they did not accept their dismissal, and the disappearance of Katharine had brought some change into the situation. So in his secret heart Mr. Hilbery felt that it had, for he could not explain his daughter's behavior to his own satisfaction. "Uncle Trevor," Cassandra exclaimed impulsively, "don't be angry, please. I couldn't help it. I do beg you to forgive me." Her uncle still refused to acknowledge her identity, and still talked over her head as if she did not exist. "I suppose you have communicated with the Otways," he said to Rodney grimly. "Uncle Trevor, we wanted to tell you," Cassandra replied for him. "We waited—" She looked appealingly at Rodney, who shook his head ever so slightly. "Yes? What were you waiting for?" her uncle asked sharply, looking at her at last. The words died on her lips. It was apparent that she was straining her ears as if to catch some sound outside the room that would come to her help. He received no answer. He listened, too. "This is a most unpleasant business for all parties," he concluded, sinking into his chair again, hunching his shoulders and regarding the flames. He seemed to speak to himself, and Rodney and Cassandra looked at him in silence. "Why don't you sit down?" he said suddenly. He spoke gruffly, but the force of his anger was evidently spent, or some preoccupation had turned his mood to other regions. While Cassandra accepted his invitation, Rodney remained standing. "I think Cassandra can explain matters better in my absence," he said, and left the room, Mr. Hilbery giving his assent by a slight nod of the head. Meanwhile, in the dining-room next door, Denham and Katharine were once more seated at the mahogany table. They seemed to be continuing a conversation broken off in the middle, as if each remembered the precise point at which they had been interrupted, and was eager to go on as quickly as possible. Katharine having interposed a short account of the interview with her father, Denham made no comment, but said, "Anyhow, there's no reason why we shouldn't see each other." "Or stay together. It's only marriage that's out of the question," Katharine replied. "But if I find myself coming to want you more and more? If our lapses come more and more often?" He sighed impatiently, and said nothing for a moment. "But at least," he renewed, "we've established the fact that my lapses are still in some odd way connected with you. Yours have nothing to do with me. Katharine," he added, his assumption of reason broken up by his agitation, "I assure you that we are in love. What other people call love. Remember that night. We had no doubts whatever then. We were absolutely happy for half an hour. You had no lapse until the day after. I had no lapse until yesterday morning. We've been happy at intervals all day until I went off my head, and you, quite naturally, were bored." "Ah," she exclaimed, as if the subject chafed her. "I can't make you understand. It's not boredom. I'm never bored. Reality, reality," she ejaculated, tapping her finger upon the table as if to emphasize and perhaps explain her isolated utterance of this word. "I cease to be real to you. It's the faces in a storm again, the vision in a hurricane. We come together for a moment, and we part. It's my fault, too. I'm as bad as you are. Worse, perhaps." They were trying to explain, not for the first time, as their weary gestures and frequent interruptions showed, what in their common language they had christened their lapses, a constant source of distress to them in the past few days, and the immediate reason why Ralph was on his way to leave the house when Katharine, listening anxiously, heard him and prevented him. What was the cause of these lapses? Either because Katharine looked more beautiful or more strange, because she wore something different or said something unexpected, Ralph's sense of her romance welled up and overcame him, either into silence or into inarticulate expressions, which Katharine, with unintentional but invariable perversity, interrupted or contradicted with some severity or assertion of prosaic fact. Then the vision disappeared, and Ralph expressed vehemently in his turn the conviction that he only loved her shadow and cared nothing for her reality. If the lapse was on her side, it took the form of gradual detachment until she became completely absorbed in her own thoughts, which carried her away with such intensity that she sharply resented any recall to her companion's side. It was useless to assert that these trances were always originated by Ralph himself, however little in their later stages they had to do with him. The fact remained that she had no need of him and was very loath to be reminded of him. How, then, could they be in love? The fragmentary nature of their relationship was but too apparent. Thus they sat depressed to silence at the dining-room table, oblivious of everything, while Rodney paced the drawing-room overhead in such agitation and exaltation of mind as he had never conceived possible, and Cassandra remained alone with her uncle. Ralph at length rose and walked gloomily to the window. He pressed close to the pane. Outside were truth and freedom, and the immensity only to be apprehended by the mind in loneliness, and never communicated to another. What worse sacrilege was there than to attempt to violate what he perceived by seeking to impart it? Some movement behind him made him reflect that Katharine had the power, if she chose, to be in person what he dreamt of her spirit. He turned sharply to implore her help, when again he was struck cold by her look of distance, her expression of intentness upon some far object. As if conscious of his look upon her, she rose and came to him, standing close by his side, and looking with him out into the dusky atmosphere. Their physical closeness was to him a bitter enough comment upon the distance between their minds. Yet distant as she was, her presence by his side transformed the world. He saw himself performing wonderful deeds of courage, saving the drowning, rescuing the forlorn. Impatient with this form of egotism, he could not shake off the conviction that somehow life was wonderful, romantic, a master worth serving so long as she stood there. He had no wish that she should speak. He did not look at her or touch her. She was apparently deep in her own thoughts and oblivious of his presence. The door opened without their hearing the sound. Mr. Hilbery looked round the room, and for a moment failed to discover the two figures in the window. He started with displeasure when he saw them, and observed them keenly before he appeared able to make up his mind to say anything. He made a movement finally that warned them of his presence. They turned instantly. Without speaking, he beckoned to Katharine to come to him, and keeping his eyes from the region of the room where Denham stood, he shepherded her in front of him back to the study. When Katharine was inside the room, he shut the door carefully behind him, as if to secure himself from something that he disliked. "Now, Katharine," he said, taking up his stand in front of the fire, "you will, perhaps, have the kindness to explain—" She remained silent. "What inferences do you expect me to draw?" he said sharply. "You tell me that you are not engaged to Rodney. I see you on what appear to be extremely intimate terms with another, with Ralph Denham. What am I to conclude? Are you," he added, as she still said nothing, "engaged to Ralph Denham?" "No," she replied. His sense of relief was great. He had been certain that her answer would have confirmed his suspicions, but that anxiety being set at rest, he was the more conscious of annoyance with her for her behavior. "Then all I can say is that you've very strange ideas of the proper way to behave. People have drawn certain conclusions, nor am I surprised. The more I think of it, the more inexplicable I find it," he went on, his anger rising as he spoke. "Why am I left in ignorance of what is going on in my own house? Why am I left to hear of these events for the first time from my sister? Most disagreeable, most upsetting. How am I to explain to your Uncle Francis? But I wash my hands of it. Cassandra goes to-morrow. I forbid Rodney the house. As for the other young man, the sooner he makes himself scarce, the better. After placing the most implicit trust in you, Katharine—" He broke off, disquieted by the ominous silence with which his words were received, and looked at his daughter with the curious doubt as to her state of mind which he had felt before, for the first time this evening. He perceived once more that she was not attending to what he said, but was listening, and for a moment he, too, listened for sounds outside the room. His certainty that there was some understanding between Denham and Katharine returned, but with a most unpleasant suspicion that there was something illicit about it. as the whole position between the young people seemed to him gravely illicit. "I'll speak to Denham," he said, on the impulse of his suspicion, moving as if to go. "I shall come with you," Katharine said instantly, starting forward. "You will stay here," said her father. "What are you going to say to him?" she asked. "I suppose I may say what I like in my own house?" he returned. "Then I go, too," she replied. At these words, which seemed to imply a determination to go for ever, Mr. Hilbery returned to his position in front of the fire, and began swaying slightly from side to side without for the moment making any remark. "I understood you to say that you were not engaged to him," he said at length, fixing his eyes upon his daughter. "We are not engaged," she said. "It should be a matter of indifference to you, then, whether he comes here or not. I will not have you listening to other things when I am speaking to you," he broke off angrily, perceiving a slight movement on her part to one side. "Answer me frankly. What is your relationship with this young man?" "Nothing that I can explain to a third person," she said obstinately. "I will have no more of these equivocations," he replied. "I refuse to explain," she returned, and as she said it the front door banged to. "There!" she exclaimed. "He is gone." She flashed such a look of fiery indignation at her father that he lost his self-control for a moment. "For God's sake, Katharine, control yourself!" he cried. She looked for a moment like a wild animal caged in a civilized dwelling-place. She glanced over the walls covered with books, as if for a second she had forgotten the position of the door. Then she made as if to go, but her father laid his hand upon her shoulder. He compelled her to sit down. "These emotions have been very upsetting, naturally," he said. His manner had regained all of its suavity, and he spoke with a soothing assumption of parental authority. "You've been placed in a very difficult position, as I understand from Cassandra. Now let us come to terms. We will leave these agitating questions in peace for the present. Meanwhile, let us try to behave like civilized beings. Let us read Sir Walter Scott. What do you say to The Antiquary, eh? Or The Bride of Lammermoor?" He made his own choice, and before his daughter could protest or make her escape, she found herself being turned by the agency of Sir Walter Scott into a civilized human being. Yet Mr. Hilbery had grave doubts, as he read, whether the process was more than skin-deep. Civilization had been very profoundly and unpleasantly overthrown that evening. The extent of the ruin was still undetermined. He had lost his temper, a physical disaster not to be matched for the space of 10 years or so, and his own condition urgently required soothing and renovating at the hands of the classics. His house was in a state of revolution. He had a vision of unpleasant encounters on the staircase. His meals would be poisoned for days to come. Was literature This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Night and Day by Virginia Woolf, Chapter 33. Considering that Mr. Hilbery lived in a house which was accurately numbered in order with its fellows, and that he filled up forms, paid rent, and had 7 more years of tenancy to run, he had an excuse for laying down laws for the conduct of those who lived in his house, and this excuse, though profoundly inadequate, he found useful during the interregnum of civilization with which he now found himself faced. In obedience to those laws, Rodney disappeared. Cassandra was dispatched to catch the 11:30 on Monday morning. Denham was seen no more, so that only Katharine, the lawful occupant of the upper rooms, remained, and Mr. Hilbery thought himself competent to see that she did nothing further to compromise herself. As he bade her good morning next day, he was aware that he knew nothing of what she was thinking, but as he reflected with some bitterness, even this was an advance upon the ignorance of the previous mornings. He went to his study, wrote, tore up, and wrote again a letter to his wife, asking her to come back on account of domestic difficulties which he specified at first, but in a later draft more discreetly left unspecified. Even if she started the very moment that she got it, he reflected, she would not be home till Tuesday night, and he counted lugubriously the number of hours that he would have to spend in a position of detestable authority, alone with his daughter. What was she doing now, he wondered, as he addressed the envelope to his wife. He could not control the telephone. He could not play the spy. She might be making any arrangements she chose. Yet the thought did not disturb him so much as the strange, unpleasant, illicit atmosphere of the whole scene with the young people the night before. His sense of discomfort was almost physical. Had he known it, Catherine was far enough withdrawn, both physically and spiritually, from the telephone. She sat in her room with the dictionaries spreading their wide leaves on the table before her, and all the pages which they had concealed for so many years arranged in a pile. She worked with the steady concentration that is produced by the successful effort to think down some unwelcome thought by means of another thought. Having absorbed the unwelcome thought, her mind went on with additional vigor derived from the victory. On a sheet of paper, lines of figures and symbols, frequently and firmly written down, marked the different stages of its progress. And yet it was broad daylight. There were sounds of knocking and sweeping, which proved that living people were at work on the other side of the door, and the door, which could be thrown open in a second, was her only protection against the world. But she had somehow risen to be mistress in her own kingdom, assuming her sovereignty unconsciously. Steps approached her unheard. It is true that they were steps that lingered, divagated, and mounted with the deliberation natural to one past 60, whose arms, moreover, are full of leaves and blossoms. But they came on steadily, and soon a tap of laurel boughs against the door arrested Catherine's pencil as it touched the page. She did not move, however, and sat blank-eyed, as if waiting for the interruption to cease. Instead, the door opened. At first she attached no meaning to the moving mass of green which seemed to enter the room independently of any human agency. Then she recognized parts of her mother's face and person behind the yellow flowers and soft velvet of the palm buds. "From Shakespeare's tomb!" exclaimed Mrs. Hilbery, dropping the entire mass upon the floor, with a gesture that seemed to indicate an act of dedication. Then she flung her arms wide and embraced her daughter. "Thank God, Catherine!" she exclaimed. "Thank God!" she repeated. "You've come back?" said Catherine very vaguely, standing up to receive the embrace. Although she recognized her mother's presence, she was very far from taking part in the scene, and yet felt it to be amazingly appropriate that her mother should be there, thanking God emphatically for unknown blessings, and strewing her floor with flowers and leaves from Shakespeare's tomb. "Nothing else matters in the world," Mrs. Hilbery continued. "Names aren't everything. It's what we feel that's everything. I didn't want silly, kind, interfering letters. I didn't want your father to tell me. I knew it from the first. I prayed that it might be so." "You knew it?" Catherine repeated her mother's words softly and vaguely, looking past her. "How did you know it?" She began, like a child, to finger a tassel hanging from her mother's cloak. "The first evening you told me, Catherine. Oh, and thousands of times, dinner parties, talking about books, the way he came into the room, your voice when you spoke of him." Catherine seemed to consider each of these proofs separately. Then she said gravely, "I'm not going to marry William, and then there's Cassandra." "Yes, there's Cassandra," said Mrs. Hilbery. "I own I was a little grudging at first, but after all, she plays the piano so beautifully. Do tell me, Catherine," she said impulsively, "where did you go that evening she played Mozart, and you thought I was asleep?" Catherine recollected with difficulty. "To Mary Datchet's," she remembered. "Ah," said Mrs. Hilbery, with a slight note of disappointment in her voice. "I had my little romance, my little speculation." She looked at her daughter. Catherine faltered beneath that innocent and penetrating gaze. She flushed, turned away, and then looked up with very bright eyes. "I'm not in love with Ralph Denham," she said. "Don't marry unless you're in love," said Mrs. Hilbery very quickly. "But," she added, glancing momentarily at her daughter, "aren't there different ways, Catherine? Different—" "We want to meet as often as we like, but to be free," Catherine continued. "To meet here? To meet in his house? to meet in the street." Mrs. Hilbery ran over these phrases as if she were trying chords that did not quite satisfy her ear. It was plain that she had her sources of information, and, indeed, her bag was stuffed with what she called kind letters from the pen of her sister-in-law. "Yes, or to stay away in the country," Katharine concluded. Mrs. Hilbery paused, looked unhappy, and sought inspiration from the window. "What a comfort he was in that shop! How he took me and found the ruins at once! How safe I felt with him!" "Safe? Oh, no, he's fearfully rash. He's always taking risks. He wants to throw up his profession and live in a little cottage and write books, though he hasn't a penny of his own, and there are any number of sisters and brothers dependent on him." "Ah, he has a mother?" Mrs. Hilbery inquired. "Yes, rather a fine-looking old lady with white hair." Katharine began to describe her visit, and soon Mrs. Hilbery elicited the facts that not only was the house of excruciating ugliness, which Ralph bore without complaint, but that it was evident that everyone depended on him, and he had a room at the top of the house, with a wonderful view over London, and a rook. "A wretched old bird in a corner with half its feathers out," she said, with a tenderness in her voice that seemed to commiserate the sufferings of humanity while resting assured in the capacity of Ralph Denham to alleviate them, so that Mrs. Hilbery could not help exclaiming, "But, Katharine, you are in love!" At which Katharine flushed, looked startled, as if she had said something that she ought not to have said, and shook her head. Hastily Mrs. Hilbery asked for further details of this extraordinary house, and interposed a few speculations about the meeting between Keats and Coleridge in a lane, which tided over the discomfort of the moment, and drew Katharine on to further descriptions and indiscretions. In truth, she found an extraordinary pleasure in being thus free to talk to some one who was equally wise and equally benignant, the mother of her earliest childhood, whose silence seemed to answer questions that were never asked. Mrs. Hilbery listened without making any remark for a considerable time. She seemed to draw her conclusions rather by looking at her daughter than by listening to her, and if cross-examined she would probably have given a highly inaccurate version of Ralph Denham's life history, except that he was penniless, fatherless, and lived at Highgate, all of which was much in his favor. But by means of these furtive glances she had assured herself that Katharine was in a state which gave her, alternately, the most exquisite pleasure and the most profound alarm. She could not help ejaculating at last, "It's all done in 5 minutes at a registry office nowadays. If you think the church service a little florid, which it is, though there are noble things in it—" "But we don't want to be married," Katharine replied emphatically, and added, "Why, after all, isn't it perfectly possible to live together without being married?" Again Mrs. Hilbery looked discomposed, and in her trouble took up the sheets which were lying upon the table, and began turning them over this way and that, and muttering to herself as she glanced. "A plus B minus C equals X, Y, Z? It's so dreadfully ugly, Katharine. That's what I feel. So dreadfully ugly." Katharine took the sheets from her mother's hand and began shuffling them absent-mindedly together, for her fixed gaze seemed to show that her thoughts were intent upon some other matter. "Well, I don't know about ugliness," she said at length. "But he doesn't ask it of you?" Mrs. Hilbery exclaimed. "Not that grave young man with the steady brown eyes?" "He doesn't ask anything. We neither of us ask anything." "If I could help you, Katharine, by the memory of what I felt—" "Yes, tell me what you felt." Mrs. Hilbery, her eyes growing blank, peered down the enormously long corridor of days at the far end of which the little figures of herself and her husband appeared fantastically attired, clasping hands upon a moonlit beach, with roses swinging in the dusk. "We were in a little boat going out to a ship at night," she began. "The sun had set and the moon was rising over our heads. There were lovely silver lights upon the waves, and 3 green lights upon the steamer in the middle of the bay. Your father's head looked so grand against the mast. It was life, it was death. The great sea was round us. It was the voyage for ever and ever." The ancient fairy tale fell roundly and harmoniously upon Katharine's ears. Yes, There was the enormous space of the sea. There were the 3 green lights upon the steamer. The cloaked figures climbed up on deck, and so, voyaging over the green and purple waters, past the cliffs and the sandy lagoons, and through pools crowded with the masts of ships and the steeples of churches, here they were. The river seemed to have brought them and deposited them here at this precise point. She looked admiringly at her mother, that ancient voyager. "Who knows," exclaimed Mrs. Hilbery, continuing her reveries, "where we are bound for, or why, or who has sent us, or what we shall find? Who knows anything, except that love is our faith? Love," she crooned, and the soft sound beating through the dim words was heard by her daughter as the breaking of waves solemnly in order upon the vast shore that she gazed upon. She would have been content for her mother to repeat that word almost indefinitely, a soothing word when uttered by another, a riveting together of the shattered fragments of the world. But Mrs. Hilbery, instead of repeating the word love, said pleadingly, "And you won't think these ugly thoughts again, will you, Catherine?" At which words the ship which Catherine had been considering seemed to put into harbor and have done with its seafaring. Yet she was in great need, if not exactly of sympathy, of some form of advice, or at least of the opportunity of setting forth her problems before a third person, so as to renew them in her own eyes. "But then," she said, ignoring the difficult problem of ugliness, "you knew you were in love, but we're different. It seems," she continued, frowning a little as she tried to fix the difficult feeling, "as if something came to an end suddenly, gave out, faded, an illusion, as if when we think we're in love we make it up. We imagine what doesn't exist. That's why it's impossible that we should ever marry, always to be finding the other an illusion, and going off and forgetting about them, never to be certain that you cared, or that he wasn't caring for someone not you at all. The horror of changing from one state to the other, being happy one moment and miserable the next. That's the reason why we can't possibly marry. At the same time," she continued, "we can't live without each other, because—" Mrs. Hilbery waited patiently for the sentence to be completed, but Catherine fell silent and fingered her sheet of figures. "We have to have faith in our vision," Mrs. Hilbery resumed, glancing at the figures which distressed her vaguely, and had some connection in her mind with the household accounts. "Otherwise, as you say—" She cast a lightning glance into the depths of disillusionment, which were perhaps not altogether unknown to her. "Believe me, Catherine, it's the same for everyone, for me too, for your father," she said earnestly, and sighed. They looked together into the abyss, and as the elder of the two, she recovered herself first, and asked, "But where is Ralph? Why isn't he here to see me?" Catherine's expression changed instantly. "Because he's not allowed to come here," she replied bitterly. Mrs. Hilbery brushed this aside. "Would there be time to send for him before luncheon?" she asked. Catherine looked at her as if indeed she were some magician. Once more she felt that instead of being a grown woman, used to advise and command, she was only a foot or two raised above the long grass and the little flowers, and entirely dependent upon the figure of indefinite size whose head went up into the sky, whose hand was in hers for guidance. "I'm not happy without him," she said simply. Mrs. Hilbery nodded her head in a manner which indicated complete understanding, and the immediate conception of certain plans for the future. She swept up her flowers, breathed in their sweetness, and humming a little song about a miller's daughter, left the room. The case upon which Ralph Denham was engaged that afternoon was not apparently receiving his full attention, and yet the affairs of the late John Leake of Dublin were sufficiently confused to need all the care that a solicitor could bestow upon them, if the widow Leake and the 5 Leake children of tender age were to receive any pittance at all. But the appeal to Ralph's humanity had little chance of being heard to-day. He was no longer a model of concentration. The partition so carefully erected between the different sections of his life had been broken down, with the result that though his eyes were fixed upon the last will and testament, he saw through the page a certain drawing-room in Cheyenne Walk. He tried every device that had proved effective in the past for keeping up the partitions of the mind, until he could decently go home, but a little to his alarm he found himself assailed so persistently as if from outside by Catherine, that he launched forth desperately into an imaginary interview with her. She obliterated a bookcase full of law reports, and the corners and lines of the room underwent a curious softening of outline, like that which sometimes makes a room unfamiliar at the moment of waking from sleep. By degrees, a pulse or stress began to beat at regular intervals in his mind, heaping his thoughts into waves to which words fitted themselves, and without much consciousness of what he was doing, he began to write on a sheet of draft paper what had the appearance of a poem, lacking several words in each line. Not many lines had been set down, however, before he threw away his pen as violently as if that were responsible for his misdeeds, and tore the paper into many separate pieces. This was a sign that Catherine had asserted herself, and put to him a remark that could not be met poetically. Her remark was entirely destructive of poetry, since it was to the effect that poetry had nothing whatever to do with her. All her friends spent their lives in making up phrases, she said. All his feeling was an illusion, and next moment, as if to taunt him with his impotence, she had sunk into one of those dreamy states which took no account whatever of his existence. Ralph was roused by his passionate attempts to attract her attention to the fact that he was standing in the middle of his little private room in Lincoln's Inn Fields, at a considerable distance from Chelsea. The physical distance increased his desperation. He began pacing in circles until the process sickened him, and then took a sheet of paper for the composition of a letter which, he vowed before he began it, should be sent that same evening. It was a difficult matter to put into words. Poetry would have done it better justice, but he must abstain from poetry. In an infinite number of half-obliterated scratches he tried to convey to her the possibility that although human beings are woefully ill-adapted for communication, still such communion is the best we know. Moreover, they make it possible for each to have access to another world independent of personal affairs, a world of law, of philosophy, or, more strangely, a world such as he had had a glimpse of the other evening when together they seemed to be sharing something, creating something, an ideal, a vision flung out in advance of our actual circumstances. If this golden rim were quenched, if life were no longer circled by an illusion, but was it an illusion after all? Then it would be too dismal an affair to carry to an end. So he wrote with a sudden spurt of conviction, which made clear way for a space and left at least one sentence standing whole. Making every allowance for other desires, on the whole this conclusion appeared to him to justify their relationship. But the conclusion was mystical. It plunged him into thought. The difficulty with which even this amount was written, the inadequacy of the words, and the need of writing under them and over them others which, after all, did no better, led him to leave off before he was at all satisfied with his production, and unable to resist the conviction that such rambling would never be fit for Catherine's eye. He felt himself more cut off from her than ever. In idleness, and because he could do nothing further with words, he began to draw little figures in the blank spaces, heads meant to resemble her head, blots fringed with flames meant to represent, perhaps, the entire universe. From this occupation he was roused by the message that a lady wished to speak to him. He had scarcely time to run his hands through his hair in order to look as much like a solicitor as possible, and to cram his papers into his pocket, already overcome with shame that another eye should behold them, when he realized that his preparations were needless. The lady was Mrs. Hilbery. "I hope you're not disposing of somebody's fortune in a hurry," she remarked, gazing at the documents on his table, "or cutting off an entail at one blow, because I want to ask you to do me a favor. And Anderson won't keep his horse waiting. Anderson is a perfect tyrant, but he drove my dear father to the Abbey the day they buried him. I made bold to come to you, Mr. Denham, not exactly in search of legal assistance, though I don't know who I'd rather come to if I were in trouble, but in order to ask your help in settling some tiresome little domestic affairs that have arisen in my absence. I've been to Stratford-on-Avon. I must tell you all about it one of these days. And there I got a letter from my sister-in-law, a dear kind goose who likes interfering with other people's children because she's got none of her own. We're dreadfully afraid that she's going to lose the sight of one of her eyes, and I always feel that our physical ailments are so apt to turn into mental ailments. I think Matthew Arnold says something of the same kind about Lord Byron, but that's neither here nor there." The effect of these parentheses, whether they were introduced for that purpose or represented a natural instinct on Mrs. Hilbery's part to embellish the bareness of her discourse, gave Ralph time to perceive that she possessed all the facts of their situation, and was come, somehow, in the capacity of ambassador. "I didn't come here to talk about Lord Byron," Mrs. Hilbery continued with a little laugh, "though I know that both you and Catherine, unlike other young people of your generation, still find him worth reading." She paused. "I'm so glad you've made Catherine read poetry, Mr. Denham," she exclaimed, "and feel poetry, and look poetry. She can't talk it yet, but she will. Oh, she will." Ralph, whose hand was grasped and whose tongue almost refused to articulate, somehow contrived to say that there were moments when he felt hopeless, utterly hopeless, though he gave no reason for this statement on his part. "But you care for her?" Mrs. Hilbery inquired. "Good God!" he exclaimed, with a vehemence that admitted of no question. "It's the Church of England service you both object to?" Mrs. Hilbery inquired innocently. "I don't give a damn what service it is," Ralph replied. "You would marry her in Westminster Abbey, if the worst came to worst?" Mrs. Hilbery inquired. "I would marry her in St. Paul's Cathedral," Ralph replied. His doubts upon this point, which were always roused by Catherine's presence, had vanished completely, and his strongest wish in the world was to be with her immediately, since every second he was away from her he imagined her slipping farther and farther from him into one of those states of mind in which he was unrepresented. He wished to dominate her, to possess her. "Thank God!" exclaimed Mrs. Hilbery. She thanked him for a variety of blessings, for the conviction with which the young man spoke, and not least for the prospect that on her daughter's wedding day the noble cadences, the stately periods, the ancient eloquence of the marriage service would resound over the heads of a distinguished congregation gathered together near the very spot where her father lay quiescent with the other poets of England. The tears filled her eyes, but she remembered simultaneously that her carriage was waiting, and with dim eyes she walked to the door. Denham followed her downstairs. It was a strange drive. For Denham it was without exception the most unpleasant he had ever taken. His only wish was to go as straightly and quickly as possible to Cheyne Walk, but it soon appeared that Mrs. Hilbery either ignored or thought fit to baffle this desire by interposing various errands of her own. She stopped the carriage at post-offices and coffee-shops, and shops of inscrutable dignity where the aged attendants had to be greeted as old friends, and catching sight of the dome of St. Paul's above the irregular spires of Ludgate Hill, she pulled the cord impulsively, and gave directions that Anderson should drive them there. But Anderson had reasons of his own for discouraging afternoon worship, and kept his horse's nose obstinately toward the west. After some minutes Mrs. Hilbery realized the situation, and accepted it good-humoredly, apologizing to Ralph for his disappointment. "Never mind," she said. "We'll go to St. Paul's another day, and it may turn out, though I can't promise that it will, that he'll take us past Westminster Abbey, which would be even better." Ralph was scarcely aware of what she went on to say. Her mind and body both seemed to have floated into another region of quick-sailing clouds, rapidly passing across each other and enveloping everything in a vaporous indistinctness. Meanwhile he remained conscious of his own concentrated desire, his impotence to bring about anything he wished, and his increasing agony of impatience. Suddenly Mrs. Hilbery pulled the cord with such decision that even Anderson had to listen to the order which she leant out of the window to give him. The carriage pulled up abruptly in the middle of Whitehall, before a large building dedicated to one of our government offices. In a second Mrs. Hilbery was mounting the steps, and Ralph was left in too acute an irritation by this further delay even to speculate what errand took her now to the Board of Education. He was about to jump from the carriage and take a cab, when Mrs. Hilbery reappeared, talking genially to a figure who remained hidden behind her. "There's plenty of room for us all," she was saying, "plenty of room. We could find space for 4 of you, William," she added, opening the door, and Ralph found that Rodney had now joined their company. The two men glanced at each other. If distress, shame, discomfort in its most acute form were ever visible upon a human face, Ralph could read them all expressed beyond the eloquence of words upon the face of his unfortunate companion. But Mrs. Hilbery was either completely unseeing or determined to appear so. She went on talking. She talked, it seemed to both the young men, to someone outside, up in the air. She talked about Shakespeare. She apostrophized the human race. She proclaimed the virtues of divine poetry. She began to recite verses which broke down in the middle. The great advantage of her discourse was that it was self-supporting. It nourished itself until Cheyenne Walk was reached upon half a dozen grunts and murmurs. "Now," she said, alighting briskly at her door, "here we are." There was something airy and ironical in her voice and expression as she turned upon the doorstep and looked at them, which filled both Rodney and Denham with the same misgivings at having trusted their fortunes to such an ambassador, and Rodney actually hesitated upon the threshold and murmured to Denham, "You go in, Denham, I—" He was turning tail, but the door opening and the familiar look of the house asserting its charm, he bolted in on the wake of the others, and the door shut upon his escape. Mrs. Hilbery led the way upstairs. She took them to the drawing-room. The fire burnt as usual, the little tables were laid with china and silver. There was nobody there. "Ah," she said, "Catherine's not here. She must be upstairs in her room." "You have something to say to her, I know, Mr. Denham. You can find your way?" She vaguely indicated the ceiling with a gesture of her hand. She had become suddenly serious and composed, mistress in her own house. The gesture with which she dismissed him had a dignity that Ralph never forgot. She seemed to make him free with a wave of her hand to all that she possessed. He left the room. The Hilberys' house was tall, possessing many stories and passages with closed doors, all, once he had passed the drawing-room floor, unknown to Ralph. He mounted as high as he could, and knocked at the first door he came to. "May I come in?" he asked. A voice from within answered, "Yes." He was conscious of a large window, full of light, of a bare table, and of a long looking-glass. Catherine had risen, and was standing with some white papers in her hand, which slowly fluttered to the ground as she saw her visitor. The explanation was a short one. The sounds were inarticulate. No one could have understood the meaning save themselves. As if the forces of the world were all at work to tear them asunder, they sat, clasping hands, near enough to be taken even by the malicious eye of Time himself for a united couple, an indivisible unit. "Don't move, don't go," she begged of him, when he stooped to gather the papers she had let fall. But he took them in his hands, and, giving her by a sudden impulse his own unfinished dissertation, with its mystical conclusion, they read each other's compositions in silence. Catherine read his sheets to an end. Ralph followed her figures as far as his mathematics would let him. They came to the end of their task at about the same moment, and sat for a time in silence. "Those were the papers you left on the seat at Kew," said Ralph at length. "You folded them so quickly that I couldn't see what they were." She blushed very deeply, but as she did not move or attempt to hide her face, she had the appearance of someone disarmed of all defenses, or Ralph likened her to a wild bird just settling with wings trembling to fold themselves within reach of his hand. The moment of exposure had been exquisitely painful, the light shed startlingly vivid. She had now to get used to the fact that someone shared her loneliness. The bewilderment was half shame and half the prelude to profound rejoicing. Nor was she unconscious that on the surface the whole thing must appear of the utmost absurdity. She looked to see whether Ralph smiled, but found his gaze fixed on her with such gravity that she turned to the belief that she had committed no sacrilege, but enriched herself, perhaps immeasurably, perhaps eternally. She hardly dared steep herself in the infinite bliss, but his glance seemed to ask for some assurance upon another point of vital interest to him. It beseeched her mutely to tell him whether what she had read upon his confused sheet had any meaning or truth to her. She bent her head once more to the paper she held. "I like your little dot with the flames round it," she said meditatively. Ralph nearly tore the page from her hand in shame and despair when he saw her actually contemplating the idiotic symbol of his most confused and emotional moments. He was convinced that it could mean nothing to another, although somehow to him it conveyed not only Catherine herself, but all those states of mind which had clustered round her since he first saw her pouring out tea on a Sunday afternoon. It represented by its circumference of smudges surrounding a central blot all that encircling glow which for him surrounded, inexplicably, so many of the objects of life, softening their sharp outline, so that he could see certain streets, books, and situations wearing a halo almost perceptible to the physical eye. Did she smile? Did she put the paper down wearily, condemning it not only for its inadequacy, but for its falsity? Was she going to protest once more that he only loved the vision of her? But it did not occur to her that this diagram had anything to do with her. She said simply, and in the same tone of reflection, "Yes, the world looks something like that to me, too." He received her assurance with profound joy. Quietly and steadily there rose up behind the whole aspect of life that soft edge of fire which gave its red tint to the atmosphere and crowded the scene with shadows so deep and dark that one could fancy pushing farther into their density and still farther, exploring indefinitely. Whether there was any correspondence between the two prospects now opening before them, they shared the same sense of the impending future, vast, mysterious, infinitely stored with undeveloped shapes which each would unwrap for the other to behold. But for the present the prospect of the future was enough to fill them with silent adoration. At any rate, their further attempts to communicate articulately were interrupted by a knock on the door, and the entrance of a maid who, with a due sense of mystery, announced that a lady wished to see Miss Hilbery, but refused to allow her name to be given. When Catherine rose with a profound sigh to resume her duties, Ralph went with her, and neither of them formulated any guess on their way downstairs as to who this anonymous lady might prove to be. Perhaps the fantastic notion that she was a little black hunchback provided with a steel knife, which she would plunge into Catherine's heart, appeared to Ralph more probable than another, and he pushed first into the dining-room to avert the blow. Then he exclaimed, "Cassandra!" with such heartiness at the sight of Cassandra Otway standing by the dining-room table that she put her finger to her lips and begged him to be quiet. "Nobody must know I'm here," she explained in a sepulchral whisper. "I missed my train. I've been wandering about London all day. I can bear it no longer. Catherine, what am I to do?" Catherine pushed forward a chair. Ralph hastily found wine and poured it out for her. If not actually fainting, she was very near it. "William's upstairs," said Ralph, as soon as she appeared to be recovered. "I'll go and ask him to come down to you." His own happiness had given him a confidence that every one else was bound to be happy too. But Cassandra had her uncle's commands and anger too vividly in her mind to dare any such defiance. She became agitated and said that she must leave the house at once. She was not in a condition to go, had they known where to send her. Catherine's common sense, which had been in abeyance for the past week or two, still failed her, and she could only ask, "But where's your luggage?" in the vague belief that to take lodgings depended entirely upon a sufficiency of luggage. Cassandra's reply, "I've lost my luggage," in no way helped her to a conclusion. "You've lost your luggage," she repeated. Her eyes rested upon Ralph with an expression which seemed better fitted to accompany a profound thanksgiving for his existence, or some vow of eternal devotion, than a question about luggage. Cassandra perceived the look, and saw that it was returned. Her eyes filled with tears. She faltered in what she was saying. She began bravely again to discuss the question of lodging, when Catherine, who seemed to have communicated silently with Ralph, and obtained his permission, took her ruby ring from her finger, and giving it to Cassandra, said, "I believe it will fit you without any alteration." These words would not have been enough to convince Cassandra of what she very much wished to believe, had not Ralph taken the bare hand in his, and demanded, "Why don't you tell us you're glad?" Cassandra was so glad that the tears ran down her cheeks. The certainty of Catherine's engagement not only relieved her of 1,000 vague fears and self-reproaches, but entirely quenched that spirit of criticism which had lately impaired her belief in Catherine. Her old faith came back to her. She seemed to behold her with that curious intensity which she had lost. as a being who walks just beyond our sphere, so that life in their presence is a heightened process, illuminating not only ourselves, but a considerable stretch of the surrounding world. Next moment she contrasted her own lot with theirs and gave back the ring. "I won't take that unless William gives it to me himself," she said. "Keep it for me, Katharine." "I assure you everything's perfectly all right," said Ralph. "Let me tell William." He was about, in spite of Cassandra's protest, to reach the door, when Mrs. Hilbery, either warned by the parlour-maid or conscious with her usual prescience of the need for her intervention, opened the door and smilingly surveyed them. "My dear Cassandra," she exclaimed, "how delightful to see you back again! What a coincidence!" she observed in a general way. "William is upstairs. The kettle boils over. Where's Katharine, I say? I go to look, and I find Cassandra." She seemed to have proved something to her own satisfaction, although nobody felt certain what thing precisely it was. "I find Cassandra," she repeated. "She missed her train," Katharine interposed, seeing that Cassandra was unable to speak. "Life," began Mrs. Hilbery, drawing inspiration from the portraits on the wall apparently, "consists in missing trains and in finding—" But she pulled herself up and remarked that the kettle must have boiled completely over everything. To Katharine's agitated mind it appeared that this kettle was an enormous kettle, capable of deluging the house in its incessant showers of steam, the enraged representative of all those household duties which she had neglected. She ran hastily up to the drawing-room, and the rest followed her, for Mrs. Hilbery put her arm round Cassandra and drew her upstairs. They found Rodney observing the kettle with uneasiness, but with such absence of mind that Katharine's catastrophe was in a fair way to be fulfilled. In putting the matter straight, no greetings were exchanged, but Rodney and Cassandra chose seats as far apart as possible, and sat down with an air of people making a very temporary lodgment. Either Mrs. Hilbery was impervious to their discomfort, or chose to ignore it, or thought it high time that the subject was changed, for she did nothing but talk about Shakespeare's tomb. "So much earth and so much water, and that sublime spirit brooding over it all," she mused, and went on to sing her strange half-earthly song of dawns and sunsets, of great poets, and the unchanged spirit of noble loving which they had taught, so that nothing changes, and one age is linked with another, and no one dies, and we all meet in spirit, until she seemed oblivious of any one in the room. But suddenly her remarks seemed to contract the enormously wide circle in which they were soaring and to alight, airily and temporarily, upon matters of a more immediate moment. "Katharine and Ralph," she said, as if to try the sound. "William and Cassandra." "I feel myself in an entirely false position," said William desperately, thrusting himself into this breach in her reflections. "I've no right to be sitting here. Mr. Hilbery told me yesterday to leave the house. I'd no intention of coming back again. I shall now—" "I feel the same, too," Cassandra interrupted. "After what Uncle Trevor said to me last night—" "I have put you into a most odious position," Rodney went on, rising from his seat, in which movement he was imitated simultaneously by Cassandra. "Until I have your father's consent, I have no right to speak to you, let alone in this house, where my conduct—" he looked at Katharine, stammered, and fell silent. "Where my conduct has been reprehensible and inexcusable in the extreme." He forced himself to continue. "I have explained everything to your mother. She is so generous as to try and make me believe that I have done no harm. You have convinced her that my behavior, selfish and weak as it was, selfish and weak," he repeated, like a speaker who has lost his notes. Two emotions seemed to be struggling in Katharine. One, the desire to laugh at the ridiculous spectacle of William making her a formal speech across the tea-table; the other, a desire to weep at the sight of something childlike and honest in him which touched her inexpressibly. To everyone's surprise she rose, stretched out her hand, and said, "You've nothing to reproach yourself with. You've been always—" But here her voice died away, and the tears forced themselves into her eyes and ran down her cheeks, while William, equally moved, seized her hand and pressed it to his lips. No one perceived that the drawing-room door had opened itself sufficiently to admit at least half the person of Mr. Hilbery, or saw him gaze at the scene round the tea-table with an expression of the utmost disgust and expostulation. He withdrew unseen. He paused outside on the landing, trying to recover his self-control, and to decide what course he might with most dignity pursue. It was obvious to him that his wife had entirely confused the meaning of his instructions. She had plunged them all into the most odious confusion. He waited a moment, and then, with much preliminary rattling of the handle, opened the door a second time. They had all regained their places. Some incident of an absurd nature had now set them laughing and looking under the table, so that his entrance passed momentarily unperceived. Catherine, with flushed cheeks, raised her head and said, "Well, that's my last attempt at the dramatic." "It's astonishing what a distance they roll," said Ralph, stooping to turn up the corner of the hearthrug. "Don't trouble, don't bother, we shall find it," Mrs. Hilbery began, and then saw her husband and exclaimed, "Oh, Trevor, we're looking for Cassandra's engagement ring." Mr. Hilbery looked instinctively at the carpet. Remarkably enough, the ring had rolled to the very point where he stood. He saw the rubies touching the tip of his boot. Such is the force of habit that he could not refrain from stooping, with an absurd little thrill of pleasure at being the one to find what others were looking for, and picking the ring up, he presented it, with a bow that was courtly in the extreme, to Cassandra. Whether the making of a bow released automatically feelings of complaisance and urbanity, Mr. Hilbery found his resentment completely washed away during the second in which he bent and straightened himself. Cassandra dared to offer her cheek and received his embrace. He nodded with some degree of stiffness to Rodney and Denham, who had both risen upon seeing him, and now altogether sat down. Mrs. Hilbery seemed to have been waiting for the entrance of her husband, and for this precise moment in order to put to him a question which, from the ardor with which she announced it, had evidently been pressing for utterance for some time past. "Oh, Trevor, please tell me, what was the date of the first performance of Hamlet?" In order to answer her, Mr. Hilbery had to have recourse to the exact scholarship of William Rodney, and before he had given his excellent authorities for believing as he believed, Rodney felt himself admitted once more to the society of the civilized and sanctioned by the authority of no less a person than Shakespeare himself. The power of literature, which had temporarily deserted Mr. Hilbery, now came back to him, pouring over the raw ugliness of human affairs its soothing balm, and providing a form into which such passions as he had felt so painfully the night before could be moulded so that they fell roundly from the tongue in shapely phrases, hurting nobody. He was sufficiently sure of his command of language at length to look at Catherine and again at Denham. All this talk about Shakespeare had acted as a soporific, or rather as an incantation upon Catherine. She leaned back in her chair at the head of the tea-table, perfectly silent, looking vaguely past them all, receiving the most generalized ideas of human heads against pictures, against yellow-tinted walls, against curtains of deep crimson velvet. Denham, to whom he turned next, shared her immobility under his gaze. But beneath his restraint and calm it was possible to detect a resolution, a will, set now with unalterable tenacity, which made such turns of speech as Mr. Hilbery had at command appear oddly irrelevant. At any rate, he said nothing. He respected the young man. He was a very able young man. He was likely to get his own way. He could, he thought, looking at his still and very dignified head, understand Catherine's preference. And as he thought this, he was surprised by a pang of acute jealousy. She might have married Rodney without causing him a twinge. This man she loved. Or what was the state of affairs between them? An extraordinary confusion of emotion was beginning to get the better of him, when Mrs. Hilbery, who had been conscious of a sudden pause in the conversation, and had looked wistfully at her daughter once or twice, remarked, "Don't stay if you want to go, Catherine. There's the little room over there. Perhaps you and Ralph—" "We're engaged," said Catherine, waking with a start, and looking straight at her father. He was taken aback by the directness of the statement. He exclaimed as if an unexpected blow had struck him. Had he loved her to see her swept away by this torrent, to have her taken from him by this uncontrollable force, to stand by helpless, ignored? Oh, how he loved her! How he loved her! He nodded very curtly to Denham. "I gathered something of the kind last night," he said. "I hope you'll deserve her." But he never looked at his daughter, and strode out of the room, leaving in the minds of the women a sense half of awe, half of amusement, at the extravagant, inconsiderate, uncivilized male, outraged somehow and gone bellowing to his lair, with a roar which still sometimes reverberates in the This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Night and Day by Virginia Woolf. Chapter 34. The lamps were lit. Their luster reflected itself in the polished wood. Good wine was passed round the dinner table. Before the meal was far advanced, civilization had triumphed, and Mr. Hilbery presided over a feast which came to wear more and more surely an aspect cheerful, dignified, promising well for the future. To judge from the expression in Catherine's eyes, it promised something, but he checked the approach of sentimentality. He poured out wine. He bade Denham help himself. They went upstairs, and he saw Catherine and Denham abstract themselves directly Cassandra had asked whether she might not play him something, some Mozart, some Beethoven. She sat down to the piano. The door closed softly behind them. His eyes rested on the closed door for some seconds unwaveringly. But by degrees the look of expectation died out of them, and with a sigh he listened to the music. Catherine and Ralph were agreed with scarcely a word of discussion as to what they wished to do, and in a moment she joined him in the hall dressed for walking. The night was still and moonlit, fit for walking, though any night would have seemed so to them, desiring more than anything movement, freedom from scrutiny, silence, and the open air. "At last!" she breathed as the front door shut. She told him how she had waited, fidgeted, thought he was never coming, listened for the sound of doors, half expected to see him again under the lamp-post, looking at the house. They turned and looked at the serene front with its gold-rimmed windows, to him the shrine of so much adoration. In spite of her laugh and the little pressure of mockery on his arm, he would not resign his belief, but with her hand resting there, her voice quickened and mysteriously moving in his ears, he had not time, they had not the same inclination, other objects drew his attention. How they came to find themselves walking down a street with many lamps, corners radiant with light, and a steady succession of motor omnibuses plying both ways along it, they could neither of them tell, nor account for the impulse which led them suddenly to select one of these wayfarers and mount to the very front seat. After curving through streets of comparative darkness, so narrow that shadows on the blinds were pressed within a few feet of their faces, they came to one of those great knots of activity where the lights, having drawn close together, thin out again, and take their separate ways. They were borne on until they saw the spires of the city churches pale and flat against the sky. "Are you cold?" he asked, as they stopped by Temple Bar. "Yes, I am, rather," she replied, becoming conscious that the splendid race of lights drawn past her eyes by the superb curving and swerving of the monster on which she sat was at an end. They had followed some such course in their thoughts, too. They had been borne on, victors in the forefront of some triumphal car, spectators of a pageant enacted for them, masters of life. But standing on the pavement alone, this exultation left them. They were glad to be alone together. Ralph stood still for a moment to light his pipe beneath a lamp. She looked at his face isolated in the little circle of light. "Oh, that cottage," she said. "We must take it and go there." "And leave all this?" he inquired. "As you like," she replied. She thought, looking at the sky above Chancery Lane, how the roof was the same everywhere, how she was now secure of all that this lofty blue and its steadfast lights meant to her. Reality, was it? Figures? Love? Truth? "I've something on my mind," said Ralph abruptly.
I've been thinking of Mary Datchet. We're very near her rooms now. Would you mind if we went there?" She had turned before she answered him. She had no wish to see anyone to-night. It seemed to her that the immense riddle was answered. The problem had been solved. She held in her hands for one brief moment the globe which we spend our lives in trying to shape, round, whole, and entire from the confusion of chaos. To see Mary was to risk the destruction of this globe. "Did you treat her badly?" she asked rather mechanically, walking on. "I could defend myself," he said almost defiantly. "But what's the use, if one feels a thing? I won't be with her a minute," he said. "I'll just tell her—" "Of course you must tell her," said Katharine, and now felt anxious for him to do what appeared to be necessary if he, too, were to hold his globe for a moment, round, whole, and entire. I wish," she sighed, for melancholy came over her and obscured at least a section of her clear vision. The globe swam before her as if obscured by tears. "I regret nothing," said Ralph firmly. She leant towards him almost as if she could thus see what he saw. She thought how obscure he still was to her, save only that more and more constantly he appeared to her a fire burning through its smoke, a source of life. "Go on," she said. "You regret nothing?" "Nothing, nothing," he repeated. What a fire, she thought to herself. She thought of him blazing splendidly in the night, yet so obscure that to hold his arm, as she held it, was only to touch the opaque substance surrounding the flame that roared upwards. "Why nothing?" she asked hurriedly, in order that he might say more, and so make more splendid, more red, more darkly intertwined with smoke this flame rushing upwards. "What are you thinking of, Katharine?" he asked suspiciously, noticing her tone of dreaminess in the inapt words. "I was thinking of you. Yes, I swear it. Always of you. But you take such strange shapes in my mind. You've destroyed my loneliness. Am I to tell you how I see you? No, tell me. Tell me from the beginning." Beginning with spasmodic words, he went on to speak more and more fluently, more and more passionately, feeling her leaning towards him, listening with wonder like a child, with gratitude like a woman. She interrupted him gravely now and then. "But it was foolish to stand outside and look at the windows. Suppose William hadn't seen you. Would you have gone to bed?" He capped her reproof with wonderment that a woman of her age could have stood in Kingsway looking at the traffic until she forgot. "But it was when I first knew I loved you," she exclaimed. "Tell me from the beginning," he begged her. "No, I'm a person who can't tell things," she pleaded. "I shall say something ridiculous, something about flames, fires. No, I can't tell you." But he persuaded her into a broken statement, beautiful to him, charged with extreme excitement as she spoke of the dark red fire, and the smoke twined round it, making him feel that he had stepped over the threshold into the faintly lit vastness of another mind, stirring with shapes so large, so dim, unveiling themselves only in flashes, and moving away again into the darkness, engulfed by it. They had walked by this time to the street in which Mary lived, and being engrossed by what they said and partly saw, passed her staircase without looking up. At this time of night there was no traffic and scarcely any foot passengers, so that they could pace slowly without interruption, arm in arm, raising their hands now and then to draw something upon the vast blue curtain of the sky. They brought themselves by these means, acting on a mood of profound happiness, to a state of clear-sightedness where the lifting of a finger had effect, and one word spoke more than a sentence. They lapsed gently into silence, traveling the dark paths of thought side by side towards something discerned in the distance which gradually possessed them both. They were victors, masters of life, but at the same time absorbed in the flame, giving their life to increase its brightness, to testify their faith. Thus they had walked perhaps twice or three times up and down Mary Datchet's street, before the recurrence of a light burning behind a thin yellow blind caused them to stop without exactly knowing why they did so. It burned itself into their minds. "That is the light in Mary's room," said Ralph. "She must be at home." He pointed across the street. Katharine's eyes rested there, too. "Is she alone, working at this time of night? What is she working at?" she wondered. "Why should we interrupt her?" she asked passionately. "What have we got to give her? She's happy, too," she added. "She has her work." Her voice shook slightly, and the light swam like an ocean of gold behind her tears. "You don't want me to go to her?" Ralph asked. "Go if you like. Tell her what you like," she replied. He crossed the road immediately and went up the steps into Mary's house. Katharine stood where he left her, looking at the window and expecting soon to see a shadow move across it, but she saw nothing. The blinds conveyed nothing. The light was not moved. It signaled to her across the dark street. It was a sign of triumph shining there forever, not to be extinguished this side of the grave. She brandished her happiness as if in salute. She dipped it as if in reverence. "How they burn," she thought, and all the darkness of London seemed set with fires, roaring upwards. But her eyes came back to Mary's window and rested there satisfied. She had waited some time before a figure detached itself from the doorway and came across the road, slowly and reluctantly, to where she stood. "I didn't go in. I couldn't bring myself," he broke off. He had stood outside Mary's door, unable to bring himself to knock. If she had come out, she would have found him there, the tears running down his cheeks, unable to speak. They stood for some moments, looking at the illuminated blinds, an expression to them both of something impersonal and serene in the spirit of the woman within, working out her plans far into the night, her plans for the good of a world that none of them were ever to know. Then their minds jumped on, and other little figures came by in procession, headed in Ralph's view by the figure of Sally Seal. "Do you remember Sally Seal?" he asked. Katharine bent her head. "Your mother and Mary?" he went on. "Rodney and Cassandra. Old Joan up at Highgate?" He stopped in his enumeration, not finding it possible to link them together in any way that should explain the queer combination which he could perceive in them, as he thought of them. They appeared to him to be more than individuals, to be made up of many different things in cohesion. He had a vision of an orderly world. "It's all so easy. It's all so simple," Katharine quoted, remembering some words of Sally Seal's, and wishing Ralph to understand that she followed the track of his thought. She felt him trying to piece together in a laborious and elementary fashion fragments of belief, unsoldered and separate, lacking the unity of phrases fashioned by the old believers. Together they groped in this difficult region, where the unfinished, the unfulfilled, the unwritten, the unreturned came together in their ghostly way, and wore the semblance of the complete and the satisfactory. The future emerged more splendid than ever from this construction of the present. Books were to be written, and since books must be written in rooms, and rooms must have hangings, and outside the windows there must be land, and an horizon to that land, and trees perhaps, and a hill, they sketched a habitation for themselves upon the outline of great offices in the Strand, and continued to make an account of the future upon the omnibus which took them towards Chelsea. And still, for both of them, it swam miraculously in the golden light of a large steady lamp. As the night was far advanced, they had the whole of the seats on the top of the omnibus to choose from, and the roads, save for an occasional couple, wearing even at midnight an air of sheltering their words from the public, were deserted. No longer did the shadow of a man sing to the shadow of a piano. A few lights in bedroom windows burnt, but were extinguished one by one as the omnibus passed them. They dismounted and walked down to the river. She felt his arm stiffen beneath her hand, and knew by this token that they had entered the enchanted region. She might speak to him, but with that strange tremor in his voice, those eyes blindly adoring, whom did he answer? What woman did he see? And where was she walking, and who was her companion? Moments, fragments, a second of vision, and then the flying waters, the winds dissipating and dissolving, then, too, the recollection from chaos, the return of security, the earth firm, superb, and brilliant in the sun. From the heart of his darkness he spoke his thanksgiving. From a region as far, as hidden, she answered him. On a June night the nightingales sing. They answer each other across the plain. They are heard under the window among the trees in the garden. Pausing, they looked down into the river which bore its dark tide of waters, endlessly moving beneath them. They turned and found themselves opposite the house. Quietly they surveyed the friendly place, burning its lamps either in expectation of them or because Rodney was still there talking to Cassandra. Katharine pushed the door half open and stood upon the threshold. The light lay in soft golden grains upon the deep obscurity of the hushed and sleeping household. For a moment they waited, and then loosed their hands. "Good night," he breathed. "Good night," she murmured back to him. End of chapter 34.